The events take place in the province of Sichuan, in the demonic forest, Tisen Chamber. Mugan's sister, named Iron, was intelligent and ambitious. She grabbed everything at once. This grandfather is the former head of the demonic forest, the current head of Daisang, named Cho Pyeongchon. Heavenly Yin is an ability that uses innate yin energy to aid in martial arts training. But its disadvantage is that because of this, the body is gradually destroyed. Some warriors call it a blessing, but for them, this is just a curse that took away a loved one from them. It seems that the parents are very sorry for the fact that they broke off the connection with Iron. He did not want his daughter to spend the rest of her life outside the borders of the demonic forest. But when he found out that she gave birth to a child while fighting an illness, he could not survive this betrayal. If his father has this attitude, he wants to say something. This man, as the current head of the demonic forest, plans to make Iron's son Chin Murup the next head. Recently, a letter arrived from Shanji province saying that the young man would arrive very soon. This decision was made only for the future of the forest. The gray-haired man purses his lips in displeasure. He did not notice the time when his grandson grew up so quickly. At this time in Shanji province, not far from the Yellow River, suddenly, the rocks collapse and two unknown people jump out of them. The boy looks intently at his enemy. At this time, he only smiles arrogantly with his bloody look. The enemy is planning a strike called the Millennium Dragon Claw Sweep. And then, after a second, he strikes. But fortunately, the young man manages to deftly evade him. The black boy watches the movements of his enemy with interest. Our hero is not kidding about who is fighting against him. It turns out to be the Yellow Dragon. Chin Murup is only amused by this. The dragon does not understand why his opponent does not use internal energy. In this case, it will be necessary to kill him. But the boy behaves quite confidently in battle. The dragon does not take its enemy seriously at all. He just calls this kid's teacher stupid. Chin Murup understands that he is being provoked, so he does not act on it. But after a second, the guy still agrees to show his inner energy. After a second, the young man quickly braids his tail so that nothing interferes with him. He is going to show what he learned from his stupid teacher. The young man concentrated hard on gathering all his energy. He breathed measuredly. Paruba creaked his mouth, it is not known why. But with each such sound, the boy's face seemed to change. The dragon just looked at it with interest. But after a second, our hero showed his enemy the middle finger and began to laugh loudly. This made the scoundrel very angry because he felt like a real fool and a clown. Although he tries to pretend that he is not affected by it. He is not at all. The dragon threatened to kill the boy, but the boy only laughed at his words. At the same moment, Chip Marine saw that his enemy had opened up. And then, after a moment, he flew up to him and delivered an explosive blow from the sky. It was very powerful and caused quite a bit of pain. But it seems the guy did it with ease. The dragon is in complete shock that the young man only needed one blow to knock him out. The abomination couldn't believe that some jerk could beat him with one punch. But it seems that was not all. The guy was heading towards him. A second later, he slapped him hard across the face. At the same time, he calls him a rag and tells him to get up. It turns out that the dragon lost consciousness for 30 minutes from such a blow. So our hero woke him up. The dragon has resigned himself to being killed now, but Chin Murup is not going to do that. Instead, he gives him advice on martial arts. The main character is about to leave. But before that, he wants to say something. He is leaving this place today. So if the dragon comes here again, next time he will kill him for good. The main character is waiting for his enemy to answer. A second later, it is sharply headed in his direction. The boy slaps him hard on the cheek for his teacher. The dragon is shocked to receive a simple slap for his dirty words. If the dragon were in his place, he would definitely break both his arms. Huang Yi thought that he had no more enemies in this world except the other 9 masters. But meeting Chin Murup made him change his mind. Huang Yi was about to give this young man his rank as one of the 5 dragons, but he immediately refused. Huang He is going to prepare a place for him among the 5 dragons. Then he wonders, where will our hero be found next to challenge him? But the boy only replied that he was leaving forever, not for a while, and Huang He will not be able to find him for anything, because he plays hide-and-seek very well. After saying this, Chin Murup walks away. You cannot worry about the mountain caves, now it's the demonic forest's turn. The place where his mother was born and raised, but the place that abandoned his mother and him. Of course, the young man goes to the forest in order to become the new heir. At this time, it is already night outside, but since the forest is in Sichuan province, the boy will be one step closer to Murim. His past should still remain a secret. Thus, a month and a half passed. Everyone in the demonic forest was discussing the personality of our hero. Someone said that the heart of our hero is the color of white jade. They are sure that his soul is as good as the lady's. Men continued to express their opinions on this matter. At that time, the young man was lying on the roof of one of the houses. He smiled fondly at the sun hanging above him, holding a blade of grass in his mouth. The young boy thought about how lucky he was after all. Although the young man came to the demonic forest, he still felt strangely like an heir. After a second, the boy turned to Sunny for advice. At this time, some boy tries to climb to his roof. It turns out that our hero was hiding on the roof, but he was still found. Unexpectedly, this boy could not hold back and fell. Our hero wanted to hide from today's affairs. Chinmurup was very scared for the little one, because he thought that something had happened to him. The young boy lifted the little one on his back and asked what the to-do list was for today. Today, the plan is a lecture on the history of muram, training, dinner with the head of the Tazan ward, and at night reading books on martial arts. He is the heir, so he must try. Chinmurup is disappointed because he has heard a lot about the demonic forest. But it turned out to be an ordinary empty land. But the mother told the boy that there were many people here. The whole thing is a bloody war of 8. A second later, the little one jumped off his back. After that, he ran to the old man and informed that Chinmurup had arrived at the place. A young boy wants to finish everything as soon as possible. The main character is not at all interested in listening to all kinds of lectures. His mother didn't like it either, but they were needed to live in Murima. Today, the old man is going to tell him about the Muram Peak Wars. Parubak thinks that he will often have to face this. Muram's 10 strongest warriors. It included 2 emperors, 3 kings, and 5 dragons. There is also a holy dragon, a hero who saved Muram. He is not included in the top 10 great masters. There is a story about the 10 best masters of the world and the holy dragon. But it seems that the young man is not very interested, because every second person has heard about this story. Recently, the unknown leader of the Sanchon bandit took the place of one of the 5 dragons. He is also called the Master with 3 arms and 6 legs. This psycho is simply elusive. Nobody even knows what he looks like. It also has large mountain caves. It seems that this greatly interested our hero. At this time, he remembers the dragon's words that he will prepare a place for him among the 5 dragons. Our hero's jaw dropped when he realized that the dragon had given him his place. He understands that it is scary, but he has to endure. If you wait a little, the enemies will leave. The boy tells the girl not to come out of hiding under any circumstances until the sun rises. Unexpectedly, the children hear strange voices looking for enemies. The boy runs barefoot through the puddles. He ran as fast as he could. Unknown people in the squares were already catching up with him. And so, one of the enemies threw a knife at the boy. But fortunately, the knife did not go too far into the boy's back, only the sleeve. The men were surprised when they realized that in front of them was an ordinary child. But the holy dragon said that one should not touch children, and those who do not study martial arts. But many years ago, they uprooted the figure 8. It seems that the man is not going to feel sorry for the boy. He reminds that one of his colleagues lost his wife and daughter because of this, and another lost his younger sister. And this man was completely left without a family. That is why he is going to kill all the people from the hidden valley. But suddenly, someone's voice was heard which stopped him. A gray-haired grandfather and a young man said that the boy was not guilty of anything here, so it should not be done. The bastards weren't going to listen to these 2 strangers at all and told them to go away. This place did not participate in the war against the 8, so they are only connected by roots, but they are completely different things. But men do not believe in this. They need evidence. But no evidence is needed, because even without looking at it, the man is going to kill this devil boy. But after a second, Chinmurup rushed at this bastard, who swung at the boy. They didn't even have time to react, and the young boy was already flying at them with lightning speed. The black lad jumped forward and nimbly snatched the sword from his enemy. The man was shocked that he didn't even notice how he found himself without a sword. A second later, all their swords were lying in one heap. The guy ordered them to clean up and leave. The black-haired boy was determined to kill these bastards if they didn't leave immediately. The men tensed up because they saw the power of their enemy. And so, after a second, they decided that it would be better to leave here after all. But, one of the men called. He just gritted his teeth hard. His hand automatically reached for his sword. But he felt the heavy gaze of our hero. Because of this, the man simply froze in place. Fear gripped the body. He still continued to grit his teeth. After a second, the man turned defeated and walked away. Grandfather and Chinmurup just watched in silence as they walked away in shame. The student and the mentor sat on the edge of the rock and talked about something. The old man tells a story. Once he took in a boy, but then it turned out that he started a war, being in some 8. Grandfather sincerely hoped that Chinmurup would not do such a thing. Soon the grandfather will go on vacation. So he has one request for his student. Many people are dying in the hidden valley now, and he asks Chin Marip to help him so that people live. To do this, one must use the sacred technique of the 8 heavens. The young boy doesn't understand why make things so complicated when you can just kill the holy dragon. But revenge does not end well. They call the settlements that he will defend Sanshan. Grandfather is very worried about his student, so he promises to be careful. The gray-haired man is serious as he looks at the young fellow. He remembers how the teacher apologized to him. The boy is still shocked that he became some kind of mountain king. The young man is still trying to comprehend what happened. He was lost in his thoughts. The teacher's first student became the one through whom the 8 killed many innocent people. With his techniques, he provoked a bloody massacre of 8, thus taking the lives of many people. That is why he makes a fool of himself and hides his true identity so that no one knows that he knows what muram is. The young boy blames everything on the yellow dragon, because of which it all started. Unexpectedly, someone's voice pulls the boy out of his deep thoughts. It was an old man who was lecturing him. He was worried that Mr. was not feeling well. Chin Marip wants to finish the job for today, but grandfather is already very interested in it and plans to tell many more stories. Today, the basic occupations of our hero have come to an end. It is necessary to gradually introduce lessons that are useful for the heir. The advisor says that in such an unstable time, you can't leave the place of the heir vacant for too long. So why not move on to the really important step right now? But one of the men sitting at the table thinks completely differently. An old man named Uhasan thinks quite differently. Although Chin Marip is the heir, it is very important whether he is blood or not. The problem is that they don't know if he has a chance to take over the title. None of them took the young man's appearance positively because he is unknown to them. They need an opportunity to test this young man's abilities. He asks Warim's group to give Marip a task that will be a secret even to him, but its content and level must be appropriate. Our hero immediately realized that he was not trusted, so he immediately got down to business and asked what he should do. It turns out that the pipe had to be returned to one place, which is in the northwest of Sichuan. At first, this tavern was run by a demonic forest, but it was later taken over by Cholsa's group. This is one of the clans of the Unholy Path. The guy is surprised. Has the demonic forest fallen so low that all sorts of cattle are plundering it? It seems that these words humiliated and offended the gray-haired man. He excused himself that this was not a simple gang. At one point, our hero became more serious and angry, saying that a person whose territory was taken away by a gang has the right to shout at him. The old man immediately fell silent from such anger. The air around him filled with his anger and rage. After a second, Chin Marip calmed down and questioned the purpose of his task. You just need to turn the tavern back. For his safety, security will accompany him. But the main character perfectly understands that they are not sending security with him, but surveillance. The gray-haired grandfather glanced at him. He concluded that this boy is still rude. Parubak agrees to complete this task and asks what the deadline is. The young man has only 5 days to do this. Deep down, the old man is sure that he won't be able to handle it. But suddenly, the boy says that he does not need 5 days for this. With confidence, the young man answers that he will manage in 2 days. If the matter was so easy, they would have handled it themselves. He is sure that Chin Marip understands this. Our hero says that he will choose his own security. He still knows that he will be watched. The old man realizes that this boy is quite intelligent if he understands this. And so, when they finish the conversation, the young man asks the old man to leave because he wants to get some sleep. After that, the gray-haired man headed away. It's quite a difficult task, but they don't need all the fuss here. He remembers how our hero shouted at him, and realizes that he is very strong in spirit. At this time, the sun was already setting behind the horizon. It was going to sleep. Some time passed, and the old man ran back into the room to the boy. After that, he bursts into the room without knocking to our hero, who was sleeping. Grandfather heard that the head of Urim was here, and he wants to know what they talked about. He yawns and answers that his grandfather said not to ask others for help. Grandfather is worried, because I think that the old man has set too difficult a task for the boy. At the same time, our hero asks to be able to choose his own security. The gray-haired man still cares deeply for the boy. He thinks he needs help. But the young boy treated it very simply. He will be able to get out of it himself. Grandfather asks if the boy will be able to handle it on his own. After these words, a smile appears on the lips. He looks at the young man, puzzled. The guy is not upset about it at all. He understands that everything is the same everywhere. After these words, the man noticed his mother in the young man. She was exactly the same. The boy is going to go outside to get some fresh air. He asks not to follow him. In fact, now was the best time to find an adventure for your 5th point. A young boy was walking down a deserted street. He was sad that Sonia was already asleep. But most likely, this is due to the fact that very little time has passed. The boy seems to have lost his way because he sees nothing but bamboo. Suddenly, the black-haired boy hears some sounds. Someone was playing a musical instrument. Our hero wanted to see who was doing it. The boy walked through thick bushes. And so, after some time, he went out to some lake, on the shore of which a man was sitting. The man was singing a song and playing an instrument. This soulful song was about love. The main character looked at the stranger with interest. Unexpectedly, the stranger opened his eyes, and his voice gradually began to fade. Muram looked at the boy with a smile. The young man was very embarrassed when he realized that someone had heard his singing. After a second, the young man started clapping his hands and praising the stranger for his good singing. After that, the young man was even more embarrassed. This stranger's name is Yu Deha, and he serves in the 6th team of the Black Blade squad. They start talking, and it turns out that this blonde young man is spending his last night as a warrior. The boy admits that he can no longer pick up a weapon, so he cannot be a warrior. Muram wonders why. Suddenly, the boy asks our hero what color the moon is. Parabok immediately answers that it is yellow. It makes me smile. Yu Deha admits that everything around him is black and white. The main character immediately assumed that the young man must have failed some mission because of this. It turns out that he used to be the commander of the Black Blade squad, which is responsible for carrying out special missions. At first, everything was fine. They were given the task of dealing with foreigners who invaded their territory. Their form was very similar to that of their enemies. And so, one of his soldiers called the commander for help. The boy immediately rushed to help his friend, preparing to strike. Thus, he used a shard destruction strike. But after this blow, everyone froze in place. The commander confused allies with enemies and inflicted serious injuries on his comrades. Therefore, his squad was forced to retreat. After this incident, he was demoted. But due to guilt, the boy can no longer pick up a weapon. The boy is very grateful that he was listened to. The main character silently looks at him and mentally thinks about how stupid he is. Since our hero is the heir of the demonic forest, no one will touch him in Chongqing. Now, Yu Deha is going to get away from here, find a quiet place and start farming. But it was immediately obvious that the young man could not get military discipline out of his head. Muram does not answer his question, but only asks to give him a sword. A man who says he's retiring can't have such a well-kept weapon. Black-haired boy, understand that this young man is a warrior to the core. This guy's pride won't let him just take it and be done with it. Our hero asks to help him and lead Jonha to the right tavern, but the young man refuses and repeats that he is leaving these parts. Is he really saying that he doesn't belong in the demonic forest? Then the black-haired boy promises that they will find him a new place. A second later, he offers to team up with them as 2 losers. Yu Deha looks into the clear eyes of her new acquaintance, which are full of life. Can he change if he follows him? 2 hours passed in this way. The boys came to the right tavern. The main character is lying on the floor in the room without strength. Seeing such a picture, the young man begins to scream loudly because he is worried about the boy. All Chongqing exits are connected by 2 paths that somewhat resemble a cross. 2 of the exits are owned by a clan called the Great Blade, and the other 2 are shared by clans that cooperate with it. This is the reason why the demonic forest is so feared because of this clan. It turns out that there are larger cones here. If you attack the Chol's gang, a big blade will be involved if there is a reason. They themselves do not want war because they will lose many of their soldiers. But unfortunately, if the war does start, the demonic forest has no chance. This is because the scale of combat forces varies greatly. Then, Muram concludes that it is not necessary to give them a reason to attack. Soon they come to the tavern, and our hero confidently says that soon it will belong to him. The boy asks Yude to go get the meat, and asks him not to get in, lest they be exposed. The young boy does not explain the reasons, and simply tells him not to go inside for anything. Yudea obeyed and thought that the boy had some kind of plan. There were many customers and buyers inside. Suddenly our hero entered the room and ordered a bottle of alcohol and a snack. Everyone immediately paid attention to him. No one has seen this lad here before. He replied that he was passing through here. Men had some rules about how to take seats in this tavern. The leader of the gang, named Yuk Mubon, asks if he can show his wallet. The main character was disappointed and annoyed, because once again he made sure that everything is the same everywhere. Then, the young man suddenly turned to this scoundrel and insulted him. The bastard, of course, did not expect such arrogance from the newcomer, so he immediately decided to put him in his place. The best way to get what you want is to negotiate, but you need a reason for it. In these negotiations, the big blade will have no reason to interfere. Chinmurip is grabbed by the arms. A second later, the scoundrel threw the main character in the direction of another man. Chinmurip must endure because this incident will be gratuitous violence on the part of Chols. Yudiha was not worried about Chinmurip because he knows the basics of self-defense. He is much stronger than it seems. While the young man was thinking about this, the door next to him broke open, and the main character flew out of it. The young fellow did not understand anything and only looked inside in surprise. His eyes nearly popped out from what he saw. Inside were cattlemen who caused all this. At this time, our hero was lying on the ground and could not get up, but only quietly moaned in pain. Yudeha just looks at the lying boy in surprise. The black-haired boy continues to lie down and doesn't even try to get up. The boy was horrified by such a picture. He immediately ran up to the black boy, but he only laughed, saying that now the big blade wouldn't fit into it. After that, the young man immediately remembers the heir's words. The bastards started mocking him even more when they found out that he was from the demonic forest. Now the boy understood why our hero called him here. The scoundrels continue to mock and call him names. It seems that these bastards do not understand who they have just raised their hand to. He is overcome with rage and shouts that they have attacked the heir of the demonic forest. Everything ended literally in one moment. It turned out that Chinmurip did not fight with Cholsa's gang, but was simply beaten by them for no reason at all. There was no reason to bring in the Great Blade, so their gang was left with a great debt to the demonic forest. Chinmurip hired an actor to pretend to be a doctor in order to put pressure on Chols. This bastard was very scared and guilty before the demonic forest. The bearded man was furious. They have been looking for Murip for a long time, and at the moment he is a potential contender for the place of heir. If he could, he would crush these bastards to pieces, but in this situation it is important to listen to the victim. At the same time, our hero begins to press for pity, saying that he is very sorry that everything turned out this way. The gossip has already spread all over Chongqing, so Chinmurip doesn't know how to live anymore. After hearing that the young man no longer wants to live, the grandfather becomes even more angry. The miserable man immediately begins to cry and begs for mercy. The bastard admits his guilt and offers to pay for his treatment. Soon, the man in hysterics says that he will fulfill any wish of the master. The man promises to do whatever they ask. It seems that now the old man understood why Chinmurip did this. It was all planned. At this time, a predatory smile appeared on the face of our hero. The realization of this sent chills down my skin. Does Chinmurip have no military pride at all? Hearing about this, the young man begins to demand the tavern. The scoundrel agrees to give her away without question. But the bastard is not upset at all because he thinks that he left the heir disabled. Even the amount he brought for treatment, and it will turn out to be more. And then Chinmurip still demands money for treatment. The abomination is not happy about this. The black-haired boy looks at him silently. After a second, he says again that, in this case, he does not want to live. And the bastard agrees. The anger of the head of the chamber did not disappear. But the leader of the Cholsa band managed to leave alive, giving away the money and the tavern. As soon as the bastard left the room, he looked very broken and depressed. The old man is strict, because he understands that the boy could have remained disabled. What was he doing in the tavern in the middle of the night? He calmly explained that he wanted to drink a little and assured that he would not become disabled. It was an ordinary acting game. The old man immediately understood that reclaiming Zhongha Tavern was the task given to him by the head of Wirima. The man is about to admit that it was indeed an assignment, but the main character interrupts him. His task was completely different. The task was to make him change his opinion about himself. The bearded gray-haired man is shocked by such words. Hearing this answer, a smile appeared on the man's lips. Then he asked the opinion of the other elders and asked if they accept such performance of the task. It is difficult for them to understand Mister's methods. But considering the task itself, it can be considered that he fulfilled it. The young man leaves the room. Unexpectedly, a gray-bearded man runs out after him. It can be seen that the grandfather wants to say something but hesitates. Did the boy put aside his pride just to pass the exam? The young man does not understand what this pride is. Pride is crucial to survival in Murima. But if a person wants to achieve something, sometimes you have to wallow in shit. They can't even take the tavern from the scoundrels. But if they put their pride forward, do they think someone will say thank you for it? It is better to think about the real enemy that is sitting right in front of your nose. A large blade. Having said this, the young man goes on. He understood that the boy was asking to put aside his pride. But why take such a difficult path? Many people don't even take him seriously. It will be necessary to try hard to increase the support of the heir. The men chat, noting that the weather is quite nice now. Soon, night came. There are still quite a few people walking the streets in Chongqing. Some men thanked Hyungnim for the dinner and praised him for the work he had done. But the man only shyly told them not to lick. The men ask if they can have a sip of alcohol when he opens the bottle, but he says no. Where, after all, is the world rolling? The clan of the Wicked Path is already engaged in trade. Mug Impio understood very well that they were just doing other people's tasks and enjoying the booze. Unexpectedly, one of the men disturbed their quiet evening and ran through the tables. Some big guy came running in with pretty bad news. He ran so fast that he almost tore his throat. A second later, he grabs the pot of booze, intending to drink it. And then, after a moment, he brazenly swallows the contents of the pot. Those around them froze in horror. Hyungnim glares at this brat and calls him names. It turns out that Mug Impio had a hard time getting this alcohol from his trading trip. They were very angry with this bastard, who had drunk something that was not allowed without permission. Suddenly, someone's hand touched the head of the man who was now screaming loudly. It was a Hyungnim who was angry at being killed. With all his might, he pressed this unfortunate man face down to the table. Strovan was not jokingly frightened by such behavior. He wondered why Hyungnim was so tall. If this fat man made an elephant out of a fly and his news is not that important, then he will not live. Then the man cautiously asked if they remembered Cho Yirin from the demonic forest. This is the same woman who disappeared 30 years ago. Of course, the man remembers her because she is Cho Pyeongchon's daughter. She was quite talented. Everyone said that she was an incomparable beauty. If she had not died so early, everything would have been completely different. The fact is that her son visited the demonic forest. This is very unexpected news because the girl was very ill. Was she able to give birth to a child? This is pure truth. The demonic forest is now in complete chaos. The man is interested in only one question. Does this guy know martial arts? It is unknown. A second later, Hyunim reaches for his weapon. The man thinks he's hooked and swears he ran as soon as he heard the news. But as it turned out, this weapon was not intended for him. The stern man is heading to the Great Blade clan. Due to the fact that the demonic forest had no heir, they considered their Great Blade to be the master of the province. But suddenly the maggot Cho Yirin appears. If he inherited his mother's talent, he must have become a master by now. How then could he beat Cholsa? The man immediately understood that something was unclean here and decided to check for himself what exactly it was. A lot has happened during Cho Mugen's absence. He was given this news about Murup only on the way home. He was worried about how the boy was feeling. The protagonist calmly replies that he feels fine. One of the grandfathers is ready to accept the punishment, but Mugan is not going to do it. The man wonders if they found a suitable place for Murup. One of the grandfathers offered the Paisan temple, but the boy immediately refused. This temple is not suitable for an heir because he will arm himself with knowledge. The temple of the Department of Mayan comes to someone's mind, but they immediately forget this idea. It is perfectly understandable that no one wants to take in Chinmurup because he was beaten by some scoundrels. Head of Yoram asks if it is possible to create a separate institution for the young man. For example, the Northwest Bureau. In the past, when the demonic forest occupied a prime position in the province, the affairs of Chongqing were managed by the Chongqing department of the same name. But when the power of the demonic forest faded a little, only the Northwest Bureau remained. Why does the head of Yoram want to send the helpless heir there? There is a trading point on that side, the same tavern that our hero returned. One of the elders was very angry with the head of Urim because he thought that he was trying to spite the heir. He reminds that the heir almost lost his life because of this wild test. He realizes that his task was wrong. The old man did not think that the boy would fulfill it. But the result was completely different. Grandfather saw great potential in the heir. At these words, a smile appeared on Yude's lips. The man thinks this place will be perfect for our hero. He will be able to manage them. The heir is very unpredictable. If they give him permission to go to the Northwest Bureau, the man will give him his warriors. Chin Murup looks warmly at Urim's head, realizing that he is not at all what he seemed at the beginning. The Northwest Bureau is a direct challenge to the Great Blade clan. The demonic forest can renew its influence by monopolizing the Northwest. You have to face reality. He firmly believes that the heir must be entrusted with the future of the demonic forest. Then, they ask the opinion of our hero. Everyone hopes that the guy will give up such a ridiculous idea. They have had enough of shame. Then, the young man asked to repeat everything again. Because he didn't hear anything, because the heads of Huangma and Mion tried to talk him out of something. This made the audience laugh a lot. Chin Murup is really unpredictable. The Bureau is responsible for the enterprise in Chongqing. The problem is that the clans nearby are allies of the Great Blade. But if you conquer part of the small clans of the Northwest, the numerical imbalance will decrease. Despite their numerical advantage, the Great Blade Clan is also putting pressure on the economy of the demonic forest. And then, after a second, the young boy agrees to such an offer. And when he says that he does not need labor, everyone falls into a stupor. But they want to attach security to the boy, who will accompany him everywhere and always. The work is really quite difficult, so it is better to listen to the advice of the head of Wurim. But the young man firmly stands his ground. He does not need warriors. Everyone present noticed that the young man is as stubborn as his mother. The young man again feels that no one trusts him. The young man goes to the exit and says that they will meet after he captures the Northwest. Night came. The men argue that this is all quite strange. It is surprising that the young man returned the tavern without even taking out his weapon. It is not so often in Murima that people spoil their pride. Although they have never met, he already feels a connection between them. John Hwagi is the heir to the Great Blade. He really wants to meet Chinmurip. The main character walked through the bamboo forest. Suddenly, the boy felt someone's presence and thought it was Jinwan. A second later, some guy jumps down from the bamboo and greets his master. This is Seo Jinhwan, the head of the secret squad. He greets the boy. But our hero told him not to come, because he was watching them. The guy takes the blame, but they couldn't let Mr. One go, and he asks permission to at least follow him. Then the young boy asks where his subordinates are. They are waiting behind the walls to be able to start acting at any moment. But the young man is against his army spending the night outside, so he says to find a place for them. The blonde boy was afraid that they would be exposed, but the main character quickly reassured him. Then, the subordinate paid attention to the height of his master. It gradually stops growing. Now there are almost no competitors among the top 10 masters in the world. When the growth process is over, the inner energy sealed by the teacher will return to him. If Seo Jinwan is here, the boy has his work cut out for him. Meanwhile, things in the Northwest were going pretty fast. Thanks to the financial help of the heads of Neirim and Uerim, the once empty inn saw a new life. They were very happy to meet the heir. Subordinates were already ready to serve him. The Northwest provided a good workforce. They already had a cook and a peddler. Our hero has been busy all day with unknown things, and now he is hungry and asks them to cook something. After receiving the order, the man immediately ran to cook. Chinmurip was calm because with such guerrillas no one would rob a tavern. At this time, our hero is reading a book that briefly describes the situation in the Northwest. Cholsa and Muva's gangs are only here to support trade. Others earn money by transporting various cargo or transporting people. A few minutes later, the dish was ready for our hero. It turns out that the leaders of Cholsa and Muva do not communicate well with each other. These gangs are similar in that they work for the Great Blade Clan. You can consider them competitors. Meanwhile, the black-haired boy begins to eat. A second later, he turns to his new acquaintance, Udeha. He warned that the boy would have to be a boy on the run. At this time, the leader of the Cholsa gang got very drunk. Unexpectedly, a guest from the demonic forest came to him. The guest came with a gift. Yukmubon allowed the guest to enter the premises. As it turned out, it was Udeha. The man could not understand why he had come here. He is here by order of the heir. He ordered to bring a gift. The man opens the package with interest. Inside are fried tortillas. This is a gift in honor of the opening of Jongha Tavern. A man becomes enraged because he thinks he is being bullied. Why did Udeha actually come? But in fact, this was the whole purpose of the visit. Yukmubon is very shocked and does not believe this. He orders Udeha to be tracked down. Udeha said that he will come tomorrow as well. Yukmubon wants to understand what is the matter. Thus a week passed. Seo Tebong had been watching Udeok all this time. After buying rice cakes at the bazaar, the boy always goes to them. And during all this time, the man understood only one thing. The boy likes cakes, because he only buys them and nothing else. So Taibon tells his master all the information, but he only shouts in displeasure. The man was offended that he was being shouted at. Rumors began to spread among the people that they were on friendly terms with the demonic forest. The man does not understand what kind of a hinea this is. It's probably because Udeha gave them cakes every day. The Manhwa gang found out about this, and spread rumors that they had made friends with the demonic forest. The man was furious. It's all because of Chinmurip. At this time, the boy asks our hero, "Do we also have to carry cakes today?" But this is no longer necessary. People have already 100% started spreading rumors. In this state, the Chol's gang will not be able to use their heads normally. A second later, the door opens wide with a loud noise. Yukmubon is standing at the door shouting. The black-haired boy orders the tavern staff to bring drinks for the guest. Chinmurip notices that the man's face is very red and irritated. Unexpectedly saw 6. Out of anger, he breaks the table into small splinters that fly everywhere. The main character thinks that he has come to spend a little time with him, but he's even more seething with anger. He threatens our hero that he will start to fear him. It turns out that the man is not going to talk or drink with Chin Morip. Then you won't do anything! The working day is over for today. He orders to close the windows. The scoundrel is confident because he remembers well how they beat the boy last time. But the boy just ignores his provocations and heads for the exit. Yudeha just looks at him questioningly, not understanding anything. The black man walks towards the door and closes it. He locks them, reminding that a person's character is shaped by his manners. After a second, he begins to knead his fists and look in the direction of the guest with an animal grin. The man just laughs and says to attack. And after a moment, the young man finds himself very close to his opponent. The bastard didn't even blink, and the young boy's hand was already tightly squeezing his face. Yudeha also watched this with admiration and horror. The young man threatens to kill the entire Chol's gang if this scoundrel shouts. This place has been divided between a wicked clan that works with a great blade. Gangs interact with each other, because the wicked clan itself is extraordinary. To work with a large blade, you need to prove your skill. No matter how paradoxical it may sound, if the organization has no strength, it will be destroyed. Among them, there is one who survived not only with the help of strength, but also thanks to cleverness. Yuk Muban. This man is so strong that people like him can be counted on the fingers. But now he can't even attack our hero in return. Yudeha realized that the young boy was hiding this power. He finally understood that the boy endured these humiliations on purpose. And now he is beating this scoundrel with all his might. The man can't even dodge. Then a second later, he tried to strike back. But obviously, nothing worked out for him and he missed. Then, the black guy grabbed his face again. He crushed him with inhuman strength. The young man once again reminded that he would destroy all his subordinates if he snorted. Just thinking about it sent chills down my skin. Although the man didn't fall very far, he had the feeling that he was about to lose consciousness. Surprisingly, our hero's skills are better than this man's. The main character tells the boy to look after these scoundrels, and he himself goes to the Chol's gang. Today I plan to destroy his gang. The geek is in complete shock when he understands the boy's serious intentions. A second later, with a trembling voice, he admits his defeat and begs for mercy. Yudeha asks the master not to get angry because he is too loud. Then, the main character calms down. He is not going to do anything. The scoundrel is very happy because his gang is safe. He is grateful. A second later, the bastard bows low and thanks him. Our hero says that this scoundrel will pay for his booze. Either way, it's better than being without a gang. After some time, many different dishes are brought to the table. The young boy invites everyone to the table, even his subordinates. Stocky men smile like children and sit down next to each other. The main character is glad that they all gathered at one table. He explains that he had a reason to hide his power. He hopes it stays between them. The bastard promises to keep his mouth shut. Without thinking for a long time, the boy asked our hero if he was a thief. The young boy does not understand why he calls him a thief. At the same time, he orders the scoundrels to stand in line. The guy continues to openly say that he considers the main character to be real evil. Then, the young man decides to ask the leader Yuk about it. In his mind, the man thinks about how terrible this guy is. But he still answers that the boy is very good because he spared him. Actually, he didn't think so. There are many dangerous people in the world of martial arts, so there's no point in arguing about good and evil. There are people who have to hide their true roots because someone is going to kill them. For our hero, martial arts is survival. After hearing these words, the boy thinks about how difficult the life of the master was. Then, the guy offers to laugh and have fun. Through tears, the man agrees. At the same time, some unknown person eavesdrops on their conversations, sitting on the roof. Did the Chol's gang really choose the demonic forest over the powerful Great Blade? It is necessary to quickly report that these two gangs have entered into an alliance. At the same time, the young boy looked up. It seemed to him that there was a rat on the roof. At this time, our hero wonders how the scoundrel can drink so much. Then, he suggests calling the Northwest Alliance and having a drink with them, too. The young man explains that he would like to learn more about this alliance. Once a month, they meet with the heads of the Northwestern Alliance and have a drink. They still have time before the next meeting. After some time, there will be a new meeting, and our hero asks to call him to it. I explain to the scoundrel that they meet at a certain time if there is no business. Hearing about this, a sly smile spreads across his lips. The main character is sure that something special will happen soon. At the same time, the gray-haired man notices how someone is watching him. It was Seo Jinhwan, the protagonist's underling. If they capture the 4th chapter of the beer party, there will be only 2 of them left. He asks you to follow him calmly. The master asks to bind him, but if he behaves obediently, he will untie him. The man expected that some experienced craftsman would do it. He expected this, so he spent enough money and hired security. But the boys easily overcame these seemingly skilled masters. It's too late. The vice head is late. The security has already been defeated. Grandfather is in shock. How could these scoundrels defeat the best swordsman in Sichuan? Then, the gray-haired man decided that he could defend himself. So he drew his sword and rushed at the enemy. But this amazing boy dealt with him in one blow. From such a powerful blow, the old man even loses consciousness. The bright, boisterous boy just didn't understand why they couldn't just destroy them if they were so weak. Jinhuan says he'll handle it on his own, and Yongchu sends him to help their god. Yongchu reminds that he is not a robber, but a ronin, and is ready to give his life for a god. A predatory smile appears on the lips. Their heir succeeded. It seems as if just thinking about the fact that the heir has grown up like this makes him go crazy. The blonde boy asks Yongchu not to smile so widely because it looks quite creepy. Thus, 2 days passed. Chin Murup complains that everyone has already got him. Yongchu is happy to see the main character, because they haven't seen each other in a long time. Meanwhile, the young man is puzzled as to why, of all the boys, it was Yongchu who came. No one knows the guy in Sichuan, so they sent him. The main character once again reminds that now he should not be called a god, but a master. Parabak orders him to behave calmly, and not to do anything without his orders. Yongchu doesn't seem happy about this at all. The old man explains that he didn't call Yongchu at all. He called anyone, but he was sent. Now it seems it has reached the redhead. He says to conserve strength because soon the people from Chokchil will get tired. After a second, he says that his subordinates can go inside. He explained that he had unfinished business with this boy. A man from Cholsa's gang has just arrived. The man was panting from running fast. A man has arrived with news that the Alliance is calling for a consilium. Then he ordered Yongchu to get ready. Chokchil dogs will come soon. Sichuan Province, Northwest, Chongyong Fortress. This place is controlled by one of the 6 alliance gangs. In this tavern, they meet once a month and negotiate. Although the meeting schedule was not followed, meetings were always held. It is very difficult to get an audience with these people because of the rumors about the demonic forest. They seem to think badly of Yukmubon, but he doesn't care. If he is branded a traitor, he will destroy them all. It seems the man arrived last. This is exactly how the meeting of the wicked clan of the Northwestern Alliance took place. Chukwangdu immediately turned to Mubon, asking why he was here now instead of sneaking off to the demonic forest. There is one rat here who spread the rumors, and he will surely find it. The man is determined to find this rat. Seok Kim Jong sternly said that if they want to fight, they shouldn't do it in a tavern. After a second, they start meeting. Why did they gather before the scheduled date? Why is there such a hurry? In the morning, he noticed how soldiers with a large blade were walking through the streets like cockroaches. The 6 wielders of the great blade disappeared without a trace. Yukmubon remembered our hero's words that something special would happen soon. Those present look at him in surprise, because the man's reaction is too strange. This is what the heir meant when he talked about something special, and this despite the fact that the leaders of the Supreme Blade are not ordinary people at all. How great is Chin Murup's power? Someone speculates that the demonic forest is involved, but the others immediately reject this idea, because the Blade carefully observed the demonic forest. There isn't even a normal army in the demonic forest, so this risk is pointless for them. But if this is not a demonic forest, then is there someone more dangerous? That's why they're all here, need to help in the search. Unexpectedly, one of the guards calls out to the master in alarm. He urgently needs to hide, because some unknown person broke into the premises and destroyed their soldiers. Everyone thinks that there are a lot of enemies. Suddenly, Yongchu enters the room and says that everyone present deserves to be punished. Someone kicks him in the back. It was our hero, who also came to the meeting. The head suddenly stood up when he saw the heir of the demonic forest in front of him. They began to blame Yukmubon for this. Now, if a man wants to live, he must sit on his ass straight and not growl. Chin Murup gives the order to deal with the guy who is standing on 2 chairs. But the leader of the 7 Swords gang is going to defend himself. At this time, the scoundrel screams loudly. After only a few seconds, Yongchu defeated one of the masters. After a second, all the masters, like hyenas, rushed at the boy. Was he going to kill them all at once? If necessary, the boy wanted to get rid of only one person. It is beneficial for him to keep Master Sokka alive, because he is very intelligent and clever. Then, you have to kill the head of the Manhwa gang, Chu Kwando. Then, the boy ordered to kill the ugliest of them. Yongchu completed the task without further ado. Chin Murup seems to have had this monkey in mind. A second later, one of the thugs rushed at this red-haired boy with a dagger. But obviously, the guy deftly dodged. The bearded man looked into his eyes with fear. And then, after a moment, the red-haired boy delivered a strong blow and stamped him into the floor. Everyone present dropped their mouths at what they saw. Only our hero casually stood still. Yongchu sparkled with anger and rage. Yukmubon, for some reason, was smiling happily. Yongchu took down the leader of the Manhwa gang with one punch. Our hero orders Yude to guard the corridor, and if someone comes, to cut his throat. Now finally, a full-fledged Northwest Consilium can begin. The men are shocked, and they assure that our hero will not get out of the water dry. Chin Murup doesn't seem to realize that the Great Blade itself is supporting them. The boy notices that this man behaves rather arrogantly, although he himself is only a master of 6 great blades. A second later, the black-haired boy asks Yudehu to come in. He said that Yudaiha and Yonchu will switch places when guarding the stairs. At the same time, guards were running through the corridors to help the masters. But a bright red-haired boy stood in their way. In the room, it was perfectly audible how the master's subordinates were dying. How dare the heir behave like this and remain so calm? For saying such words, Yudaiha severely beats this brat. The energy of the young man is hitting the key now. In his head, the words of the master that martial arts is survival. Mercy can come back as a dagger. It cannot be allowed to disperse further, until the poison starts to flow from the eyes. The black boy compliments Yudehi and tells him not to stop. The main character gives commands, and the boy, like a faithful dog, carries them out. At this time, a second squad had already come to help, but the old man tried to stop them. It was too late. Rudy is ready to deal with them. One of them is an insect of the demonic forest, and the other is still under the wing of the grandfather. All they have to do is defeat Yongchu. Isn't that worth it? Grandfather looks at our hero with eyes full of horror. Chin Murup seems to control the boy like a puppet, but he does not mind. Yukmubon never thought that one day in his life there would come a day when he would look at the masters with pity. After a second, the young man turns to the leader, Yuk. Chin Murup allows the man to seize the territory of the Manhwa gang, because its leader has died. But all property must be returned. He says to release the stolen women. Our hero acts without hesitation, does not show mercy to those whom he considers enemies. Sometimes he seems like the worst thief in the world, but he has his own rules of survival. Among all the warriors, there is no one who displays such strength. This is clearly a technique that this suspicious heir brought with him. Yudeha decided to follow this amazing guy and did not regret it for a second. The people who remained alive fell to the floor in front of our hero and begged for mercy. Yudeha is confident that the main character will return all the lost property of the demonic forest. He tells Yude to go and stop Yonchu because if he continues, he will kill everyone in Sokka's gang. All people present must listen carefully. Starting today, he orders them to cut all ties with the blade. It turns out that they used to give the big blade as much as 5%. To survive in Chongqing, you have to hold on to the big blade. The big blade is just a bunch of pathetic thugs who know how to hold on to power. He orders them to operate as before, but to send 1% of the profits to the demonic forest. The men stared at our hero in complete shock. They are shocked that he is only asking for 1%. In return, the Northwest Alliance must actively participate in the activities of the demonic forest. If they all leave the big blade, they will have a crisis. In the event that the blade pursues them, Chin Murup will deal with it. Isn't it better to make all your dreams come true than to live like a slave paying 5% all your life? The black-haired boy smiles softly. The guy promises them and puts his head in the fight if he doesn't keep his word. Some time passes. The heads of the Northwest Alliance have arrived in the demonic forest. There is a strange atmosphere in the air. Cho Mugan did not expect to see them here at all. The guests just bow their heads in silence. No one thought this day would come. But the Alliance is grateful to have been accepted. The masters do not understand why they came. The heads of the Northwestern gangs want to make peace with the demonic forest. Hearing such news, everyone just dropped their mouths in surprise. The head did not know how to react to such unexpected news. They did not immediately believe it, and thought that they were just being mocked. But the Alliance claims that this is not a joke at all. A second later, Chin Murup enters the room. Cho Mugan asks for an explanation. The protagonist explains that he politely asked the Alliance to join them. The Alliance promised to return part of the profits and actively cooperate with the demonic forest. The man dodges, confirming the words of our hero. Everyone is wondering what the heir used this time to get such a result. Had the boy learned the apostles' technique without their knowledge? Men are in complete shock, realizing that their eyes are not lying. Either way, it's an effective tactic. How was the boy able to conquer these people? They think that Yudeha must know about it. He sees the injury on the boy's face. What did Chin Murup do with him? Yudeha could feel the heavy gazes of the masters on him. No one believed that the heir had politely persuaded them to do so. So the Northwest Alliance entered into an alliance with the Demo Night Forest, and the borders of Chongqing changed a lot. Chongqing is currently divided into north and south, but the Big Blade will not attack until they find a head or a bow. Until then, they won't start a war. Our hero thinks that in 10 days, everything will return to the way it was. Chief Yuk dealt with the Muva gang. It was easy because almost everyone bowed their heads at once. The main character wondered what would happen to the Chol's gang if the headman suddenly died. Doesn't that sound sad? The old man wanted to tell Mr. Yuk not to treat his subordinates like the deceased Chu Kwon-do. The Great Blade now focused on solving the case of the missing masters. The young man thought that the southern part of Chongqing was empty, but its Ronin were special. It is difficult to say that these parts are empty because they also belong to the Big Blade. Among the Ronin, there is a great master who gave the warriors the most dangerous tasks. They can't act now, because people from the Big Blade will be watching them. From today, the best masters will watch everything from above. It will be difficult to find out about the situation of each gang, because they are separated by buildings. It is enough to send a signal rocket. Everyone will understand. As of today, Yongchu remains in Chongqing. But in order for Yongchu to rest sometimes, additional guards will be sent there. The guy orders 3 guards to be placed. In case of danger, one of them should run to Chinmurup, and the other should report it to the commander. When the flare goes off, Yongchu will immediately come to the rescue. And if the rockets are launched in 2 places at once, Chinmurup will send an even wilder guy to help. The man perfectly understands that if they had not surrendered that day, the alliance would have come to an end. But right now, the Great Blade is still busy with another matter. This is a great chance for the demonic forest. One of the subordinates wonders what will happen if the signal rocket is launched simultaneously from 5 parts. In this case, you can hide or run away, but the main thing is to hold out for more than half an hour. That's how much Chinmurup needed to burn the entire Great Blade and come to their rescue. After that, the black-haired boy leaves, and the masters are going to tell their subordinates about it. The men come to the conclusion that they will never understand the main character's thoughts. But they clearly understood 2 things. When war breaks out, they won't just stand by and watch. The heir is a person whom no one wants to turn into an enemy. The men look at him in surprise, not understanding what he is saying. Then, they decide to drink a little, because they should not expect danger for the next 10 days. Probably, it was 10 days that the Big Blade set aside for consideration of the case. 5 leaders disappeared without a trace, so the case is quite long. And if you think about it, it all started with Jong'a Tavern. The man turned to head Yuk, but he had recently followed the heir. At this time, the man quickly ran after the boy to catch up with him. The man thought that it was the work of our hero. Even if it really was Chinmurup, what difference does it make? The boy thought he was asking this in order to give information to the Big Blade, but no one would have believed him anyway. The man simply realized that he was the only one who learned about the true abilities of the black-haired boy. As a warrior, he would like to know the true strength of the heir. If he really wants it, the young man is ready to share the secret. He says that there are only 10 people he knows in the whole world who could fight him. The man is completely shocked by this. After a second, the boys start laughing heartily. And here, after a second, Chief Yuk is going to go. They say goodbye. The young man looks after him and realizes that no one will believe it. The teacher used energy seal techniques on him. This technique seals the internal forces until the body grows and achieves the balance of yin and yang. The seal will be removed when his physical growth stops. When that time comes, there will be only 2 people left who can fight him. They are the Divine Dragon Dan Sarayan and the Sword Lord Cheonyeon. Jinwan reports that the task was completed without witnesses. It is thanks to Seo Jinwan that everything goes as it should, and the boy is very grateful to him for that. The ringleaders are imprisoned in the Gwangju Cemetery. Finding this prison is quite difficult, because it is located far in the depths of the forest. After 10 days, they should be released one at a time. As long as the eyes and ears of the world are open, Chinmurup cannot go forward. The guy reports that he was sent a letter. The boy that Chinmurup saved in the past. His name is Su Moonhwa. He grew up to become the commander of the Sichuan army. Became a manager responsible for external relations on behalf of Chinmurup. Thanks to this boy's skills, Sichuan was able to confirm the status of its martial arts. The young man thinks that in this letter, he describes how he invaded and captured Chongqing. A warm smile immediately appears on his face as he remembers Moonhwa. But when the boy opens the letter, it only says that Moonhwa doesn't know. The black-haired boy stared at the letter in surprise. A second later, he addresses Jinwan in a stern voice. He says that for this, Moonhwa will fast for a day as punishment. It was a deep night. But not everyone sleeps. Yu Daeha is training. The boy is breathing hard, because it seems that he has been training for quite some time. He wipes the drops of hot sweat running down his face. Suddenly, he feels someone's presence behind him. The guy doesn't understand who it is, so he immediately starts attacking to protect himself. But his blade was stopped with 2 fingers. Yudeha looks at the person who did this in surprise and fear. He was our hero. Chinmurup praises him for such a reaction and the power of the blow. Yudeha works very hard, he works tirelessly. The boy did not understand why the main character appeared here so suddenly. Chinmurup is going to practice a little with X-Boy and picks up a stick as an alternative to a sword. A blonde boy is ready for training, and so after a moment, Chinmurup made a swing with a stick. His face turned serious at one point. Yudeha quickly covered himself with his sword. He completely forgot who his opponent was. Although the main character is strong, he's not invincible. A second later, the young man delivers a lightning strike. But the Heir easily dodges the blows. Chinmurup realizes how talented Yudeha is. A young man always goes to his goal. His fighting skills are also top-notch. This sword is suitable for a demonic forest. Martial arts have evolved over many years. This is not the level where you are controlled by someone like a large blade. The black-haired boy feels Yudeha's presence behind him. Yudeha flies at him from above with a sword, but Chinmurup expected it. Therefore, the black-haired boy dodged it with ease. Although Yudeha understands that it is not serious, he feels that he must kill him. He has a strong thirst for victory. When muscles harden, you unconsciously add extra strength. Yudeha almost defeated the master and asks to be taken seriously. Every master in the world has his own special techniques and strength of spirit, and if the guy doesn't manage to do it, he will lose his head faster than he will use his skills. With one clear movement, our hero points a wooden sword at his opponent. This is the difference between an ordinary person and a master. Yudeha feels as if he has been circled around his finger. All of his attacks were deflected by his one. The young man specially kept at a close distance to distract the opponent. The Heir is said to have some self-defense skills. These conclusions were drawn from his fables about not learning martial arts from his mother. Yudeha wants to see the true identity of the Heir, but he only says that he is one of the top 10 masters in the world. The boy silently looks at his back, and after a second, the boys start laughing loudly. The boy felt this powerful force. They have a long way to go. Yudeha is so strong that it is hard to believe in his ineptitude. His ability to make decisions on the battlefield is like an animal's sense. Chinmurup doesn't think they have to go to hell itself, because he won't even be able to use his powers in a real fight. The young man once again mentions that the Great Blade is currently busy looking for masters. It seems that some thought came to the main character. The young man orders the boy to grab his sword and follow him. They need to check something. Yudeha followed the Heir, although he did not even understand where they were walking. Yudehi doesn't understand, so he asks, but Chinmurup doesn't answer. This part is guarded by Great Blade warriors. This area was controlled by the Blade. The locals here are different from ordinary people. They do not faint at the sight of people from the demonic forest. Since the northwest is on the side of the demonic forest, the boy will surely make their eyes sore. If something happens, the boy promises to protect Yudeha. It seems that the Heir is up to something, because everyone around them is looking askance at them. Whatever the reason, the boy cannot return alone. Wardens watch them carefully, and there are a lot of them. Suddenly, Chinmurup shouts loudly and advises them to listen to the poor in the alley. He loudly tells the enemies to leave. He broke into someone else's property, so why is the master hiding? One of the rats came out of the shadows. 2 more rats come out behind him. They still keep coming out. Rats keep climbing and climbing, not going to stop. Our hero counted 30 rats that came out of the alleys and surrounded them. The boys looked at each other displeased. There are a few more enemies than they expected. Then the main character calls the most important of those present here. Their leader emerged from the crowd. It was Mugimpio. It turns out that the main character came to see this man. More precisely, not only with him, but with all of them. A black-haired boy wants to hire them. A young man throws a letter in the direction of a man who thinks he has lost his mind. It seems that the lads are not aware of who is behind their backs. Chinmurup says that he has no connection with the Great Blade, so there is no need to worry. But the scoundrel doesn't care. He asks, what should they do? Handing over a black-haired boy is murder. And the young man allocates them 30 minutes for this task. And they will have to kill Yudehu. Hearing about this, the boy fell into a stupor. If they lose that money, they're done. Therefore, Yudehu must survive despite everything. It was precisely because of Chinmurup's knowledge of the boy's sword history that he brought him here. There are no subordinates or comrades whom he can harm. He can swing his sword as he pleases. Losing money means Yudeha will die and something will happen to the Heir. The gang immediately agrees to complete this task, especially for such a small sum. The chief ordered them to break up the camp of the four ghosts. Our hero was surprised that they had such equipment. Due to the individualism of the Ronin, there are not many warriors with decent skills. Mug Impyo is said to be very strong. This is an opponent that should not be underestimated. It will be difficult to defeat such a master with basic skills. The situation is like standing on the edge of a cliff. And then, after a second, the enemies rush at the boy. Udeha blames himself for trusting the heir. But a second later, he takes out his sword. A young man should do it. After the first blow, the blonde boy is in complete shock. He looks at his sword in surprise. It was something he couldn't even imagine. After the day he heard his comrades, the boy couldn't fight like he used to. The black-haired boy looks curiously at his subordinate. Mug Impyo pursed his lips as he saw his opponent's strength. The young man is still looking at the sword in surprise. He understands that the sword has shown itself. Our hero realizes that most likely it was he who used the boy's sword incorrectly. The head orders subordinates to surround this scoundrel from all sides. Blood has already been spilled, so there is no point in asking for mercy. The boy reminds Mug Impyo that he will die soon. Does he have nothing to say? This terrible smile makes you sick. Mug Impyo thought that Udeha would never be able to handle a sword again. The young man uses moves from the Red Wind Demonic Sword technique. This is a special technique. It was thanks to her that he got such a high rank. The guy uses the chain of the fierce sword and chops everyone in his path. The more you look at this sword, the more virtuosic its movements become. A sword becomes heavy when you defend yourself with it, and it becomes very fast and easy when dodging enemy attacks. Our hero praises the boy, but advises not to forget to turn back. The blonde boy immediately looks around. Fortunately, he dodges the well-sharpened weapon in time. Mug Impyo orders his subordinates to get out of here. He will deal with him himself. The guy is accused of misleading the world all the time. There were rumors everywhere that he couldn't fight. In fact, he simply cannot wield a sword fluently. Since the husband has to pay for the children's treatment, he is determined to take these funds. The black-haired boy reminds them once again that they should keep the money. Udeha is determined to do so. And then, after a second, the scoundrel rushed at the boy. He felt his heavy sword. A real struggle began between the men. The young man must find an opportunity to use the fury of the sword. After a second, he approaches the enemy like lightning, but his enemy is instantly behind him and swings his weapon. However, the man managed to deftly evade. If he hadn't, he would be dead by now. The man breathes heavily, renewing his strength after such a blow. The blonde boy clenched his teeth tightly and grabbed his sword. The man continues endless attacks. It's hard to believe that a demonic forest hides such a skilled craftsman like him. The young man continues to fight back desperately. The real reason for this is freedom. Those present, holding their breath, carefully observe the battle. Unless Mug Impyo uses his secret technique, the guy will be hard to kill. Therefore, the man decides to use a secret technique, the manifestation of the moon tiger. The heir only watches this with interest. No one understands why a secret technique would be used in such a crowded place. Even the direction of the wind changed because of it. This is the fighting technique of the Ronin. The man apologizes to the boy, but he is forced to kill him. But unexpectedly, the voice of our hero stops him. It turns out that the time for completing the task has already been exhausted. Is it really so? Now he has to return his money. The man is full of anger, but nevertheless throws down the money and walks away. Now they can go home. When they returned to the headquarters, they wanted to rest. One of the subordinates declared that 30 minutes had already passed. More than an hour passed. It turns out that the main character waited so long to look at the man's secret technique. Meanwhile, the boys were already on their way home. Chin Murip praised his comrade. Since there were no comrades around for Deha to touch, his body reacted like this. Now there will be a place for the boy in the demonic forest. Mug Impyo is a really strong opponent. If the man had prepared earlier, Udeha would definitely have gotten it. The old man asks if the subordinate can beat the man next time. After such a question, the young man looks at the heir in surprise. The main character leaves that guy on Udeha. As soon as Mug Impyo revealed his secret technique, the heir stopped giving Udehu other tasks. How far did the master foresee everything? Demon Forest, Central Polk. The heir was walking nearby, which attracted the attention of some people. And next to him is Udeha, the former commander of the Black Blade. Rumors of his battle with Mug Impyo spread quickly. The men bow as Chin Murip passes by. When Udeha first followed the heir, he had no confidence that he would be able to return to the military circle. People began to look at them with respect, but did not recognize them. They recognized only the feat of recapturing the northwestern territories. Our hero noticed that today the air is quite clean. But he was not talking about the air, but about the soldiers, to whom the fighting spirit had returned again. Everyone began to realize that very soon the demonic forest would open its wings again. But you can't relax. He sends the boy back to the tavern. The young man will come to the tavern after meeting with the chief. The boy enters a seemingly empty room. But this is not the case at all. Cho Mugen is waiting for him there. The main character kindly greets him. The husband is glad that Irina's son was finally recognized. He offers his help if it is needed. In fact, now Chin Murup is not enough people. We need someone who understands finance. It will be calmer if they find someone responsible for such matters. If you send one of their people, you don't have to worry about anything, even if you don't have enough money. He agrees to send his man. Chin Murup is grateful to his uncle for this. The young man has already mastered the Northwest. His next target is the Great Blade Clan. The Central Regiment has already begun secret training. Our hero asked a question. What future does the man want for the Demon Forest? The mustachioed man pursed his lips and thought. He wants to ensure that every warrior can live with his head held high. The black-haired boy looks intently at the man. Chin Murup promises him to fulfill this wish. The man has one more request. The man would like to know our hero better. Ahead of them is a war with the clans of the Northwest and the Great Blade. No one could even think about it until today. The uncle could not talk to the old man because of work, but he guessed that Chin Murup was not like everyone else. A demonic forest in which everyone can live with his head held high. His desire as a master. And his desire, like an uncle, is to destroy the wall hidden behind his nephew's smile. The man wants his nephew to share his past with him. The only thing the boy can promise is to contact him from time to time through the Northwestern Department. Chin Murup is about to leave, but his uncle calls him by name. He adds that the young man was not an ordinary robber before. It does not matter who he is, how he lived, and what lies on his shoulders. First of all, he is his family. The man wants the demonic forest to become his home. The black-haired boy is silent. A second later, he leaves the room. Uncle looks after him with a smile. The young man walks away from here, lost in his thoughts. Did he still have those feelings? The boy lost his parents early, so he grew up under the care of a teacher. Of course, he is grateful to him for that. But if his parents were alive, they would now be looking at him with the same eyes that his uncle was looking at him just now. Feelings cloud his consciousness, so Chin Murup pulls himself together. Mom's wish or teacher's last will? Demon Forest or Sanshun? The young man chooses the second option. The demonic forest somehow managed to survive, but Sanshun will not last long without it. Uncle has a very difficult dream. To take over Chongqing, it is enough to get rid of the Great Blade Clan. And in order to get Sichuan, you need to bring all the clans to his feet. But in order to fulfill the uncle's wish, one must become so strong that everyone will have no reason to worry. Because of the large blade, the young man will not be able to leave these parts for a long time. However, he wants to fulfill the wishes of the family so that the mother rests peacefully in the next world. Unexpectedly, he hears Yu Day's worried voice. It turns out that guests came to the tavern. Guests are good, but the young man explains that these are completely different guests. They were visited by guests from the Big Blade. It was the heir to the Great Blade and one of the 5 geniuses of Sichuan, the demigod sword Zhong Huagi. The heir did not come alone, but accompanied by Mu Gimpyo. The man is clearly not happy to see Udeha again. A second later, our hero enters the tavern. The red-haired boy is happy to see the young man. He is really cute, as they say about him. The boy scolds Mu Gimpyo for not even greeting him. But they are clearly not in a relationship to exchange greetings. A few seconds later, the main character sits down across from Yung Huagi. There is silence between them for a few seconds until the young man asks the guest if he wants to eat. But the boy is not hungry. He just wants a cup of tea. The old man orders Adin to make tea if there is any. It's good that the redhead came. Chin Murup just wanted to meet, but he did not come alone, because the redhead's subordinates look at him so predatorily that it becomes scary. If Chin Murup suddenly plans to come to Zhonghuagi, he will take the best alcohol. The young man notices that this redhead is as impudent as his subordinate. Then the young boy asks his subordinates to leave them alone. Yung Huagi does the same and sends Impyo outside. After a few seconds, the boys are left alone in each other's presence, in an empty tavern. John Huagi wonders what it's like to be the heir to the forest. But there is nothing like that here, because the demonic forest can bend at any moment. With Chin Murup's status, he certainly wouldn't face any scorn in these neighborhoods. Then our hero remembered all the people who did not trust and respect him, but said that the reception was quite good. The young man admitted that his real goal was to get rid of the Big Blade. If the Great Blade clan was an easy opponent, the demonic forest would not have lost its head in Chongqing. This is only because there are memories of good times. The fools who still remember those days fear public opinion more than anything. They know that at the moment of recognition of the worthless reality, the bright past will seem like an afterthought. But our hero does not have any bright past in his memory, so nothing stops him. If necessary, he will lick the enemy's feet and stick a knife into an ally. The redhead laughs, admitting that he likes this method. Not the strongest survives. On the contrary, the one who survives is strong. Such are the rules of muram. The young man offers to ask each other one last question before parting ways. Yunagi is the first to ask a question. The redhead thought to think of a good question. The question sounded quite simple. Is it really Chinmurip? The red-haired boy meant him, not the demonic forest. Everything happened too unexpectedly. After the disappearance of the heads, the leaders of the Northwest immediately turned away from them. The black guy assures that he will start releasing one chapter at a time from tomorrow. Relatives were very worried about them. Young Hwagi is grateful to the main character for keeping them whole. Now it was Chinmurip's turn to ask questions. He asks how many days he thinks it will take him to break the Great Blade. In John Hwagi's opinion, even a few years will not be enough for him. But our hero confidently answers that only 10 days will be enough. During this time, it is really possible to destroy their clan. Young Hwagi doesn't take his words seriously and just laughs. As a thank you for the heads' lives, Young Hwagi gives him time until they all return. If he releases one at a time starting tomorrow, he will have 6 days ahead of him. Most likely, the next time they see each other, it will be their last meeting. They promise to make her pleasant. Mug Impyo asked how everything went. On the surface, Chinmurip is a fool, but in fact he is the complete opposite. You have to be careful with such an opponent. The blade will go into action while they bring their missing comrades back to them. They plan to start training as a matter of urgency. If they don't wait, some of the chapters won't come back. On the other hand, they can be replaced by someone else. You cannot give in to such an enemy. The red-haired boy intends to get rid of Chinmurip in 2 days. Yudeha asked the opinion of the Great Blade Heir. Is Young Hwagi really a strong master? The black man admitted that he would have to sweat with him. The young man is going to the Central Regiment, and Yudehu orders to start training. But he does not understand what to prepare for. The main character does not need 10 days. Perubok plans to kill them that same night. With these words, the main character left. The boy calmly went on his way, but a strange feeling appeared. Feeling as if he is being watched. Are these the people of the Great Blade? I feel like there are 3 of them. After the return of the Northwestern lands, the mercenaries have become even more annoying. And it's annoying. Uncle was also aware of this. If Chinmurip kills these, others will come, so it's best not to provoke the big blade. Our hero comes to the Central Regiment. Everyone he asked for was gathered there. The black boy thanks everyone for the meeting. Everyone looks at him expectantly. They are interested in why they were gathered here so suddenly. It is necessary to strike the big blade urgently. Those present open their mouths. Do they really have to attack first? There is no time for quality training. The young man wants to act now. Everyone is shocked by such a rush. Isn't it better to create a clear plan? He explains that the heir to the blade visited him today. While they are preparing the plan, the enemy will also start preparing. If Chinmurip's guesses are correct, then John Hwagi will try to take the initiative into his own hands. Parubok is sure that the redhead does not even expect that they will make their move now. Chomogan asks everyone to calm down and listen to the heir. The first thing they need to know is the number of opponents. There are 500 people in the branch of the blade. Half of them went to investigate cases of the disappearance of superiors. They must destroy the spies, cut the information thread, and then prevent the return of the soldiers who left. If the battle drags on and the Great Blade warriors gather together, the demonic forest will be in a hopeless situation. They must use all their strength. But if the enemy attacks the empty center regiment, they will not have the strength to stop him. In this case, you can take away all the families and people from there. Then it will not make sense for them to defend a deserted place. Those are really the right words. At the same time, in the Great Blade clan, Rudy is sure that Chinmurip did not fully believe that he was giving him 6 days. This promise is given in order to mislead our hero. The Blade plans to go into action before their warriors return to Chongqing. John Byun is the head of the Great Blade. He had already been informed that John Hwagi had been seeing Chinmurip. Rudy is about to tell his father something important. The man looks at his son through the gleaming blade of the sword. It seems that war cannot be avoided. The air of the demonic forest is too dangerous, so it is necessary to strike first. For a long time they pressured the demonic forest with finances, but their efforts turned out to be in vain. The financial pressure plan was devised by Mr. Sayun. After a second, the man turns to Yuchon, one of his subordinates. He orders him to bring the head of the chief who came up with this plan. The son notices that the father is too merciless. The man resigned himself to the fact that they would not do without war. Rudy begins to tell him about his plan. They sit down at the table and discuss the plan. The man listens carefully to his son's every word. Unexpectedly, who comes to the door? It was Tang Yol who brought a message for the master. The man opened the letter and began to read its contents. News of the demonic forest's plan reached them. If they didn't have a spy, things would be much worse. Do they really want to get rid of their people? Young Hwagi couldn't have thought that our hero would act so quickly. The father remarked that the son still does not hide his feelings well. If he has already taken out a weapon, then there should be no doubt. It is necessary to take not only the life but also the soul from the enemy. Even if you have to be left without a hand, the enemy can strike from any side. But before the man left, the redhead called out to him once more. The boy did not dare to say what he wanted. The demonic forest plans to strike at the former warriors in order to gain a numerical advantage. The meeting with Chin Murup helped me look at myself in a new way. They have a plan A and a plan B. Father wants to follow plan B. Father said that it will be necessary to take not only life, but also soul from the enemy, even if it is necessary to be left without a hand. When a plan that he thought was perfect goes awry, frustration rises to his throat. The young man offers to throw the branch soldiers. Even with this loss, they have an advantage over the enemy. Meanwhile, the men harnessed the horses. They were making some bags. This is a devil flower, a special forces unit of the demonic forest. Kayakping is the squad commander. He is asked if everything is ready. The head of the Taesung ward, Cho Pyeongchon, has arrived. They kindly greet you. The old man is grateful for the help at such a late hour. Despite the fact that Cho Pyeongchon has already resigned, no one can sit idly by. The son asked to provide them with protection. Suddenly, another subordinate came. An order was given to follow a secret path into the vault. Looks like they're starting. They wish each other luck. Some people were covered with a sheet. These were the last. A job well done. Now that their people are safe, it's time to act. This moment has really arrived. Now they are divided into their squads and agreed to meet at the appointed place. Everyone wishes good luck and believes in our hero. They bow low to him, and so, after a second, they rush to their destination. Chin Murup is not far behind. Only women can master the sacred technique of Irensnizhny Potik. There is no such technique as the boy in their clan, so he learned it from someone else. The black boy offers to stay here. The uncle is surprised that he wants to stop now, but without further ado, he complies with the request. Uncle doesn't understand what happened? It turns out that our hero chose Plan B. The boy did not choose Plan A. Because when he went to the Central Regiment before the meeting, 3 spies were hiding next to him. But they caught only 2. And this means that the information was leaked to the outside. Enemy mercenaries are also inside. One of the spies is one who was present at the recent meeting. The man refuses to accept this because he trusts everyone in the clan. Judging by everything, the point of departure was the capture of the Northwest. If there were only 3 external spies, then there is a more proven spy among them. Young Hwagi asked last time if he was the one involved in the disappearance of the chapters. His resolute reply looked as if he had known from the beginning that the demonic forest had none of this business. And only Yu Deha and the head of Cholsa knew about his true abilities. Deha leaves because he was removed from his position, and the head of Chols was intimidated by our hero in such a way that he will definitely not serve the Great Blade again. Somehow it turns out illogically. During the meeting, he spoke about Plan B because he initially assumed the presence of an internal spy. But now we need to switch to Plan A. If they caught 2 spies, the remaining one had already gone to pass on the information. In this case, the enemy can surround them. Will the enemy not save his people? Young Hwagi is 100% counting on them to dance to his tune. If the Northwest clan takes the hit, they will still be outnumbered. The enemy will abandon the allies and attack to the northwest. This can be expected from the heir and his father. They urgently need to go to the aid of the northwestern clans. It's time to assemble the last piece of the puzzle. Onslaught of the Devil's Flower Squad. The head of Wuram suddenly appeared in front of them. The old man ordered to go back, but he did not understand what it meant. The chief immediately ordered to return to the Central Regiment. They will learn the details on the spot. Our hero began to tell everyone that there was a rat among them. Everyone who attended today's meeting is under suspicion. He orders the troops to stop where he says, the spy will surely be stunned by such news, so it is important to carefully monitor everyone's reaction. Yeomjong-gung does not understand why such an order came. It seems that the plans have radically changed. What could have happened in such a short period of time? They will investigate the situation upon their return. They are going to rest and go back. He orders his squad to rest for a while and head back. Grandfather was very worried. The man prayed that these 2 would not turn out to be spies. The man is very unhappy that they have to go back, but he has no choice but to obey the order. At this time, a spy is hiding behind a tree. He behaves very carefully so that no one notices him. An unknown man sees a piece of paper with information on a twig. The man quietly reaches for the letter, but after a second, a sharp sword cuts off his brush. "The spy has been found! We must interrogate him!" But the spy is not going to give up. In his mouth was a capsule of poison which he used. All they had left was the corpse of the spy. It turns out that the words about the spy were true. The man opened the letter and began to read. It is difficult for them to believe that this is true. They don't want to believe it. Their leader turned out to be a traitor. Yum Chungun had already arrived at the scene, not yet knowing that he had been exposed. The man was surprised that his squad was not there. His subordinates only looked disappointedly at the commander's sex while clutching the letter. Khan Sowol still did not want to accept this harsh reality. The old man just sighed heavily. The man nervously looked to the side, suspecting something. The subordinate could not believe that his commander was conducting a secret correspondence with the enemy. The man was not going to admit his guilt. What piece of paper inspires more trust in them than his 40 years of faithful service? The old man wasn't even going to listen to his pathetic excuses. Why did he do that? He sold his honor and the honor of his subordinates and comrades for his own profit. The spy began to laugh hysterically. The leaky ship began to sink little by little. Is that why he became a traitor? To become a hero or a traitor is to walk on the edge of a blade. The scoundrel did not even repent of his actions. According to the rules, the traitor will be punished on the spot. The man does not even object. A man is going to commit an execution. Meanwhile, Chongqing, in the northern forest, the temporary storage of the demonic forest. Everyone is still in shock after Yom turns out to be a spy. The man was like a brother to many. Now it is important to maintain the fighting spirit of the soldiers and not give up. Suddenly, Yudeha's voice was heard. The boy came here to do the job that our hero ordered him to do. Has it all started? Is it really that fast? 5 fiery arrows had just been fired. The great blade was attacking the northwest. Everyone was stunned by the fact that it turned out to be true. The heir's assumptions really turned out to be true. The man gives the floor to the main character. After the arrows were fired, all the caretakers gathered together, but no one saw the head. Judging by the fact that the old man did not appear, most likely he is in his palace. Because of the battle in the northwest, there is probably no one in the palace. They will not be able to abandon the northwest after they have taken their side. They must occupy the enemy's camp and cut off the head of the head. You have to hurry to save their allies. Yudeha found a way that is not guarded by anyone. He wants to see them through. Chin Murup prays that Yongchu and the guards will only last an hour. Great Blade Clan, Unsan Department. Yongbyun stared at the hanging head in front of him. For the slightest offense, he cut off the head of a high-ranking official without pity. It is also time for them to prepare for battle. Yung Hwagi promises to burn the demonic forest to the ground. It is necessary to hurry urgently. The man calls his son pathetic when he hears that he wants to burn the forest. The enemy invaded them. We must defend ourselves. If Yung Hwagi wasn't his son, he would also be headless. The main character and his soldiers have already arrived. The black-haired boy is happy to see Yung Hwagi. The red-haired boy is full of rage when he sees his enemy. The 800 soldiers of the main forces of the demonic forest arrived safely at the Great Blade Clan. What a joy to meet Yung Hwagi again. The young man does not understand why Chin Murup is here and not at the branch. Rudy does not understand at what moment everything went wrong. Chomugan stares at his enemy, Chief Young, with a piercing gaze. They have not seen each other for a long time. He had wanted to see him for a long time, but it seemed that Zhong did not accept his offer. So the man came by himself. Chief John was well aware that the enemy had already surrounded them. Only 100 fighters remained in the clan. Soon other opponents will visit here. The scoundrel did not think that he would encounter something like this in his own house. Yung Hwagi is going to make their way. They will change the situation if they reach the northwest. The boy's life is at stake. It should be started before the pressure becomes even stronger. A second later, the boy rushed away, trying to break through. Mugan asks our hero to leave the chapter for him. The demonic forest is now in a very advantageous position. It is enough to say the name of Chongbyun, the sacred sword of Sichuan in Murama, to understand how difficult the opponent is. But the demonic sword of destruction named Cho Mugan is no less famous. Who will win in this bloody, brutal fight? The red-haired boy deftly covers his father from the attack. The young man uses his secret technique, but the father forbids his son to use this technique. The technique cannot be shown unless he is sure that he can kill all the witnesses. It is better to die yourself. The soldiers of our hero block the way to retreat. Meanwhile, the main character couldn't forget Yung Hwagi's technique. Enemies continue to surround the large blade. Chin Murup wants to take a closer look at this technique. The uncle entered into battle with the head of the great blade. The situation is either master or gone. The loser loses everything. Young Hwagi and his subordinates formed a circle. If not taken care of, they can reach the uncle. First of all, you need to deal with Moog Inpyo, and for this you need Yu Daiha. And the boy, at this time, was trembling all over, clutching his sword tightly. He is afraid to touch and harm his comrades, but his main task now is to eliminate Moog Inpyo. Soon the guy takes care of himself. In such a situation, there can be no doubt. A second later, he, full of confidence, flies towards his enemy. And a moment later, their swords collide in combat. The young boy is determined to see things through. The other Ronin's eyes immediately widened at this. Soon, our hero called Naram and Yurim. He ordered to take half of the army and go to help the Northwest. The young man will catch up when he finishes. Grandfather calls the commander of the Black Soul Unit to him. He orders the young man not to leave the air until the battle is over. After that, the old man wishes him luck and leaves. Chin Murup watches Chapter John closely. There is something strange between his movements. It feels like he's deliberately avoiding the most effective moves. But when it came to the air, why exactly he was doing this? Horror covered his whole body. He had an urgent task for his subordinate. He threw a tablet into his hands and ordered it to be handed over to Huang Ma's department. The man only looked at the board in surprise, but it was urgent. He is sure that the heir knows what he is doing. Very soon, a subordinate ran to the head to hand over the board. The man did not understand why, but he himself did not know the answer to this question. Soon, the subordinate turned back, but when he returned, there was no one there. At this time, the fight was still going on. Chong's head had nowhere to run. Victory behind the demonic forest. The man advises them to surrender and save their men. Young Hwagi wanted to run away, but his father held him tightly by the collar. A second later, he throws his son in front of him and says he will never give up. Chief Jian simply made a human shield out of his own child. How disgusting it is. The young man clearly did not expect this from his father. The husband only says that the son should at least now prove his worth. A man cannot let his enemy escape! But the head of Jeon is already running away, leaving his son behind. He was confident that he could at least injure Cho Mugen, but nothing is finished yet. Now it is necessary to reach their forces from the northwest. Suddenly the bastard felt some kind of frightening, creepy energy. Our hero emerged from the depths of the forest. Heir of the demonic forest. Is the young man so fearless that he came here alone? He would argue which of them is truly fearless. He wondered how a clan with a history of just over 10 years was able to take over all of Chongqing. Suddenly the man felt a sharp, powerful cold. Chin Murup is here to take the 1,000-sharp jet skyblades technique from this bastard. Meanwhile, the battle between Young Hwagi and Cho Mugen continues. His father's words about him having to prove his worth are running through his head. This causes strong irritation, sadness, and, at the same time, a sense of hopelessness. Then, the red-haired boy uses all his strength to prove it to his father. Has this desperate young man decided to say goodbye to life because of his failed father? Mugan orders the head of Huang Ma to go northwest. Huang Ma obeys and leaves the Black Soul Squad to her husband. Young Hwagi seems to be about to use his secret technique. It is very difficult for him. The naked eye can see how the young man is trying. The man realizes that the boy is using reverse circulation. But this guy is not the only one. Cho Mugan can do that too. Hearing the commotion behind him, Yu Deha was slightly distracted from his battle. And at the same moment, the enemy was already preparing his attack. Mu Gimpio doesn't seem to care at all that the heir is now in danger. But the man is confident that he will be able to overcome Yu Dehu quickly. But the young man is also confident in his abilities. And then, after a moment, the boy quickly approaches his opponent. It turns out that the young man has already analyzed all the movements of his enemy. The young man lands a punch that causes Moon Impyo to writhe and scream in pain. It was because of Yu Deha's heir that he was able to defeat Mug Impyo so quickly. The boy sincerely hopes that Impyo will meet a good owner in his next life. Soon he hears a familiar voice. It turns out that Cho Mugan has also finished the fight. He was dragging the exhausted boy behind him. The young man was killed by his own energy. It is hard to believe that he sacrificed himself for such a terrible father. The man will never forgive that bastard Jungbyun. A second later, he loudly addressed the Great Blade Warriors. The man announces that the heir has died and their leader has fled like a coward. Cho Mugan does not want to continue the bloodshed, so he asks for a peaceful surrender. A second later, the clatter of metal swords on the ground is heard. People with a large blade fall to their knees and drop their weapons. They bow their heads to Cho Mugan. Still, the demonic forest won this fight. Now it remains only to protect the northwest. Half of the squad has already gone there. When they find out about what happened there, the enemies will probably surrender. Cho Mugan is incredibly happy for this moment he has been waiting for so long. And all this thanks to Chin Murup. A man is grateful to his nephew. At this time, our hero is preparing for a battle with the head of Jeon. The man does not understand how the heir of the demonic forest knows such a technique. It seems that the black-haired boy is not going to answer. The boy remembers the most terrible war in the entire history of Muram, Sky War. His teacher told about the fiercest battle of the 8 stars and the alliance of the saviors of heaven. 8 stars are those who master the teacher's techniques. If a person has not lost his fear, he will stop. But if he suddenly does not, then under no circumstances should this person be left alone. Monyon was the very first of the 8 stars to die. He became the first to corner the sacred dragon. The movements of Master Chong's son seemed strange to our hero, until he noticed the traces of the technique of 1,000 sharp blades of jet sky. And if they learned this technique, it becomes clear how they managed to gain power in Chongqing in just 10 years. The black boy asks who else, besides this scoundrel, knows the techniques of the 8 stars. But the man demands an answer to his question. Who really is this Chin Murup? The master cannot have a long tongue. Murup is not going to tell anything. But maybe Master Chong will still regret not answering. The young man uses the palm technique. But how will it help him at a distance? A moment later, the shockwave reached this bastard. Master Chong flew back a few meters from such a force. This is the elusive palm technique of one of the 8 stars. The man is horrified by what is happening now. Frost ran over the skin. The bastard tried his best to resist this blow. The man couldn't even think how the young man got 8-star techniques. And then after a second, there was a strong, bright explosion. But the scoundrel is not going to stop. The black-haired boy is surprised when he realizes that the enemy knows this technique too. At the same time, the subordinate wanders through the forest and continues to look for an heir. The subordinate tries his best to find an heir. It is his own fault that he did not take care of the young man. Unexpectedly, the man sees something in front of him. He hears some sounds from where no one should be. The bastard still does not give up and tries to confront our hero. This is not the Jung Byun who fought with the uncle at all. He seems to have realized that there is no point in hiding his power anymore. After his last technique, on the contrary, he shortened the distance between them. The man uses the shooting star technique. The black-haired boy laughs at his self-confidence. The geek is annoyed that he is not taken seriously. A predatory smile appears again on the main character's lips. The young man quickly approaches his enemy. Judging by the fact that Jongbyun possesses a shooting star, he knew half of it. The man tries to find out how our hero knows the palm star technique. But Chin Murup is more interested in how the enemy knows the technique of the 1,000 sharp blades of jet sky. A second later, the man gets hit. The abomination does not understand how this could happen. The man thought he was controlling the distance. But then why does the guy get even closer? Techniques require recovery time between uses, and the guy uses them again and again without a break. But the man does not think that the heir will be able to regenerate his strength so quickly. Then, the boy was about to throw a punch, but the man quickly brought his sword forward to block. Even if the scoundrel has learned absolutely all the sacred techniques, without talent there is no point in it. Then, our hero uses 1,000 mundane hands. Sickle fist! The man screamed in pain. There was no strength even to scream. But the young man does not think that this is too strong a blow, because one guy survived a blow much stronger than this. The man is experiencing this blow extremely hard. The abomination thinks he can withstand the pain if he protects the energy pathways. But the problem is that yin energy penetrates even cysts. The heir is endowed with heavenly yin. The man deliberately allows the man to strike in order to catch his breath. From this blow, he flies several meters back. The man could not even stand on his feet. It's time to restore your energy. The man plans to do it, but Chin Murup is already in front of him. Apparently, the man is surprised that the boy ended up here so quickly. The heir explains that he still has the step technique. A second later, he delivers an incredibly powerful kick. The abomination looks at him in fear. Who the hell is he? The black-haired boy is the original, unlike him. A man cannot win. It's easier to give up. But the scoundrel isn't going to do that. He would rather die, but with pride. He doesn't care who Chin Murup is. Chapter Jong will kill him here and now, at any cost. The man doesn't seem to care what the technician's roots are because he uses reverse circulation. The man plans to take this brat to hell with him. Judging by the desperate actions of this bastard, he was going to die. Energetic confrontation takes away a lot of inner strength. The main character thinks about what technique he should use. The man stopped being like himself, feeling as if consciousness had left him. Finally, it reaches the black-haired boy. The main character rushes to run away, because he understands that the scoundrel will die even without his help. Such insolence enrages the monster. The abomination runs after his opponent, so they can continue their fight. He does not consider the man a warrior, because he abandoned his son himself and left him to die. It seems that such a bastard has no understanding of what family is. He is not an idiot to fight someone who will kill himself in the end. In the battle with his uncle, Jung Byung received internal damage, so it is enough to run with him for about half an hour. The main thing is to draw his attention to himself, so that he does not get to the people of the demonic forest. The boy feels sorry for the man because he continues to pursue him. But Chinmurup likes balanced decisions. Unexpectedly, one of our hero's subordinates appeared. The bastard was approaching our hero. His subordinate appeared very late. The subordinate is going to intercede for his heir, and so after a second, the boy took the hit on himself. He immediately felt such a great difference in strength on himself. The abomination plans to tear his enemies to pieces. A second later, our hero uses the elusive palm technique. The man is shocked when he sees such power of the master. The black boy says he will do everything himself. Was this strong blow to Master Chong inflicted by the heir? They cannot lose the person who will give the clan a bright future. But Chinmurup is not going to obey. The subordinate watches their fight in shock. A lot of debris was scattered around. The bastard thinks our hero is going to lose now. The man is already savoring his victory. But unexpectedly, a sword appeared in the hands of the main character. The black-haired boy had only studied 1,000 jet-sky sharp blades. The bastard prepares to parry his opponent's blow. But unexpectedly, the sword ended up on a completely different side. Blood splattered. The man did not understand how this was possible. He changed his motion before the swords collided. This is masterful control of energy and lightning strikes. This is the final part of this technique. Their battle will soon come to an end. A second later, the black boy quickly strikes the bastard, chopping him to shreds. The bastard screams in excruciating pain. He did not see Chinmurup's steps, nor the movement of his sword. Is this definitely the same heir? The boy was born with the characteristic of heavenly yin, so everything inside him begins to become covered with ice when the power is used incorrectly. But thanks to the heavenly yang pill, he manages to hold back the flow of yin energy. To some, it looks like a gift, but to the boy, it is nothing more than a curse. All he sees now is a pacifier trying to take control of all of Chongqing, a monster that possesses the sword, fist, and palm star techniques. There is only one answer: the head of the clan of 8 emperors. He thinks it is his student, but Chinmurup denies it. Chinmurup agrees to answer his question if he gets an answer to his own. The man admits that he was taught these secret techniques by the head of the 8 emperors. Sword Star Monyon died at the hands of a sacred dragon in the Mudan Mountains right before the start of the war. The man did not serve the 8-star clan, but the Sword Star. His dream was to defeat the sacred dragon and take over the whole world with its techniques. The end of this scoundrel is truly pathetic. The surviving followers of the clan of 8 emperors, who painted the earth red. Those who opposed the war gathered under the banner of Sanshon, and others, like Jongbyun, lived by hiding their true face. Despite the fact that 30 years had passed since the battle in the sky, the valley was still visited by those who wanted to avenge past grudges. Suddenly, the boy felt a sharp pain inside the chest. It seems that the young man went a little too far. He grimaces in pain. The guy orders his subordinate to stand guard. A second later, a bright blue layer of energy appears in his hands. The black man is busy renewing his energy. The subordinate is shocked by the power of the heir. Was he just hiding such power all this time? There must be a reason for this, and the man trusts his master. After a few seconds, the young man realizes that he has progressed. This time, he managed to restore his energy balance much faster. There is a possibility that very soon he will be able to remove the restrictions and get full power. Some more time passed. Finally, the sun came out. All this hell is over. The young man tells his subordinate to take the corpse of Master Chan with him. The time has come to put an end to this war. Surprisingly, the war ended without a hitch. The goal of the Western leadership was not victory, but survival. The reinforcements from the demonic forest managed to reach their destination in time. After the enemies saw the head of their master, they immediately laid down their weapons. The Great Blade and the Demon Forest. Everyone sincerely rejoiced at the victory. They managed it. The battle for power is finally over. The next day came. The captives have been gathered, and the leadership of the Northwest is dealing with the injured. Most of the prisoners are Ronin or warriors of fallen clans. Yudea carefully follows our hero's every move. He looks at him curiously. In the end, Chinmurup kept his promise. He is a really outstanding person. After a second, the boy bows and turns to our hero. He wants to express his gratitude and respect to him. Black clearly likes it. Yudea asks permission to ask Chinmurup a question. The goal of capturing Chongqing has been accomplished. What is the main character's next goal? The guy's about to answer, but he doesn't think the subordinate will believe it. The mention of his future goal brought a warm smile to his face. His next goal is to fulfill what everyone wants. Yuda just looks at his master in surprise, questioning. They will deal with everything bit by bit until the day comes when the demonic forest returns to its former glory. Shivarin reported that the head of the clan was looking for an heir. Hearing about this, the young man is going to the chapter. Varin promised not to tell about what he saw in the forest, so he had to lie to his uncle. He made up a tale about being saved by some mysterious martial artist. It is not known how the uncle will take this trick. At this time, our hero has already come to a chapter. Everyone present was already waiting for him. They were even visited by people from the northwest to celebrate the victory. Everyone praises our hero. They were working out some issues with the northwest. They received 3 million silver from the Great Blade, 1 million of which they donated to the restoration of the northwest. Everyone around is very happy, and the main character is noticed. The young man wonders why he was called here. It turns out that the young man is going to be rewarded for his merits. After a second, the man stood up and solemnly began to read the contents of the letter. The boy's actions brought colossal changes to the future of the demonic forest. And from that moment, Chinmarip is appointed commander of the Shining Dragon Squad. This is an independent unit that does not have a physical point. Now, he will follow the orders of our hero. Grandfather tries to hint to the boy not to forget about formalities. After a second, the young man bows in gratitude and accepts it. After that, he is given the commander's seal and the Sword of Silver Light. This sword has a special symbolism. Our hero's mother used it. This sword was the only thing his grandfather couldn't get rid of after parting with his daughter. What's more, his mother was also part of the Shining Dragon Squad. At the age of 16, she eliminated 3 enemy forces, for which she was appointed as the sitting commander of the Shining Dragon Squad. The black-haired boy is willing to accept the will of his fallen for the future prosperity of the unit. Of course, prosperity is a good thing. But, most likely, the father wanted the boy to win the love of others. Accommodation for the detachment is prepared in the peaceful light tent. Everyone congratulates our hero on becoming a commander. Everyone present is sincerely happy for the young man. They welcome him. After hearing the greetings, the boy is about to leave. A second later, the 2 old men start whispering to each other. They think, shouldn't the young man have been warned about the composition of the squad? He will manage himself. Yudiha had heard others say that the composition of our hero's squad was unusual. As far as is known, these people previously served in a large blade and held commanding positions. Most likely these people are not friendly, because Chinmarip is the reason for the decline of the Great Blade. In other words, these unfortunates were deprived of bread and forced to work for a stranger. The guy understands that if you put such people in the commanding positions of their clan, there will definitely be those who disagree. Is it true that only the main character can exercise them? Finally, the boys came to the right place. First, you need to get to know them. As soon as the door opens, everyone in the room looks at the person who is about to enter. Black and the young man carefully glides his gaze over each of the boys. He doesn't know any of the people present, but they look pretty awful nonetheless. Punyong immediately understood that the heir had come to visit them. Chinmarip presented himself as a great strategist and a real cutie. Malashka, who radically changed the military position, swayed the northwestern clans to his side, won the mind games against Yunghwagi, and wiped the Great Blade off the face of the earth. Yudeha listened to this same praise with a sarcastic expression on his face, and then introduced himself. The past must be left in the past. Now 6 they are part of the demonic forest. Our hero oozes creepiness. He seems to be asking for it, but he says in an imperative manner that he be respected. Those present only look at him with curiosity and contempt. The building was badly needed, but now people will live here again, so it needs to be cleaned. Punyong just looked at his now commander in silence, as if trying to read him. No matter how much they like it, they have to follow their commander's orders. They split up. Someone went for rags and someone for water. Our hero did not expect them to be so obedient. In fact, they simply have no choice. Chinmarip doesn't care about their past achievements. You have to be strict with people like them. Most of the prisoners joined the various organizations of the demonic forest. The boy is glad that he was sent here. You don't need to worry much here. Punyan, better known by the nickname Lightning Sword. Judging by the appearance, the type has character. Hankyung is well versed in the art of the one-time sword. They led the squads in a large blade. A tall boy named Jucho is a spearmaster. Huyong is an excellent archer of short stature. And this clean-shaven man named Young Yu uses a stick in battle. Despite their young age, they are true masters of their craft. Now, our hero has to re-educate these guys. Everything got the main character. All he wants now is just to rest. Our hero ordered someone else to educate these young men. Parabok doesn't understand who he is talking about. At this time, subordinates talk about their current leader. There is no point in blaming others. They have only themselves to blame for the decline of their clan. Everyone is actively discussing why their clan has declined. Suddenly, someone hits the archer on the head. He certainly did not expect this. The young man began to quickly look around to see who had done it. The burly Yongchu was already towering over him. Hu Yong is the face in charge of attacking the northwest. His former squad was destroyed. From today, the bright red-haired boy is their supervisor. Yudeha understood what our hero was saying about Yongchu. Yongchu was displeased that this young man used swear words in front of his elders. Yudeha sighed heavily. This is called subordination. The friend stood up for the boy and said that they were the same age, but the redhead found it hard to believe. Then Yongchu turned to Jonyu, whom he called a monk, and asked if they were really the same age. But the shaved man only replied that he was not a monk and spat. Then why did he shave his head? Turns out he just lost his hair. The red-haired boy has a real talent for annoying people. At this time, our hero thinks whether what he sees is left over from his predecessors. Something was scratched on the wall. It is immediately clear whose handwriting it is. The young man hopes that his mother is watching him and is proud that he has become the commander of the Shining Dragons. The black boy finished reading the scratched text and fell silent. Now it became clear to him, to whom he went so proud and self-righteous. He appointed Yu Daihu as the vice commander and Yong Chu as the defender. None of the rank and file opposed these 5 becoming commanders of subgroups. Our hero perfectly understands that this 5 will make sense. The young man ordered the first group to go forward, and they followed the order. Its commander was Pun Yong. Chinmurup ordered Yongchu to fight behind the first squad. The condition was not to kill anyone. The red-haired slayer was already fired up with this idea. He was going to make a cripple out of the group, but was slapped by the master. Yongchu is not going to do this task under such conditions and asked to hand it over to Yu Dehu. But the master says that he is a weakling. The boy understands that he planned to give him this task from the very beginning, and this was a simple provocation. Pogyan is annoyed when he hears that only one person will be fighting them. This is kind of absurd. But Chinmurup asks to take their vice commander seriously, because he was the one who killed Mogempio. And so the boys are going to start a fight. In the Great Blade, Punyong was considered one of the best fighters. Even in a one-on-one fight, he is not an easy opponent, so the boy decides to use his subordinates against him. The blonde boy quickly runs to one of the enemies. A second later, he grabbed one of his subordinates and turned him into a human shield. The guy is very unhappy with this. Does he have no pride? But will pride alone help in victory? If a man wants to achieve something, sometimes he has to wallow in shit. The main character smiles gently, realizing that this is his school. The protagonist orders the other subgroups to do the same. This should be done every day. That day was the beginning of murderous training. Against Yongchu, they fought with weapons, but they never managed to win even once. After a few days, all of them have forgotten what pride is. In this way, a month passed, and the peaceful life slowly ended. At the crossroads of summer and autumn, the head of the demonic forest entrusted the squad with the first task. At this time, in the demonic forest, meeting hall, finally the heir arrived. The boy came in and kindly greeted everyone. Uncle asked how his new squad was. Everything is normal. Due to the fact that these warriors previously held important positions in the Great Blade, it can be difficult to work with them due to their pride. Our hero immediately realized that something had happened. He was asked about Yuram, but he had not seen her yet. They will see each other on the next mission. It will be very difficult. His wife's family is now in the vicinity of Pajun, and it takes about 10 days to get there. It is necessary to find the father-in-law and brother-in-law who have disappeared. The boy looks at the man in surprise. Are they really gone? There are a lot of rumors going around the city right now. Some say that it is the handiwork of Sanshan, and others suspect Blood Sky Sura and the Demon of Madness. Together with our heroes, 4 great evils emerge. If this is the work of the 3 great evils, do not be ashamed to ask for help. In terms of strength, they are not inferior to 10 stronger warriors. In the process of transferring the disciples of the demonic forest, the old man realized that they were learning new knowledge at a brilliant speed. But this is not enough to fight the masters of martial arts. Then they are on their way right now, because it is not known whether the victims are alive or not. The uncle and the old man wish the heir good luck. A second later, the boy heads for the exit, promising to return soon. At night, he meets with Jin Huan and says that they don't have enough information about Muram. We need to learn more about the Sichuan masters. Seo Jinwan asks if the heir needs protection. Yongchu will take care of this, although he is stupid, but not completely. There is still no news from Manhua. Sanshan represents all worldly mountains and rivers. However, those who have been involved in robberies will not change in a second. Sanshon pursues the goal of coexistence with Muram. Sanshon hasn't touched anyone all this time, so why bring him here now? All this incredibly irritated the heir. Some new problems appeared constantly. Seo Jinhwan wanted to help, but Seo Jinhwan assured him that everything was fine. Punyun and the others have endured the abuse for a month. The whole body hurts. And Young-yu seems to be completely indifferent to this. Now he is busy meditating. The man is just grateful that he can live. He seems to be in his own world. Ju Cho would not like to die here, because after his service, he had plans to open a small shop. Hu Yang shows everyone the jewelry his sister gave him. The boy promised to bring her new clothes if he returned. Han Gyo reassured them by explaining that the vice commander and the protector were not going to kill them, and that this was just a normal training. A second later, the Commander 6 bursts into the room from his feet and orders everyone to move forward. Han Gyo looks at the commander with a displeased face. The black boy is hurrying everyone, because there is not enough time. When he hit Yong-yu on the head, he looked at his palm in surprise. His head is like a baby's butt, just as smooth. And soon, a squad of shining dragons set off. They were 57 people. The journey takes 10 days, but Chin Murip is determined to make it in 6. Yudaha and Yanchu look at their commander with affection. The horses run fast. 6 days pass. The squad is already at the entrance to the outskirts of Pajin. At this time, rumors that the demonic forest had destroyed the Great Blade clan began to spread here as well. According to gossip, the plan for victory was devised by the heir of the demonic forest, and Tanryowi thinks that they will find out about it very soon. She explains that the demonic forest is the in-laws of the Jeong family, so they cannot know what happened. If Sanchon's head is involved, they should contact the Flower Bell and wait for reinforcements. Is Tang Ryohwa not equal to him? The girl is just worried about the lady. But if the Mountain King is involved in the incident, she wants to make sure of it for herself. According to the teacher, the warriors of the Silver Valley are stronger than the commanders of other clans. Even the Flower Bell could not resist him without help. One cannot close one's eyes if the son of the head of the 8 emperors became the ruler of the Silver Valley. There were rumors of an invincible monster that drained the yin energy from its enemies. They were distributed by a company that conceded to Sancho's position. Maybe what she's worried about is also the usual gossip of this company. Sanchon stated that they strive for coexistence with the rest of the world. After that, the security level of trade trips increased significantly. The real face of the leader remains in question. It seems to the girl that they can commit a bloody massacre. She is skeptical of gossip, but it should not be ignored. This is the task of their clan. The girls hear the sound of hooves behind them. It seems that these warriors are not from here. Then they decide to use a cloaking technique. They are not worried, because even one of 10 stronger warriors will not suspect anything. A black-haired boy looks intently at these women as he drives by. The girls are sure that no one saw them. But of course, both Chin Murip, Yu Deha, and Yong Chu saw these girls. The redhead noticed that they were very beautiful. It seems those girls are going to Pajun. When they arrive, he asks Yu Dehu to put a few people in front of those strangers. He asks to do this because one of them was under a disguise. Yudaha is surprised because he has never felt anything like this. Our hero explains that the texture of the skin was slightly disturbed. This can only be done on purpose. Well, or she has problems with her face. The evening came, and the boys finally arrived at the right place. It was very surprising that there was no one outside. As if robbers had recently visited here. They are going to the John family. When they arrive, they will let the horses rest, and they will also rest a little. Is the Faceless King really behind this? Why then did Sanchon expand their sphere of influence? Such actions somehow do not fit with how Sanchon existed until this moment. Some of the subordinates think that this is a joke of a mad demon. Some people think that it was a faceless mountain king, but no one guesses that the king is Chin Murip. But it is really strange. There is no one in this neighborhood who can spread gossip about him. And deserted streets say that abductions happen here or a murderer is on the prowl. Suddenly, one of the sentries named Cha Hui notices the unfamiliar soldiers. The old man explains that they came from Chongqing. The Shining Dragon Squad is here under the orders of the head of the demonic forest. Everyone was waiting for them, but they arrived earlier than expected. The boy ordered all subgroups to rest, and he himself plans to go to his aunt. At the moment, the lady is replacing the head of Jeon, so she has no way to return to the demonic forest. Chin Murip and Yudeha walk into Madame Jeon's palace and say hello. The woman is happy to see them. Young Inryeon is impressed by their bravery. She would have offered them tea, but because of the cessation of supplies, their situation had deteriorated greatly. Chin Murip was surprised that he saw almost no people on the way to the estate. Jung Inryeon explains that they continue to find the bodies of their warriors. Father and brother were returning from the capital at that time. 50 li to the west is the hollow of the deep soul. It was there that people disappeared. They searched the hollow, but found nothing. As many as 20 elite warriors accompanied the trading company. The young man asks, have they not sometimes received a message? When they had lost all hope of finding the missing alive, a message with a corpse arrived at the estate. 3 million silver coins are demanded from them. The young man reads the contents of the letter. The handwriting is rough, but there is strength in it. If the author knows martial arts, then he has definitely reached an excellent level in this. The killers asked for something they couldn't give them. They said they would send 1 corpse a day until they paid the money. Recently, the 5th corpse came to them. You can't pull. The guy is sure that Jung and Ryan was very scared, but she is a strong woman and still holds on. Most likely, the kidnappers took into account the fact that the Chong family and the demonic forest are matchmakers. Chinmarip promises that the Shining Dragon Squad will return their people safe and sound. They wish each other luck, and the boys head for the exit. Right now, they are moving on to the search. He orders Yude to call all the commanders, and when the young man was leaving the room, a little girl bumped into him with all her might. The girl says that he used the hammer technique right in front of the heiress. Judging by the fact that he does not know this girl, he is just a pathetic pawn. The girl's name is Cho Yurim, and she is sure that soon the whole world will lie at her feet. She is the only daughter of the head of the demonic forest. Parubak wonders how such calm parents grew up with such a rascal. I wonder where the girl's front teeth are. She wanted to exchange them for goodies, but something went wrong. It's amazing that she jokes in such a situation. Cho Yurin doesn't understand why cry because it won't change anything. If she's sad, the people around her will be too. The girl immediately understood that he was an heir from Chongqing. The young man asked to be called Hyungnim. The girl is very happy to meet you. After saying goodbye, they leave. The young guy says they are leaving in 2 hours. Yudeha is shocked. Did the heir already understand something? If it is not an ordinary kidnapping but a hostage-taking, it is necessary to act in the same way as during the incident with the branch. The evening came. The team gathered for the search. It is necessary to act secretly, to check whether some stranger bought food or something else. Every detail is important. Hostages need to be fed something, so everything related to food should be checked. Their task is to save the head of John and his son. It is necessary to do without victims. It is also necessary to meet with the hunters and find out whether anyone found bones in the mountains, and whether the game disappeared from the traps. Chinmarip seems to have no obstacles. At such moments, he becomes a completely different person. The main thing is not the punishment of the kidnappers, but the rescue of the hostages. After giving orders, the mission begins. Hangyo had already sent several people after the girls they saw on the way here. Then, first you will have to meet with them. Chinmarip is going to go to them. He leaves Yudeha with the group commanders and takes Yongchu with him. Do those girls really have that much energy? They said that these girls entered the tavern. It seems that Yongchu is hungry and wants a drink. Suddenly, the black-haired boy sees some movement to the side. On the roof, they saw one of the girls they had seen earlier. It seems as if she is very scared and running away from someone. She realized that this stranger looked at her from such a distance. If it's not a coincidence, then this guy is really dangerous. She is in a hurry to give everything to the head. But our hero and Yongchu were already behind her and scared her to death. At this time, Tang Ryohua is waiting for his girlfriend. Suddenly, the girl hears her friend's voice behind her. Finally, she came. Tang Ryohua looks at her with hopeful eyes, but next to her are 2 strangers, Chinmarip and Yongchu. They caught the girl. But how can this be, if even 10 stronger warriors cannot recognize the Sojon technique? Are these 2 strangers really that strong? The black-haired boy was not going to answer her questions. Chinmarip lets Yongchu order whatever he wants. Then the young man once again offers the girls to drink with them, and after a while, they are all sitting at the same table. The guy apologizes for the harassment. They came from the demonic forest to investigate the case of the disappearance of the Jeon family. Officially, the young man is the commander of the Shining Dragon Squad, but some call him the heir. Tang Ryohua realized that this was the same guy who came up with the plan to destroy the blade. It was no accident that he recognized the Sojong technique. With abilities like that, it's no wonder he was able to destroy the blade. The girls are told that they want to make inquiries about the disappearance incident. The young man asks why they didn't visit the John estate then. The girl does not want to be interrogated as a criminal. He's here to solve this case, so it's normal to be suspicious of strangers. The girl says that they themselves have just arrived in the city, so they cannot be murderers. But the boys do not know this. Tang Ryohua just looks at him with an annoyed look. There is a tense atmosphere in the room, and only Yongchu is eating calmly. Soon, the girl admits that they want to meet with a person who may be involved in this. The girls agree to cooperate. Now they are looking for the main suspect, a specific person. They are looking for a faceless mountain king. If he is not the criminal, they will have to leave. The black guy asks why they should meet him, because there are rumors that he is the son of the deceased head of the clan of 8 emperors. Chin Murup can barely hold back his anger at such nonsense. And if the gossip turns out to be true, the girls will report it to the top. The girl says that they are from the Lotus Peak, the 7th group of unification. Actually, it's her mother's clan. She lied. Chin Murup immediately bit the lie. The celestial battle ended several decades ago, but some masters still visit the Silver Valley, and the 7th group of unification belongs to such people. The guy decides to keep the girls close to watch. It is impossible for the plan to go under the cat's tail. Chin Murup promises them a meeting with the king, but they must act according to his instructions for the safety of the hostages. He leaves them at the Jean estate for the night. He tells them to come tomorrow morning. The girl wants to ask the last question, but the young guy cuts her off. She clearly did not expect such directness. The next day came. One of the guards met the girls to show them off. Rumors are already circulating in the streets that a 6th corpse was found today. The Shining Dragon commander had already begun to investigate the matter. This is already the 6th victim. How can they look into the eyes of the families of the victims? Nevertheless, thanks to a new victim, a clue appeared. Perhaps they will be able to catch the criminals. Looking at the body of the deceased Huan 6, one can say that the enemy did not leave behind all the traces. As a method of killing, he chose strangulation in order to hide his technique. Pale skin indicates that a person has not seen the light for a long time. Most likely, about 4 hours have passed since the death. The body was found near public houses not far from the Chong estate. In other words, the kidnapper's hideout is about a 4-hour drive from here. Of the nearest caves in which you can hide, there is only the hollow of the deep soul. The enemy should have already learned about the arrival of their detachment. Starting today, they will search all points in the area of the hollow. At this time, the girls arrived. He introduced them to Mrs. Inrian. The women greeted each other politely. They go to discuss the future plan over a cup of tea. Yeonchu wastes no time and offers Seo Jeon to drink tea too, but she immediately turns him down. At this time, the men search the area of the hollow. They agree to meet in 8 hours. You have to hurry. The men spent the whole day searching. The sun was slowly hiding behind the horizon, and soon it completely hid behind him. Yu Deha is worried about Huyong's group because they are delayed. Unexpectedly, behind his back, the boy feels someone's creepy presence. Is this the kidnapper of the head of the John clan? Maybe it is. The unknown asks what Yu Deha is doing here. Yu Deha is sure that the enemy already knows that he is from the demonic forest. If anyone else comes here 6, he will definitely kill them. It is better for a young man to sacrifice himself than to kill someone else. Yu Deha bluffs, saying that he was waiting for a criminal here on purpose. He introduces himself as the vice commander of the Shining Dragon. But if the stranger tells his name, then he will have to kill the boy. Each master has a special energy, and if he cannot master it, he will be without a head even before he shows himself. This is the difference between a criminal and a master. The mysterious stranger is about to say his name, but disappears after a moment. His name is Akwikon. With these words, he finds himself behind the young man. This is the Sura of the Bloody Sky. A moment later, red blood splatters on the ground. After some time, Commander Huyong finds a piece of Yude's uniform and realizes that someone has attacked him. The fabric was cut very carefully, which means that the vice commander left them a signal. The situation is critical. If the vice commander died in just 15 minutes, then such an opponent is beyond their teeth. Yu Deha signaled them to flee. They are going to return to Piyon to warn all the commanders. Whoever gets to the district first must tell Inrian about it. In the eastern part of the hollow of the Deep Soul, the vice commander disappeared. Judging by the traces left behind, they are dealing with one of the 3 evils. They need the help of the head of the demonic forest. Chin Murup explains that if 2 people join the case, they can handle it in 2 days. Our hero offers to arrange a small performance. The enemy invested a great deal of time in waiting for the silver. How will a person feel if he suddenly has someone who wants to steal 3 million? And he is not talking about some serious enemy, but about a bunch of strangers who are passing by. They must master the technique of light walking to escape with the hostages. And our hero has already found such people, Tan Ryohwa and Sejong. When the girl heard about it, she got angry. Chin Murup has seen her friend's running technique, and it's pretty good. Moreover, if the Mountain King is really involved in the case, they will be able to catch him. Having heard about such a possibility, The girl agrees to take on herself and her friend the role of thieves. If they manage to save the captives, Inrion is ready to provide any help. They start tomorrow morning before dawn. Tanryohwa notices that the heir is very no-nonsense and pragmatic. At this time, a frightened Huyang knocked on the door. He ran in with the news that Yu Deha had disappeared into the hollow. That's not all. According to Ju Cho, in a few days, clothes with skin disappeared from the village. This village is about a 4-hour drive from here. They will go there tomorrow. Huyang is shocked that Chin Murup isn't going to start searching right now. If even Yu Deha couldn't handle it, then Huyang definitely shouldn't get into it. Our hero is sure that everything will be fine with Yu Deha. The enemy just needed a captive from the demonic forest. The guy is not one to die so easily. Meanwhile, an exhausted and battered Yu Deha hangs from a rope in a dank room that appears to be a cave. The boy could not even think that he would lose in 15 minutes. But at least he remained alive. When Yu Deha opened his eyes, he saw next to him the head of the John clan whom they were looking for. He was hanging on the ropes nearby. Parubik introduces himself and says that he has arrived with a squad of shining dragons. The man had never heard of it. This squad was created very recently from the masters of the fallen Great Blade clan. He asks the man not to worry, because great warriors have arrived in the city to save him. Judging by the fact that Yu Deha was caught alive, he was fighting with Akwichon. Each of the 3 great evils is strong on its own, but that's not the main problem. The problem is precisely that now they work together. A second later, thieves entered the cave. You must not make a sound. Yu Deha hears the voices of 2 people. Have they really joined forces? They walk deep into the cave, talking about the demonic forest. They talk about Yu Deha, who was caught today. A fight with the demonic forest can turn into an annoying problem. They don't want to rush to let them suffer and break their heads. The next day came. Everyone was going to search. Yeon Sojung played the role of the robber perfectly. The girls watched Yeon Sejong's unparalleled performance with admiration. The girls' task was to kidnap all the members of the John family. Only Yong Chu and the Shining Dragon subgroup commanders knew that this was a performance. The soldiers asked to release the hostages and surrender. Now they have 2 of the Chong family and 3 million silver in their hands. The heir is more than sure that the criminals will show up. They have no other choice. It's disgusting and vile, but it should work nonetheless. First, they will wait until the rumors spread around the neighborhood. And in the evening, they will set off. Now he understood why the Great Blade had fallen. Chin Murup hands Punyan the bag and tells him to count as if there is money in it. The main thing is not to lose. The main character is not going to tell what is inside. He says that now the group will be led by Punyan. Chin Murup will go to the village at this time to return the hostages while the fighting is going on here. The worst scenario is if the 3 great evils turn out to be enemies. Even with Yongchu, they would only be able to buy a little time. The black man reminds that their main task is to return alive. Soon, everyone starts working. Everyone divided according to their duties. The main character relies on Yongchu, trusting him with his life. They are obliged to prove themselves in this matter in order to continue to follow the commander. If their abilities are accepted in the Shining Dragon, they will be able to rise even higher. The night has come. One of the enemies is looking at the full moon. The man is angry. He is not going to give his money to someone else. He wants to kill everyone and search them, but that way they can get into a lot of trouble. Some want bloody money for a great cause. Others run from side to side, hoping to reach greater heights. And others are chasing a mysterious thief. Just a day after the gathering of masters, each of them pursues his goal. There was a calm that foreshadowed a real storm. The full moon illuminated the forest. It was clear that the enemy would come here very soon. Unfortunately, Tang Ryowa's skills were not enough to know if there were pursuers behind them. Chin Murup is sure that the enemy will appear. Young Inrion was still tied up, but she didn't care. The main thing is that the plan works. Suddenly, Tang Ryohwa sees that the little girl is shaking. She calms Cho Yurin down because she thinks she's shaking with fear, but she's not. She does this so that the enemy does not suspect anything. Suddenly, the enemies have already arrived. It was a squad of shining dragons that had come to reclaim Miss Chong and her daughter. They began to play a wonderful acting scene. Until they make sure that the captives are alive, the kidnappers will not receive any funds. A second later, Tang Ryohwa puts a knife to Inryong's throat, scaring the woman. It seems that it will be necessary to get rid of one of the prisoners. The girls continue to play the role. The girl looked at Seo-jeon, because she was clearly better at acting. It is better not to kill anyone. A second later, Cho Yurim takes control of the situation and starts naturally crying, telling them to give them the money. So-yun was surprised at how well the girl played. Punyan even began to doubt that it was all a game. He gives the bag that our hero gave him. The girl orders to throw the bag in her hands. A moment later, Punyong throws the bag towards Tang Ryowa. Enemies are waiting for a decisive moment to end the case. The one who jumps out of the shadows is the enemy. Everything happened exactly as the heir predicted. The enemy appeared from the shadows. Tang Ryowa quickly thrusts his blade into this bag, causing it to explode. It turns out it was a trap. The bag contained a highly effective poison. Punyong knew that the bag was definitely not money, but the situation was so absurd that he was at a loss for words. Punyong announced that their enemy is the man in black. Their main goal is to protect the entire Chan clan. A strong wind began to rise around the criminal. His eyes glowed bright red. A powerful energy imbued with a thirst for murder was immediately felt. It was Bloodskusura Akvishon. Too bad it's not King of the Mountain. But now's not the time to think about it. At this time, in the village of Baekeo, the outskirts of Pakjun, Chin Murip thinks there will be some unexpected twists and turns in the plan. But overall, everything should go well. It takes 4 hours to travel from Jeong Manor, and a pale corpse that has not seen the sun for a long time. The black man thinks that their hideout is most likely underground. Their lair must be the darkest and creepiest place in the neighborhood. The main character quickly finds such a cave, and thinks that hostages may be hidden here. The young man enters the cave, surprised that there is only one entrance. Suddenly, Chin Murip felt something strange. A moment later, someone's attack flew at him like lightning. Did the killer stay here? Or were there more than 2 enemies? The enemy starts talking to him, but the protagonist asks to appear from the shadows. But the ghostly killer of the night was not going to show his face. His name is Cho Yang. If the boy voluntarily leaves here, then he will not kill him. The criminal uses the broken soul technique, a technique that allowed him to even kill Cho Kwanghyum's Blood Sea sword. Chin Murip takes out the blade with which he tried to kill him and prepares for battle. Suddenly, Cho Yan stopped feeling our hero's energy, or has she disappeared? Energy recognition is the basis of the fundamentals of killing techniques. If you lose energy in the dark, the battle is lost. Cho Yang tries to concentrate to feel his enemy's energy again. Cho Yan did not know what techniques this unknown young man possessed. You can't relax in this fight, because both of them will need one blow to kill the enemy. Cho Yang understood this perfectly. You have to get a hold of yourself. This is a battle of attrition, so you need to pull yourself together. It didn't take long for Cho Yan to sense his impending defeat a second time. The moment he closed his eyes for a second and opened them again, he first noticed his severed brush lying on the ground. The man drags the wound, saying that it is too early to give up. The enemy aimed at the throat, not the hand. He plans his next move. But after a moment, Chin Murip appeared behind him, smelling blood. He put the dagger to his throat. If Cho Yang doesn't want to die, then he should shut up. A black-haired boy deftly twirls a dagger in his hand. He sticks a knife in his shoulder. If Cho Yang screams, he will be left without a second hand. The enemy blinked, answering the question of whether there were prisoners inside. It meant yes. The criminal began to introduce himself in a trembling voice. The man starts to scream, but our hero plunges the dagger deeper into his shoulder. All the hostages are safe and deep in the cave. They only blocked their inner energy. He says that Sura of the Bloody Sky is also conspiring with him. Chin Murip asks why they did this shit. The two of them have too many enemies. They wanted to leave behind a life of running. But the mad demon is not with them. They didn't even see each other. This means that the Shining Dragon has now met with Sura. The man took these 3 million silvers from the Northern Current Sword clan. The protagonist confiscates these funds. Cho Yang wants to know who he lost to. When Cho Yan shifted his gaze to the unknown, he realized that it was a faceless mountain king. Chin Murip immediately cut his throat. This bastard bullied many girls during his life. No conscience at all? Cho Yang tries to scream, but all that comes out as wheezing and coughing. A second later, the thief falls dead. Our hero leaves him behind. Inside Chin Murip, there is a constant struggle between 2 energies, yin and yang. But today, they are very calm. After the battle with Jeon Byun, his condition improved greatly. Now, you don't have to hold back so much. The protagonist rushed deep into the cave, shouting Yu Deha's name. The boy heard the heir's voice. Did he defeat one of the enemies? The young man could not even think that the master could defeat one of the 3 great evils. But if this is true, it changes everything. He remembered how Chin Murip had said that he was one of the top 10 masters in the world. He remembered how they laughed after that. Wasn't he joking then? After a moment, Yu Deha begins to shout loudly and respond to the master's voice. The people of the Jin family, who were not far away, had lost a little weight, but they were alive and well. They were grateful to the heir. It would seem that the task is over, but that is not all. The captives decided to return to the estate, and the boys still had work to do. After a second, the boys rushed away and said goodbye to their former hostages. That thief who guarded the cave called himself the Phantom Killer of the Night. Yudeha is shocked to realize that the heir defeated such a strong opponent in just 15 minutes without sustaining any injuries. He could not imagine that the young man was so powerful. There is only one warrior of their age who can overcome the 3 great evils, son of Tang Soryon. He became one of the 7 lords of Muram at the age of 20. No matter how strong the lord is, he will never surpass the heir. Meanwhile, a battle is raging in the Valley of the Deep Soul. The enemy uses the Blood Demon technique, Blood Sea Demon Blade, but Yongchu still bravely holds the punch. Tang Ryowa sees that warrior Yan has already received many wounds, but is still holding on. It's amazing that it's still holding up. But now Akwichan is in danger, because the poison he inhaled should already start working. The enemy recognizes the strength of his enemies, but is not going to surrender. Even if Akwichan is poisoned, he only has 80% power against them. No one can see the Silver Valley equipment, but now CHP. He's confused that these girls might learn a secret technique. A second later, Akwichan approached Yongchu, preparing to deal with him. Yongchu could barely hold on. A second later, the young man starts coughing up blood. Now, Akwichan decides to end the girls. Tang Ryowa was worried when she saw the enemy approaching her friend. He knew that they were all together with the Chong family. Punyan warns that the scoundrel is targeting the mistress. The warriors were ready to defend them to the end. The enemy is ready to fight back and go to the end. A second later, the warriors begin to choke on their own blood. This scoundrel will finish off everyone in his path. And after a moment, this bastard grabbed Choyurim. The girl screamed loudly. "This scoundrel took a child hostage! He has nothing human at all!" If the girls want to see this little girl's corpse, they better hurry up and follow him. The enemy grabs the girl and runs away, promising to return and kill everyone here. Tan Ryohwa is worried. At least Sojeon should have been placed next to Inryan, but she wouldn't have helped. Panyong wanted to gather a group and go after the enemy, but Tan Ryohwa was challenged to go after them herself. If Akwichan sees the chasing group, the girl may get hurt. The girl is about to use her cloaking technique. The girl will leave signs on the road so that after half an hour, the group will follow her. Punyan is shocked by the girl's boldness. The guy is still worried, because even the defender couldn't defeat that bastard, and the girl followed him all by herself. The girl hurries after them. She begs the girl to hold on a little longer. The bastard plans to kill them after he neutralizes the poison. Unexpectedly, in front of him, the enemy notices what he definitely did not expect to see. In front of him, as if nothing had happened, stood Yu Deha. At first, the bastard thinks he's hallucinating, but it's reality. This time, the scoundrel is 100% planning to kill the boy. A second later, the young man reveals that his guide has died. This means that all the prisoners are now free. Akawishan thinks that the young man hid his power on purpose so that he would be captured. The old man wanted to object, but suddenly the girl started screaming. She hoped that this uncle was cooler than a scoundrel. She asks not to think about her. The main thing is to kill this bastard. Did the girl really want that world? The girl asks to take this bastard's head off and put it on her grave. It seems that their whole family is a little bit hello. Akwichan is also going to finish her off when he's done with all the problems. He grabbed the girl hard, which made it clear that he wasn't kidding. A man needs to neutralize the poison as soon as possible. You can't tell the enemy about the poison. Perhaps he will give the sleeper away if he does not stand in his way. Yudeha explains that he wasn't the one who killed his guide. Whoever did it is now behind him. A moment later, the bastard's hand is on the ground, covered in blood. A black boy is going to protect his family. Chinmura plans to kill him in the most brutal way. At the same time, but in another place, something terrible is happening. Some men are going to burn everything here. Adult girls are of no use, but children can be captured to put pressure on an opponent. Suddenly, the man looks around because he heard something. Small, trembling hands jabbed the stick at the back of this bastard. But the man was not hurt at all. He just started calling her names, and the girl was still shaking with fear. Despite her fear, the girl looks this monster straight in the eyes. He is going to finish her off. Suddenly, this bastard's head flies off his shoulders, blood splattered. Someone's voice asks the girl to close her eyes. A black boy came to her defense. She must not see what will happen now. The bastards tensed because their commander died. This stranger is not just a descendant of the devil, he is the devil himself. After a few seconds, there was not a single living bastard left. Suddenly, the mysterious young man hears someone's voice behind him. Someone praises his talent. It seems that these were the companions of those bastards. They grabbed the children. The young boy was not going to give up. If the guy wants the children to stay alive, then he must obey them. To begin with, he was ordered to throw away his sword. He obediently did so. The children were trembling with fear. A sword was held to one child's throat. Just the thought of the death of innocent children made my blood boil. One of the bastards made a horrible hair-raising grimace. These were all memories of our hero. Everything around was cold. Chin Murip trusts the girl Yude. Akwichon is incredibly angry with the boy. He no longer cares about poison. He is going to finish the young man here and now. A second later, Chin Murip walks towards his enemy. Akwichon gathers all his energy as he prepares to strike, and then after a moment, their swords collide with each other. They dance in battle, quickly changing their positions. One gets the impression that there is a fight between more than two people. Are real masters capable of this? Akwichon has never seen anyone stronger than our hero, but he still won't be able to defeat him. Choyang died because he relaxed, but he is not like that. Akwichon will not give up. This bastard replaced his severed arm with his own energy. The bastard is going to finish off the young man. But a second later, he receives a strong blow that crushes his hand. Yudeha watches the battle with fascination and fear. Everything that this scoundrel has seen before is just a show. This was necessary in order to drive him to despair. And then, after a second, the main character unleashes all his power on the enemy. The three great evils do not reach the top 10 masters of the world. He whimpers in pain and crawls on the ground, begging for mercy. But the young man promised to kill him in the cruelest way and is going to keep his promise. In a moment, this bastard will be punished by heaven. Everything explodes. Choyang is dead. There is no way to save him. Akwichon now is also dead, and all of them were defeated by one person. The Lord of Sanchonu, the Faceless Mountain King. All this took him only 2 hours. The young man asks if Yudeha is his man. It's not the first day with him. The more trouble, the more mouths have to be stopped. This time, Chin Murip overdid it. The world must not know about the technique he just used. Otherwise, all of Muram will rush to kill his family. Yudeha promises to continue following our hero. He would follow him even if he was just an ordinary weak heir who got beaten up in an inn. Chin Murip says to find him when he comes to... The black boy explained that he could stand on his feet for now, but that would soon be over. And then, after a second, the main character falls without strength. The rescue of the members of the Chong clan ended successfully. While everyone was rejoicing over this, Yudeha was tidying up instead of the heir because he was unconscious. Chief Jian didn't reveal the details of Zhou Yang's killer because that's what our hero asked. Everyone regained consciousness and healed their wounds quite quickly. Tan Ryohwa found the sword at the place where the fight between Akwichon and our hero took place. The young man explained that it was the sword of their commander. But the girl had another question. Why was the heir's weapon in the ground in the condition of the 8 Emperors' clan's equipment? There was silence in the room. Yudeha forgot to take the sword, which is why they are now in trouble. The reason they came here was because they wanted to ask the Faceless Mountain King if he was a thief in this situation. But traces of a crime were found on this sword. The demonic forest should not have brought a fake and called him master. And this gentleman uses such a powerful art. The young man understood that if he found out about this, he would destroy his entire family. How many people have to die for this to stop? The young boy is just silent, not knowing how to answer. Yudeha understands what she is leading to, but replies that he himself does not know who this person is that he serves. But even if he knew something, he wouldn't say it. The girl sighs heavily, because she thought that the conversation with him would go like clockwork. The boy would rather be pierced with a sword, but he would not say anything about his master. Suddenly the door creak is heard. The boy hears a familiar voice. A second later, our hero enters the room and slaps his subordinate. He just came to his senses, and as soon as he heard their conversation, decided to visit. The boy asked the redhead to leave the room. She was told that Akwichon was able to defeat a passing mysterious master, but she didn't believe it. She asks him not to approach her, as she now understands his connection to the 8 Emperors' clan. The guy understands the suspicions on his side, but can he harm the daughter of a divine dragon? How did he guess that the girl is the daughter of Tang Soryeon, the strongest warrior in the world? It's not difficult to guess because she brought the sword to Daehyu's interrogation and recognized the traces of the Blood Jade Rain technique. A young girl who was able to stand up to Blood Sky Suri. She is clearly unusual. The young man is ready to answer the question, but she must return the sword to him. The girl admits that she is the protector of the Flower Bell and the daughter of the strongest warrior in the world, as well as a student of the Divine Sword. Yudeha is shocked that this is true. Then, the girl handed the sword to its owner. The young man asked if he should introduce himself again. He is the heir of the demonic forest, the head of Sanchon, Chin Murip. In Kangho, he is called the Faceless Mountain King. Upon hearing this, both Yudiha and Tang Ryohua let out a cry of surprise. Yongchu heard their surprise even from the street. Yudiha is still trying to regain consciousness. In his head now, it seems that everything is turned upside down.
The two most mysterious people of Kangho are now standing in front of the boy.
Both the status of the heir of the demonic forest and the status of the head of Sanshon belong to our hero. She asks how the young man learns the Blood Jade technique. He explains that this is not the 8 Emperor clan's martial arts technique. Yudea realizes that these are the 8 heavens of shining deity. Chinmurup is angry that he keeps intruding, but Yudea promises to keep quiet. The 8 heavens of radiant deity were given to Huang Unchon because he was related to the teacher, since she is the daughter of a divine dragon. She must know the roots of the art of the 8 heavens of the shining sky. About 400 years ago, there was a being that united the heavenly world and muram. He was called the King of Warriors. The roots of the art of the 8 emperors lie in the martial arts possessed by the King of Warriors. Does this mean that the Warrior King was a genius of his time? People hardly remember him because he lived so long ago. Now the 8 heavens of the shining deity is mentioned only as a martial art. The teacher called the time before the appearance of Huang Unchon, the period when the master began the last stage of his life. But he noticed the man's talent. That is why he mastered the technique. The teacher passed on his knowledge to him. Rumors that the Mountain King was a blood relative of Huang Unchon turned out to be a lie. Then what is the relationship between the Flower Bell and Sanshon? Chinmurup asks Yudehu. The Flower Bell is the place where the 8 Emperor clan hid for 200 years and cultivated their power. The clan divided into 2 camps. Those who want to conquer the world through war, and those who refused despotism and did not participate in the war. The war is over. Muram began to look for the Flower Bell, and when he found it, he began his revenge. But as a result of revenge, those who were against the war died, and those who wanted it either died or went into hiding. No one considered the rumors about the separation of the 8 Emperors' clan to be true. The soldiers who lost their loved ones did not stop. Then many innocent people died at their hands. The girl protects her father because he said not to touch the defenseless, but they did not spare anyone. For them, the Flower family is the family that provoked the bloody slaughter. This was considered sufficient for murder. Chinmurup is a true follower of the 8 heavens shining deity. At the behest of his teacher, he took care of the people of the Flower Bell. He showed the light of their world to people who had been hiding in fear all their lives, not knowing when death would overtake them. It turns out, all this time Muram is unfairly persecuting the warriors of the Flower Bell. But if the world finds out about this, it will consider the demonic forest as enemies. The girl is afraid that if they find out about it, then innocent people will suffer. But the girl has to worry about something else entirely. Does she think they're so weak that's why they hid their true selves and created Sanshon? But in reality, their strength is superior to the 8 Emperors clan during the Heavenly War. Hearing about this, the girl fell into a stupor. She may not worry, because Sancho's goal is coexistence in the world. They are not going to organize any fights. Now it is up to the girl to decide what she will return with and what she will do. If she doesn't listen, will war break out? Their goal was to find out if the Faceless Mountain King and Huang Unchon were related by blood. The risk is too great if she only gives the superficial story she learned here. She needs to check if he really wants to take over the whole world. That is why she will need to accompany Chinmurup for some time. Yudeha shuddered at this. Is it so necessary? From now on, he can consider Tang Ryohua as his supervisor. Yudeha coughed in surprise, and our hero told him to get out. At this time, dinner was being prepared at the Chong family estate. No one thought that the day would come when they would be able to meet like this again. The man expresses his gratitude to our hero and his wife. There were already rumors that 3 big thieves became enemies of the heir. Then everyone started discussing the main character's plan and the wonderful acting of these 2 women. Therefore, today everyone was going to get very drunk and relax. If the guests do not have enough meat, the man will personally steal it from the butcher shop. Rudy and Mala took large pieces of meat and began to eat. And after a while, everyone was drunk. They were having fun. Only the young boy did not take part in this. He sat on the roof and looked at the full moon. Of course, the girl climbed out after him. She said she went out to get some fresh air. He offers to pour her a glass, but she asks to drop the formalities. The young man admits that he was very surprised when the girl said that she would accompany him. Parabak could not even think that she was so brave, although he wanted it. Her presence will bring less headache. It would be much worse to let her go to report everything to the top. Looking at his face, you would never say that he is so capable. The young man notices her look at him and thinks that he is very handsome. So she looks. When he asked about it, the girl was too shy and looked away. A blush appeared on his cheeks. After a second, the young man stood up and told the girl to go and rest, because tomorrow they are already going home. He does not want to burden the host, because he arranged this feast from the provisions that remained. Tanryohua is shocked that the boy is very considerate of others. These people will need funds to pay for such a holiday. After a second, the boy grabbed his collar. Soon he took out a wallet full of money. This wallet was in the possession of one of the criminals. They say he stole it from someone. The girl shouts that she must return the wallet to the owner, but the young man was going to do it anyway. He was just joking. The demon forest needs at least one more ally. If he returns this money to the northern Jongdomun, they will definitely become their allies. The girl praises his plan and asks how much money there is, since there is a lot of money and she offers to spend some, but the girl is against it. The next day, their group is going to go back. The woman tearfully says goodbye to them, thanks again or for everything. The main character says goodbye and is about to leave, until suddenly he hears a child's voice. It was Cho Yurim, running towards him at full speed. A second later, she handed him the gift she had been making all night. It turned out to be a hairband. The young man immediately decided to braid the tail and promised to protect it. When the boy did his hair, he began to look completely different. He is a very attractive fellow, and so everyone gathered on the road. They gratefully looked after them and noticed that fire was burning in the eyes of each of the warriors. These are the eyes of brave warriors who are constantly improving. The men went to the House of Tolerance. This is the brothel where they plan to get drunk. The girl is already tired of hearing about it. The warriors are very grateful to their master because he agreed to remove an entire House of Tolerance for them to rest. Everyone is incredibly glad that they have such a good commander. Yudeha and Punyan got very drunk yesterday and still couldn't leave. So, after some time, they arrived at the southern part of the outskirts of Pajin. There is the Dark Path clan Blackblood and the Golden Martial Arts clan. It seems that the guy was a little dizzy. Here it is difficult to distinguish between good and bad. For example, the Blackblood clan does various crimes without a doubt. It is important not to quarrel with the Golden Martial Arts clan, because they are a member of the Sichuan Union. The path seemed long, so they need to rest in order to continue their journey. They are going to stay in the largest house of patience in the settlement. One of the warriors learned that there is a place called the Floating Moon. The main character allows the soldiers to drink a lot today and rest. The evening came. The boys have already come to the right place. Music is playing everywhere. Guys eat what they want and drink what they want. The commander praises Punyan for his first mission being a success. The boy is ashamed that they could not protect his aunt. I explained to the commander that they are all human and growth and development are impossible without mistakes. If the guy learned something from this mistake, then he will not make it again. The boys are shocked by his mercy because if it was a great blade clan, they would have already been beheaded. In fact, they are glad to stay in the demonic forest. Soon the young man gets up and says that he will leave. Although they communicate informally, the soldiers still do not feel comfortable having fun while the commander is here. Udea has already come to his senses, so he takes care of all the little things. Chin Murup will rest in a nearby guest house. Chin Murup does not like to have fun in such places. It's annoying that women here are blindfolded and not allowed to pass. The girl reminded that she and Seojon were following him as supervisors. He is aware of this, but has informed everyone that they have hired them as security. The girl thought that it looked strange that a strong person like him needed protection. At that moment, Yeonchu was talking to Seojong and said that he wasn't interested in such entertainment either. But she didn't ask. He tries with all his might to establish contact with her. If they are now his security, the young man offers to drink a glass. Chin Murup pays for everything. Buy the most expensive alcohol. Suddenly, Shin Wan, the leader of the Golden Martial Arts clan, appeared in front of them. The man asked for some attention. They sit down at the table and our hero introduces himself. The girl notices that at such moments our hero seems to be a completely different person. The man immediately recognizes this stranger as the one who destroyed the Great Blade clan. Although the strength of the demonic forest is not as great as before, it is definitely superior to the Golden Martial Arts clan. The man notices that the boy is quite modest, so if he treats him well, maybe he will help them. The man encourages the young man and says that he thinks that the demonic forest will soon regain its status. The young man immediately realized that the man had something to do with him, so he asks to tell about it. First, we should talk about the Union of Sichuan. The man explains that their clan is part of this alliance. This association was formed after the fall of the demonic forest. It was created to protect the rights and interests of Sichuan. In the beginning, they had quite a good relationship with the Muramu Central Union. The whole matter was in the neighboring clan, the clan of the Dark Path, Black Blood. The problem is that the son of an influential Sichuan Tang family has allied with the Black Blood clan. He wanted to ask why he had become close to their clan, but he couldn't meet him because the Red Blood warriors blocked the way. This guy is known for his rash decisions, but blood is blood. His mother loves and protects him very much. A situation is developing in which the son of the Tang family, Dan Wu, and the Black Blood clan are closing in on them, little by little. Their last hope is the help of our hero. The young man agrees to help. Xin Huan adds that this clan runs the gambling house and even engages in human trafficking. In fact, it is not difficult at all. But the problem is with the son of the Tang family. Li needs allies now, which is why he is going to return the money to North Zhongdamon. The four main clans, including the Tang family, consolidated their positions and created the Sichuan Union. The protagonist sighs and promises to help them. Only first you need to find a way to deal with it. Suddenly, Seojun telepathically tells Tan Ryowi that she has a guest. It is said that a fight broke out with the Shining Dragon in the House of Tolerance. Then, the girl passes this information to the park. The young man is interested in who exactly the fight started with. It turns out that the fight started with the son of the Tang family and the Black Blood. Chin Murab calls one of the soldiers to explain everything. They were drinking peacefully, until suddenly the son of the Tang family and the head of the Black Blood came and started chasing them away. Yudea said not to tell our hero about this, fearing that it would lead to a conflict with the Tang family. Indeed, one should be careful because it could turn into problems for them in their relationship with the Tang family. It seems that the Black Blood is fully relying on the big name Dan Wu. Xin Huan wants to take the opportunity to reconcile with his son. But the young man assures him that this is unnecessary. He will manage himself. The main character is going to help their clan right now. After a second, they went there. The young man was very worried about Yu Dehu, so he immediately went to help. This scoundrel smashes the bottle over the boy's head with a smug look on his face. This bastard's name is Wu Yangte. He is the Black Bloodhead. Yu Deha doesn't want to fight, but she also doesn't want to leave. He silently endures this mockery of himself. Poon Yan is filled with anger when he sees the vice commander being treated so horribly. He would have torn his head off, but the Tang family's power now prevents him from doing so. The guy takes all the blow on himself and tells the others not to get in, so that the carnage does not start. The young man is breathing hard from pain. A second later, he gets slapped hard across the face, but still continues to endure. Pugjohn's nerves give way and he prepares to draw his sword to stand up for the vice commander. But just at this moment, our hero bursts into the room. The head of the clan looks inexplicably at the guest. Parabak apologizes to these scoundrels for his subordinates, although he does not do so sincerely. He introduces himself and says that he is the captain of the Shining Dragon Squad. When they hear that these people are from the demonic forest, they tense up because they knew that this clan had dealt with the Great Blade clan. But Dan Wu doesn't care who they are. They have no right to spoil their evening. The man relaxed, because as long as Dan Wu was here, the demonic forest wouldn't be able to do anything. The abomination orders them to leave because they want to rest and drink. The young man plays along with them, and says that he will immediately expel all his subordinates from the premises. The young man orders Yude to take all the boys and go somewhere else. Everyone is shocked by the commander's reaction, but he is quite serious now. A second later, the boy takes the soldiers with him and they walk away. The main character looks after his subordinates with a smile. As an apology, he's going to pay for these bastards' drinks. Yudehu is overcome with anger as they walk away. The whole group is obviously not happy. They are disappointed in their commander. Suddenly in front of them, they see the guards of our hero, who have a task for them. But the soldiers are not going to perform any task after the disappointment of the captains. They are all outraged now. But Poon Yan still decides to listen to the condition of the task. The task was as follows. If at least one member of the Shining Dragon receives physical damage, the Black Blood should be defeated. Beat everyone except women, children, and old people. A predatory smile appears on Yongchu's face. Yudaha turns into a monster after these words. He's going to teach these bastards a good lesson. Hearing that it was all a show, the soldiers become even more proud of their commander. The warriors also want to go with them. They can't help themselves after seeing the vice captain being beaten. All the soldiers beg to take them with them. They want justice. Yongchu replied that anyone who wished could go with them. Poon Yang thinks it is dangerous because the Tang family is behind the Black Blood. But Dan Wu is now in the House of Tolerance, being detained by the captain. This is what Shin Murip meant by the expression, have fun elsewhere. None of them currently have a glowing dragon form, so none of the Black Bloods will know who attacked them. It is a well-thought-out plan that was able to bring everyone together. Tan Ryohwa admits that they have a very interesting relationship in the clan. Soon, the squad arrived at the Black Blood clan. The whole crowd moved towards the entrance gate. The guards tried to stop them and find out who these strangers are. The boys immediately announced that they were enemies. There were no further explanations. The boys started a fight. No one from the Black Blood clan could understand what the commotion was so late at night. They are the ones who, on the orders of the son of the Tang family, Dan Wu, have come to remove their plaque from this gate. They didn't believe it, but Yang Chu didn't care. He was already flying at them with his fists. The redhead landed and slammed his fist on the ground, causing the bastards to fly up. The bastards slowly began to believe that the enemies came on behalf of the Tang family. But Yang Chu didn't give them time to think. He continued to beat them. Poon Yang directed the warriors at the enemies. A second later, a huge crowd rushed towards the clan. The Golden Martial Arts clan also went on this task with their clan. It is necessary to hide the identities of the Shining Dragon Squad and cover up the name of the Tang family as much as possible. When they calm down the enemies, half the work will be done. All they have to do is get the information they need. They continue to disguise themselves under the name of the Tang family. Such a sight made my soul feel lighter, and the boys also look excited. This is because the vice commander was beaten before their eyes. The boys enjoy beating these bastards. Sejong doesn't think the Shining Dragon can get away with it, but Tang Ryohwa assures her that Chin Murup is much scarier than she could have imagined. If she observes this, she will soon understand. At the same time, Dan Wu and Chin Murup continue to drink in the brothel. Dan Wu feels sorry for his family. From the conversation with the scoundrel, the boy understands that he is just a spoiled boy without any abilities. Dan Wu is going to dislodge the Golden Martial Arts clan because they are involved in human trafficking. So they joined forces with the Black Blood clan to defeat them. Of course, the main character knew that this was not true. Since our hero is not from here, he knows little about the local people. It turns out that Wu Yenti simply tricked the naive Dan Wu and pretended to be a victim of the Golden Martial clan to win him over. It worked. It was very easy for this foolish lord who never left the courtyard of his family's palace to plant false information. If they deal with their clan and put all the sins on them, it will be easy to get into the Sichuan Union. Dan Wu says that if he had known Chin Murup earlier, he would not have mocked his person. The young man assures him that there is nothing like that, although he does not really think so. A second later, the warrior of our hero enters the room. This is Poon Yan. He reports that they have already finished having fun. A drunk man does not understand what they are talking about. The young man tasked his boys to prepare a banquet as an apology to Dan Wu. They prepared a lot of rare alcohol and beautiful beauties for entertainment. If the drunken scoundrel likes everything, he is going to invite the main character to his house. They go outside and see something bright that looks like a bug. Dan Wu is already beginning to regret what happened. But Wu Yangte seemed to notice something that made him nervous. The place where something was burning and flirting. The base of their clan. A second later, the head of the clan rushed to the base. He did not wait for a drunk boy. As long as the Tang family is here, he is sure that nothing will be done to them. It was a complete mess. Everything was on fire. The head arrived at the place and started shouting, looking for alive subordinates. Suddenly, someone spoke quietly and raised his hand. The barely alive warrior explained the situation. Some guys came on behalf of the Tang family and did it. Soon Dan Wu himself arrived, worried about the warriors. He seems to have sobered up instantly when he saw what had happened. The main character is going to answer his questions about how it happened. After a moment, human silhouettes appear from the hell of fire, like monsters. This was the reception in honor of this loser. The abomination, whose clan had been destroyed, recognized Chin Murup, the same one that destroyed the Great Blade clan. A second later, Yudeha told him to speak more seriously in a commanding tone. If he wants to live, he must communicate with their master more respectfully and bow his knees. The geek does not accept this. It's just laughable. When it finally dawned on Dan Wu what was happening, he was furious. But only Dan Yu himself is to blame here. He's just a fool who doesn't know anything about the world, and now he's going to get hit 10 times harder than he let Yu Dehu beat. Finally, all the cards are revealed. A sense of rage just boils inside the scoundrel. The Black Blood clan is going to punish the Golden Martial clan for all the sins they have committed. It seems that our hero has 9 lives, if he is not afraid to do such things. Dan Wu does not understand why Chin Murup teamed up with these thieves. The boy sighs heavily. This fool doesn't seem to understand the situation at all. The young man threatens this scoundrel that he will cut his throat before his family comes to his rescue. When our hero drew his deadly swift sword, he immediately struck the first blow. He was so lightning fast that no one even blinked. This is the deadly sword of Narim's head. How long has the young man studied this technique? The black-haired boy was going to show his mastery of this sword in practice. He is going to show his power once again. And then, after a second, the young man uses the sword to the full. But the San Hogan's sword is much easier than the Heavenly Demon's sword. In fact, Chin Murup mixed his power into this sword, and the sword quickly assimilated it as his own. He strove for the maximum efficiency of his actions. What Danwu sees now is the true face of the person with whom he began to cooperate. It seems the guy still doesn't understand what's going on. The young man swept past the fool and headed towards this scoundrel. Chin Murup punched this bastard in the face with all his might. The main character's face was full of seriousness and determination. The warrior looked at her captain in surprise. Is he really that strong? Yudeha looked at the soldiers with a warm smile. He sees them admiring their master. The black-haired boy ruined this bastard's face. Now he looks like a real monster. Now the warriors of the Black Blood clan had a chance to attack the young man. If you want to be for the right cause, it is important to have the courage to act courageously. The young man's eyes shone bright blue. He's ready for a fight. Danwu has just now entered this world. He saw how different the world, which he had only read about in books, was different from the real world. Our hero continued to destroy enemies with lightning speed. An unbearable scream is heard. It turns out that the heir of the demonic forest is gifted not only mentally, but also physically. Subordinates are shocked by their master's skills. It doesn't look like he's using any techniques. It is only his discipline and firmness. The feeling of fighting. Everything that the clan had built and acquired for so long was destroyed by one person, Chin Murup. The abomination wanted to say something, but after a second, blood splattered, and his voice was cut off. The young man brought the case to the end. Bavdur is shocked that these guys were able to wipe out an entire clan in just a few hits. The boy has to run away and tell everyone about it, but our hero notices him. The fool tried to hide his fear, but it was obvious. A second later, the glowing dragon warriors surrounded this abomination. But the boy cannot be killed because the Tang family is behind him. He may have difficulties if his identity is revealed. The guy is not going to kill this wretch. He'll just hit him a few times. Hearing about this, the red-haired big man tenses up. His body is adapted to blows because he is trained in martial arts, unlike the young master's body. With each blow, heat and cold will spread through his body, which will cause incredible pain. The fool had his whole life before his eyes. He continued to threaten him with his father. But the barb didn't care, because a second later he delivered a strong and accurate blow to his face. At first, heat spread over the body, which was quickly replaced by cold. He felt for the first time what it was like to be beaten. Now he knows the real world. Chin Murup will make him feel on his own skin that everyone deserves punishment, no matter who their parents are. If the fool resists, the boy will kill him, so it's better to keep his hands off him. Everyone looks at this in shock when they realize that the commander is full of seriousness. He beats the young master of the Tang family in front of everyone. Spectators just opened their mouths. Poon Yong is confident in the commanders. If he does it, then it must be so. Xinhuan also adheres to this opinion and is not going to stop the young man. The main character looks around and breathes heavily because it is very hot here. A second later, he grabs the sword and swings. He should shut up if he doesn't want to lose his teeth. No one dares to get into it. People hear only screams and the sound of breaking bones. The main character wants to drink and gives him a bottle. The poor thing lies and trembles. But our hero is not going to stop. He orders the redhead to beat him up too. And if he dies, they will dump everything on the head of the Black Blood clan. A young guy drinks water. Suddenly, a trembling man's hand grabs his sleeve. It was Dan Wu who had an ugly appearance. He screamed and cried that he was wrong. The pitiful boy kneels before our hero and begs for forgiveness. The leader of the Black Blood is already dead, so that's enough to pay for this bastard's bad behavior. The young man cries bitterly and apologizes. He promises that he will never flaunt his family's reputation again. A second later, he starts apologizing to Yudeha, who was beaten up very badly because of him. It seems the fool hasn't quite come to his senses yet. The young man will take revenge for his subordinate, but is not going to kill him. Now he's going to show the harsh reality he signed up for when he teamed up with the Black Blood. Soon they take out the prisoners. There are children, women, and old people here. This is all the work of the Black Blood clan. It turns out that he had a distorted story of reality in his head all this time. Realizing this, tears of regret and pain flooded him. It was hard to believe that he had been trusting the wrong people all this time. All these women he sees now have been kidnapped by the Black Blood clan. The boy couldn't believe what he had gotten himself into. And a fool would never see their faults, for they treated him like a king. Is everything he hears now the pure truth? The young man grabs his head. This simply cannot be true. He refuses to believe it. Chin Murup informs the captives that now they can finally return home. The hostages began to cry from happiness. Finally, their suffering was over. Danwoo is afraid to imagine what else the Black Blood clan could have created at this time. Polanyi wants to somehow thank our hero and ask at least to say his name. He calls the name of the person who saved the hostages, and his name is the young lord of the Tang clan, Dan Yu. But it is difficult for the hostages to believe this, because they heard the conversations of Black Blood. The fool finally realized that they were only covering themselves with his family's name, and he just fell for the sweet words addressed to him and united with such terrible people. It was a shame to even look at this guy. But the young boy says that this is all a misunderstanding, and Danwoo's goal was to save the hostages. Xinhuan supports the idea of our hero and continues to praise Danwoo. The tearful young man tries to deny this with a trembling voice, but after a second, the hostages run up to him and start thanking him. Chin Murup will not allow this scoundrel to repent of his sins. The fact that the victims say words of thanks and respect must be unbearable for him. He will not be able to live with a calm soul after the apology. He will have to live his whole life with a sense of responsibility for what he did. The young man cannot react in any way to this. It hurts him to hear words of thanks addressed to him. A moment later, he falls to the floor, unconscious. Because you have to go home soon to rest after the fight. I order the heir to take the women to their homes. Finally, it's over. Xinhuan wondered if the boy was afraid of the consequences, since this fool was still a member of the Tang family. But the main character does not see a problem if his family finds out about it, because now he has become a hero to the local residents. But if his family begins to persecute Chin Murup, the real story will be revealed to everyone. That is why his family will not be able to do anything. The black boy made it so that the Tang family remained in debt to him. The young man thought through everything to the smallest detail. What this bastard did is inexcusable. If the boy had the opportunity, he would be his several days in a row. The protagonist leaves the entire territory that the Black Blood clan owned to the Golden Martial Arts clan. The young man trusts these people and asks them to restore order here. The young man is not going to charge for his help. A Golden Martial Arts clan is simply necessary for the peaceful future of this territory. The men thank each other for their help. Dawn came. Here their paths diverge. They still have a lot to do. The Shining Dragon warriors felt very relieved after justice was restored. Chin Murup praises the vice commander for showing resilience and forgetting his pride. The main character is glad that Yu De-ha is following him and his advice. Poon Yeon wonders why he gave them such an order after all. The heir would not be able to lead warriors if he simply endured the humiliation of his subordinate. The soldiers were proud of their squad. After the skirmish, 22 people left with minor injuries. Thanks to the girls, everything turned out so well. Tong Rihwa was embarrassed when she heard the words of thanks from our hero. What is more important is that everything turned out as the commander predicted. They took everything they once had. In total, it turned out to be 500,000. Did Chin Murup act like this only because of the money of the destroyed clan? But the girl's assumption turned out to be wrong, because the young man was going to give all this money to the Golden Martial Arts clan. And the silver ones will be given to the victims on behalf of Dan Yu. The guy wasn't going to carry so many coins with him if he could only take paper money. In this way, he was going to take the head of the Golden Martial Arts clan as his allies. A second later, he orders his soldiers to rest for a while until the sun rises. 2 days passed. Golden Martial Arts clan. Danwoo lies down and recovers his strength. He slowly opened his eyes, experiencing severe pain throughout the body. He carefully gets up on his hands and realizes that he has lost consciousness. Suddenly, he sees an envelope next to the pillow. His face takes on a grimace of horror as he sees that the letter is addressed to a bastard from the Tang family, meaning him. Most likely, Danwoo regained consciousness with severe pain in his body. This is because the medicine has worn off. But the pain he feels now must be in his soul, not in his body. He does not feel relieved even after getting what he deserves. He is suffering. Most likely, Danwoo now hates Chin Murup for taking away his chance to apologize to them. His chance to be honest with them. The guy says he didn't want to become a false leader. He is a real idiot who left home unaccompanied because he wanted to make a name for himself, like his brothers. Thanks to our hero, he is now considered a hero, but he will never be able to become a true leader as long as he remembers the truth. The stigma of a criminal inside him will never disappear, so he must give up the title of leader and become an adult. And if the next time they meet, the guy will behave the same way, the main character will show him what real hell is. After reading the letter, tears flowed like a river. There were already rumors about what had happened the day before. Everyone is shocked that the head of the Chong clan was able to deal with it so quickly and efficiently. As soon as they arrived back in the demonic forest, they were greeted with respect and honor. There was a feeling that the former members of the Great Blade had become part of the family here. Tang Ryohwa was here for the first time, so she carefully looked around. The atmosphere here is completely different from the Flower Bell. It is much calmer here. Seojun continues to look around suspiciously, because they will be in this place for a few more weeks, so they need to study the area. They were all met by Cho Mugen, who thanked and praised them. The order was executed. 6 warriors of the Chong family were killed, but there were no more casualties. The man had already received a letter from the head of the Chon family. Then, the young man introduced Seojun and Tang Ryohwa to the man, thanks to which he was able to destroy the Blood Sky Sura. The man expresses his gratitude to them on behalf of the entire demonic forest. Cho Mugan thanks the soldiers for their work, so their task for tonight is to rest well. Cho Mugan invites his nephew to drink tea together. Girls can also enjoy their vacation. A separate house will be prepared for them. Chin Murup reveals that the ghostly killer of the night was also involved in the Chong family's case. Fortunately, our hero managed to win. But after a second, the black guy says that he was just lucky. Not only the head of the Chong family was blackmailed, the ghostly assassin of the night, in turn, was blackmailing the northern Jeongdamun. He took the envelope from him. Inside it were 2 million. If the demonic forest returns their money, it will be able to gain their trust. Cho Mugen understood that the young man already had a plan. A second later, he hands the letter from the head of the Golden Martial Arts clan to his uncle. The man curiously unfolds it to read. They have a nice conversation, and our hero tells his uncle everything that happened to them. They discuss the son of the Tang family, and Cho Mugan laughs at this loser. He has another letter from the Golden Martial Arts clan that contains important information. They informed that if the demonic forest needed support, they would always be ready to cover their backs. In order for the demonic forest to regain its former status, they must exploit the weaknesses of the Sichuan alliance. You can't take on big clans right away. You have to start small. It is almost impossible to destroy this union, and few clans will take such a risk with them. The man thinks that in order for the plan to work out exactly, they need to enter into this union. After these words, the young man laughed a little. It's just that his uncle's words are very similar to his thoughts. In order to make small and medium-sized groups their allies, it is important to join the union. Now they have won the trust of the Golden Martial Arts, and if they get the trust of the Northern Cheondomen, they will definitely overthrow the Sichuan alliance. Chin Murup wants to do it himself. The young man wants to look at this union with his own eyes and find a solution. Uncle is not at all against the initiative, but first the main character has to do some things. After the bloody revenge, most of the branches were organized, but the Sando branch is still divided. The uncle asks if he needs help with money, but the young man has funds. He hands him an envelope containing the savings given to him by his niece. The man opens his mouth in shock when he sees 101,000 inside. The husband's roof will collapse from such exorbitant sums. It's time for our hero to go. He did not have time to say hello to his grandfather. Night came. A man walks the streets alone, thinking about money. He is very proud of his nephew. The man goes and dances a little, humming a song softly to himself. He is very happy. But it turns out he was not alone. He was being watched. All this was seen by his father, who went for a walk. Cho Pyeongchon reminded his son to keep his face and conduct himself with dignity, then left. He glanced at his son. In the hands of the gray-haired grandfather was an envelope. He too received his first pocket money from his grandson. After a second, he starts to dance and softly sing a song. At this time, the girls rested in a small house that was allocated to them. Tan Ryohwa liked it very much because it was peaceful. The girl brought writing utensils to her friend. Sejong is already going back to the Flower Bell. If she leaves now, she will have time before the onset of winter. The girl is going to write a letter. The girl admits that our hero seems to be a good person, although it is difficult to read him. He is very dangerous for enemies, but if he becomes your ally, he can be completely trusted. It's not that she hates him. She just doesn't let her guard down. Then why did she change her mind recently? Previously, she was categorically against any connection with him. She thought Seojong would be against staying here because Chin Murip's identity was kept a secret from her. The girl explained that it was all because of Dan Yu. She doesn't like our hero's swagger, but she admits that she can learn a lot from him. She thinks that being with him can be beneficial. After some time, the girl completed the letter and handed it to her friend. Finally, Seojong reminded her that all men are criminals and cannot be trusted so easily, even if he has a handsome face. And so, the girl went back home. Suddenly on her way, she meets the main character, who is waiting for Yu Dehu. Seojun asks to take care of her lady while she is gone. Unexpectedly, the guy throws a bag at her. When she opens it, she sees a lot of money inside. Chinmurup paid her travel expenses. After a second, they say goodbye, and everyone goes their separate ways. The girl was happy to receive such a pleasant bonus, so she also started dancing. At this time, Yudea came to meet Chinmurup at the training ground. The young man did not know why the commander called him here. Since Yudeha is his man, our hero wants to give him something useful. Yudeha says that he would definitely beat the bastard who was beating him if it was a normal battle. That wouldn't be enough, and Deha needs to step up and admit it. He throws the book at him and tells him to study it, after which he can burn it with peace of mind. It is an important martial arts book called The Sword That Makes You Beg. They created this martial art together with their teacher. If Yudeha found out that most of Sanchon's martial arts were created by him and his teacher, he would surely lose consciousness. Chinmurup perfected his teacher's martial arts and taught them to his warriors. If Yudeha decided to follow the path of our hero, then he should not be defeated by someone of Akwichan's level. Yudeha entrusts her fate to the commander. He would study what the boy told him. With Yudeha's abilities, he will definitely be able to master this technique even sooner than he thinks. The guy is full of energy and motivation to learn everything. However, Chinmurup did not call him for this at all. The boy said that he was seriously thinking about the active development of the Shining Dragon. The young man wonders if the dragon's development was inactive before this. With the Shining Dragon's current skills, it will be difficult for the demonic forest to return to its former glory. The young guy aims to increase the strength of his squad. For each warrior, it is necessary to choose a separate technique that will suit him. The main character plans to improve the fighting skills of the demonic forest in martial arts. Yes, the guy is serious about it, but that doesn't mean he's going to ignore tradition. There is no point in training former Great Blades from scratch. They already have a good base. The only thing they will have to learn is the special breathing technique of the demonic forest. For the first time, the boy sees someone who talks so simply about the transformation of martial arts. But what is required of Yudeha in this matter? He cannot interfere in such a large-scale process. That is why, from today on, Yudeha's main task is the endless practice of meditation. Now he will repeat the demonic forest meditation every day. It is difficult for our hero to understand what the limit is for the bodies of ordinary people. Because his body is different, therefore the young man needs an ordinary person whose inner changes he can observe. Starting today, the young man will be under Chinmurup's strict watch while the others enjoy themselves. From now on, Yudeha's life will consist of meditation. He will meditate after breakfast, lunch, dinner. At any moment of your life. Just thinking about it made the guy sick. Chinmurup felt the boy's anxiety lately. Although he is the vice captain, but the warriors of the Shining Dragon are no worse than him, and have already shown their leadership skills in the Great Blade. For example, Han Gaion and Juju weren't even scared of Akwichan, and while Yudeha was tied up, Punyang led the soldiers. Punyang has great skills, and the warriors obey him perfectly. The boy quietly says that he was not afraid of Akwichan then either. The main character teased and provoked him, saying that he would pass his title to Punyang. Yudeha agreed to meditate. Our hero thought that he was really the best second in command. These meditations will help make the boy a solid second in command for any warrior. If he wants to get stronger, don't waste time. Yudeha is the youngest owner of such a talent to become a captain. Even someone like him needs a push to develop. After a second, the boy asked if it would be difficult for the heir. Won't it be difficult for him to teach the warriors a new art? Parubok says not to worry about it, because he has a separate teacher for that. He will come after they finish their part of the transformation. He would leave him the Shining Dragon squad for a little while. This will mean their short separation. If the boys do not become stronger, then in the following places they will simply be beaten. The young boy silently looked at the starry sky. The young man says that if everything works out, then maybe they will never see him again. At this time, in some other place, corpses of people are lying on the floor. Some unknown person runs a brush along the walls. It was Pekcheryun, one of the 7 warriors of the Murim. A company of men with horses and some goods went about their business. It was very hot outside. It was a trading coalition of Haimyan. Riding the horse was a deputy chief named Kwak Yon. Pan said that they had to hurry. The man talks about the lands of Sichuan. At the very beginning, there was no road here at all. It was made by soldiers, and now they collect money for travel. They began to discuss without noise the Sword of Light, Pekcheryun. At a young age, he joined the Association of Black Killers. He is also known as one of the 7 warriors who single-handedly defeated a stronger enemy. People like him will rule Murim in the future. He is completely different from ordinary warriors. He is able to occupy high positions. Suddenly, something flashed over the man's head. It seems that the one they were just talking about is keeping an eye on this area. A blond boy greets strangers. The same Pekcheryun appeared in front of them. His expression was a little creepy. They have not seen each other for a long time.
Trade was shocked when he saw him live. He did not think that he was still quite a child.
The young man wants to get to know each other, because from now on they will see each other more often. This is a good idea, because the newcomers were very frightened, hearing only his name. The boy asks not to be afraid of him. If they are kind to each other, everything will be fine. It is a little difficult to believe that this young man is not a terrible person. They know his story very well. You should put a little pressure on the guy as he turns into a monster. They just greeted each other, and it felt like hundreds of snakes were crawling over my body. A second later, the chief gives the boy half a year's worth of road tax. The man admits that something worries them. He meant the robbers, and asked if the boy knew where they were going now. They had passed by and entered a village on their territory to drink, but now they had gone elsewhere. After hearing that nothing is in danger, they go on. The young man also advises them not to visit the guest house on the way. They do not understand the reason for this, but will try not to do it. They do not believe that such a person collects money himself. But he also deals with bandits. Now that there was no need to worry about the robbers, they boldly went forward. Soon, they end up at a guest house in which the blond young man did not advise staying. They can move on, because the robbers are already finished. Therefore, they can continue their journey even at night. Morning comes, and the young man is already busy meditating. Each clan uses different energy points and uses them differently, but if you look at the Sechuchin cycle, you can tell which clan a warrior belongs to. But isn't the demonic forest method all about accumulating demonic energy? But not many people can feel the demonic energy. Many years ago, due to internal quarrels, the religion of blood was born. There was a civil war. The reason is the limit that appears when people learn martial arts and reach a certain level. Those who did not exceed this limit became monsters. A war broke out between those who turned monsters into weapons, and those who were against it. People who were comrades until that day began to fight against each other. Everyone was involved in the conflict. Cho Chun-hyun became the man who brought his followers to Secheon and began to help them. He was a researcher who spent his life studying the visible effects of demonic energy. He managed to get rid of the demonic spirit. This is how the energy of Invol, which is the basis of the arts of the demonic forest, was born. Therefore, they had to get rid of unstable dark energy. But Udeha thinks that this energy does not reveal his strength. For a boy, demonic energy is like air. Udeha wants to ask our hero a question. He asks the air if he gets dizzy from taking deep breaths for a long time. The main character did not understand the meaning of the question because you have to breathe like that all your life. Just thinking about it made my heart sad. The young man asks him not to be upset because very soon the hellish training awaits the dragon from the agency. It is difficult for the body to accept something new, so everything takes time. Our hero does not want his subordinate to die from overwork during training. Life is still more important than mastering skills, but their future teacher doesn't think so. If Udeha can't stand such a strict teacher, let him say so. At this time, the boys talked about their squad and that they are not strong enough. Therefore, they will follow the heir to become as strong as him. The commander really inspires them, makes you move forward. Everyone perfectly understands that the commander can really lead them to the top. They love their commander so much that they are even ready to sacrifice their lives for him. Meanwhile, Han Kyung has a severe stomach ache. Maybe he ate something wrong? One of the commanders grabs the man by the shoulder and tells him to have fun with them. From such a sharp touch, the stomach hurt even more and the man clenched his teeth. Now is the decisive moment. They will either turn back before it is too late, or swear allegiance to the commander. He orders those who want to leave to get up right now. And then, after a second, Han Kyung stands up. Everyone was scared. Does he really want to leave them with a question mark? Soon he heads for the door. Those who leave may not expect mercy from him. The guys just look after him in shock. They're glad they just misunderstood the guy and he's still with them. The entire Shining Dragon squad agreed to the hellish training that awaited them. Autumn will come very soon. Cho Pyeongchun is now thinking about Chin Murip. He wonders how his grandson is doing and if they are doing well. In the morning, a letter arrived from the Shining Dragon. Grandfather began to read it with interest. In it, the main character greeted his uncle and grandfather. He also thanks for the fact that he was given permission for this foray. This matter is necessary for the revival of the demonic forest. They only have strength because of the 2 weeks of rest they gave them. In autumn, the young man wishes them not to get sick and to be healthy. The young man promises to contact them when they arrive in Sondo. Cho Mugan explains that the squad left their horses behind. Are they going to cover this distance on foot? Our hero is really a very unusual guy. Grandfather hopes that the Shining Dragon will return safe and sound. Meanwhile, all the dragons are going through hellish training. Now they are practicing their running. If someone stops, the commander threatens to cut off his legs. The last 10 boys will be punished and will meditate with his deputy. Hearing about this method of punishment, everyone hastened. Today they plan to smoke all 4 peaks. By this time, Yudaha had been meditating continuously for 15 days. He used up absolutely all of his energy, but continued to meditate. After half a month, he finally began to feel more free. Yudeka has been meditating on the road for 6 days now. Our hero also takes good care of the girl who accompanies them. Now they are really going to meet the young warrior Bugok. He is the only one who can help Day. In fact, Yeonchu doesn't really want to date this guy because she thinks he's scary. 6 days have passed since they left Sashon. With the exception of meditation, their time for sleeping and eating was significantly reduced. They keep going. For the first 3 days of the journey, I really wanted to rest a little. But everyone endured. For the next 3 days, everyone thought that the millet would die from such a schedule. But no one thought to complain. They had a chance to refuse. But they all deliberately followed the captain. And that's how 6 days passed. Little by little, the unit of the Shining Dragon began to amaze with its stability and endurance. Their limit, which they thought about, turned out to be much more. The arms and legs continued to move even when the spirit died. The training they will face in the future will be even tougher. And if in this process you clearly set your limit and give up, then further training will not make sense. 10 days have passed. All of them had calluses on their hands and feet, and the blood did not stop flowing from the wounds. And on this day, the hellish journey finally ended. Finally, they reached the last peak. Chinmarip praises his deputy. But is this really their last destination? It will be really hard to get to that valley. Tong Oreohwa did not understand why the Heir had brought them here. That valley is incomparable. Below is their destination. The main character orders to gather the whole squad. The boy never wanted to come to this place again, but he had to. To train the boys, you need a place where no one will disturb you. Suddenly, the young man began to move his hand quickly. And then, after a second, the stairs leading down appeared from somewhere. The main character praises his warriors, but this is only a small part of their entire journey. Where they go, there is almost no sunlight. He orders to hold on to the collar of the person walking in front until the eyes get used to the darkness. Everyone obediently follows the order and slowly descends. Tang Ryowa noticed that as soon as they arrived here, the energy changed. Perhaps the place they are going is a flower bell. The soldiers were shocked by what they saw. A huge space the size of an entire settlement. There used to be a village here. This place became deserted not so long ago, because traces of life are still visible here. Chinmarip says that a long time ago this place was hell, and now it is forever forgotten. Innocent people used to live here who were brutally killed by those who tried to hide the truth. Training will begin now, and if they don't last, they will also remain forgotten corpses here. Now everything really begins. Just the thought that this is just the beginning is nerve-wracking. Until they finish all the training, no one will get out of here. This place is their personal hell. Yeonchu advises to keep everything they see and hear here only in their heads. Otherwise, it will be death. It seems that the red-haired man himself has seen a lot here. Our hero asks them not to despair, because he believes that they will overcome this. He orders all the commanders to come forward. Chinmarip will head to Sondo, and once they finish training, they will return to him. But the boy has to go first and take care of some things. So for now they will train with the subordinates. The old man left them many books. It is a demonic forest martial art that has been transformed especially for them. If they master this, they will reach a high level. Hugh Yong found a book that described the art of archery. The main character asks to give him a bow. And then, after a second, he takes it in his hands, and it starts emitting bright blue energy. Hugh Yong wants to give the commander arrows. With arrows, it's a really deadly weapon, so it's best to move away. The captain said that his father was a hunter, but judging by the way he held his sword, father was a real master at it. Then, the young man turned to all the captains except Hugh Yong. The main character gave them a task: try to kill him.
Don't give in! He orders to try to kill him.
After a moment, a powerful energy begins to flow from him. No one understands how a person is capable of radiating such energy. The boys understood that this was not a joke and rushed straight to the captain to complete the task. A bow is both a simple and complex weapon. Ju Cho goes for him first. The young man tells the bow to shoot straight at the target. Tanryowa watches our hero with admiration. 3 arrows from the boy's energy appeared on the string, which had nothing on it. A moment later, arrows were fired at Jucho, but they did not cause any pain because they were specially made that way. If it had been a real fight, the boy would have died. It turns out that it was just an illusion of arrows. If this is what Tang Ryohwa thinks, maybe this is palace art? Poon Young was next. Chin Marip pulled the string again. A second later, a young lad rushed towards them. Right with the bow in hand! The captains tried with all their might to hurt the heir even a little, but he quickly bypassed them, dodged, and even struck. He pushed one of the captains aside. Opponents kept coming, but the young man deftly dodged every blow. Then he used his bow to choke one of the boys. They clearly did not expect such skill. There are 2 more captains left in the formation, which must be overcome. Usually archers in battle try to keep their distance, but Chin Murip did the opposite. His movements were simply incredible. If there was a real arrow in his hands, the tendons in Ju Cho's legs would have been cut. No warrior would hesitate to attack an archer knowing that he would retreat. But what if the archer showed he could fight at close range? If the opponent is counting on close combat, then you can always find a moment and, even in close combat, shoot an arrow. Everyone should remember what an archer should be like. The main character continues to pierce everyone with fake arrows. If it had been a real arrow, they would have died 3 times already. This is the art of bow and arrow. Close combat is poison for archers, which from time to time you will have to learn to drink. Hugh Yong is grateful for the lesson from the captain. The meaning is that the arrow must find its target. Hugh Yong carefully follows the direction of his arrow. A second later, she pierces a rat that was 100 meters away from them. The young man simply chose his target while pulling the string. The boy had to be ready to shoot an arrow even while sleeping. Even monks use this method of shooting. This technique contains the best of other techniques. They can become stronger, just like the Shining Dragon warriors should. The captains used to think that they could no longer improve their technique, but the meeting with Chin Marip became a real gift of fate for them. Suddenly, Poon Yeon falls to his knees in front of the heir. After a second, he says that he is ready to give his life for the commander. Suddenly, the other warriors also pick him up and do the same. Tang Ryohwa watches this with admiration. Yude Ha and Yeonchu smile softly when they see this. Our hero warns that in exactly 3 months, they will face a very strong opponent. They won't be able to learn the basics perfectly, but they have to do their best. The black boy asks them not to die before they have to. A second later, everyone shouts in unison that they are ready to follow the captain's orders. The road to Sando forced Chin Marip to say goodbye to the squad for a short time. Yongchu is not sure that it is possible to do this, because the boys are still very weak. That is why the young man gave them this task. The protagonist will send not only Pegcheryun to them, but also assistance for training. Then the redhead will leave food for the boys, and will wait for the boy in the settlement. It is clear from the settlement that there was a recent battle here. Is it a flower bell? It really is. Western Death Valley. That's what they call this place. 12 years have passed since the attack on Marima. There is a reason why these ruins still exist. Although many people lived here in the past, now it is a land of death on which no human foot will set foot. The young man asks if Yu Daiha and Tang Ryohwa visited Sanchon settlement. They had never been to this settlement, so our hero decided to introduce them to it. The place they are headed to is one of the 8 great mountain settlements where great wars stop. After some time, they arrived at the foot of the mountain, from where you can freely look at any side of the world. Daiha is worried that the inhabitants of the mountain settlement might recognize Chin Marip. But the young boy does not think that such a thing is possible. Someone is watching them from above. Suddenly, the girl feels someone's presence here. The protagonist praises her for her attentiveness. He felt it too. A second later, a man appears in front of them and greets Mr. This boy's name is Kageon. This stranger moves faster than them. Is he an ordinary bodyguard? The boy had grown a lot since their last meeting. They have a cute dialogue and the guy is called to lead them to the right place. Foreigners were never allowed here, but now they let them in with a hug. When the girl came, she did not expect such an honor because she was an ordinary soldier. Now she and the master will go up to the mountain temple. The girl is not sure that she can go with our hero. Will anyone be able to drive Chinmaripa? The boy cheered her up by joking that he would not take her hostage. Not everyone is allowed here to prevent bloody fights. Therefore, he wants to show her that people live even in such places. It is very difficult for Yude to follow the heir. He is breathing hard. Thanks to his practice, which he brought almost to the ideal, he thought he had become very strong. But now, in order to even just keep up with these monsters, he has to make much more effort. Tan Ryohwa had heard that the Wesi commander had a hard time in the battle with Ak Wishon. Maybe he's just hiding his abilities? The girl looks around when she sees that the boy is lagging behind and asks if he needs help. Our hero and the guard discuss the fact that the young man is still a little weak. So finally they arrive at the right place. The girl carefully looks around. The main character politely tells them to settle down. Not everyone will have the opportunity to come here. This settlement is not at all inferior to Kvaryan. Just think that there are 8 more such settlements. Residents of the settlement were already standing and welcoming our hero. Sheryun has just returned and is already waiting for the black boy. They are shocked that such capable warriors in this settlement are ordinary guards. The girl has a question she wants to ask. She wonders what status these people have. With the exception of Kagyan, this is a reserve unit guarding Sancheon. I wonder what they say about these places in Varyon. She had heard that even the most ordinary warriors here were the level of their middle commanders, or even stronger. Although it is true that their warriors are very strong, their numbers have dwindled. If there are a little more than 100 officially trained warriors in this place. Residents looked surprised when they saw Chinmurib. Everyone immediately ran up to him and began to congratulate him. The boy is also happy to see everyone. The young man greets the little boy and asks if he has eaten yet. This boy's mother invites him to join their meal. But the guy has to refuse, because now he needs to meet one more person. He leaves the girl and his deputy with the people, and he goes on business. A woman invites guests to enter the house. Keeping such a large number of people costs a lot of money. In addition, it is the only settlement in Sacheon, and she lived and never knew about it. Pek Sheryun noticed that the woman who came with them smelled differently. He reminds that Chinmurib is much more insidious by nature than he is. The main character left his people in the western swept valley. He leaves them to Pek Sheryun. There's no need to teach them martial arts. They will learn it themselves. He asked to make it so that after that each of them can without doubt fight with a stronger warrior. The boy understands that it is quite difficult. A second later, his eyes fill with excitement. The young man predatorily asks how many people he can kill. Chinmurib slid his serious, piercing gaze over him. But the main character immediately forbids killing any of his subordinates. Yongchu had become very attached to these guys. So if even one of them died, he would be very angry. A bruise appeared on the boy's lip from the blow of our hero. It seems he hasn't gotten over his kind nature yet. The demonic forest needs these warriors, so the boy strongly begs not to. The blonde young man noticed that the heir's behavior this time was rather unusual. Since this area was connected to the bloodline and the palace, he kept a close eye on it. In the last month, there was one incident with the appearance of a group of bandits. The blonde boy did not think for a long time and killed them because they crossed the boundaries of what was allowed. Then, how is he different from Yongchu? He first listened to them, and only then killed. He left their leader alive, who told them that blood is not the squad ordered them to choose a side. They lost in one of the battles, so they fled here in fear for their lives. Maybe he's right. This means that a great war may soon begin in Sojan, Podalap Palace and Blood Squad. Due to the fact that these two forces tried to contain each other, neighboring Sichuan was rarely harmed. But if one of the parties unites the whole of Sojan, the situation will change. And if one side wins, Sichuan will be next. A smile played on his lips at the thought of it. Our hero just got some pretty good information. At this time, a boy and a girl walked to visit one of the women. The girl looked carefully at everything around her. She was interested. She noticed that there were far fewer men than women. This is because many died protecting their families. Most of the children have never seen their parents. You cannot move forward if a person is stuck in the past. Children should grow up without worries. And all this thanks to our hero. Trust in him is simply incredible. It is impossible to buy such trust. People don't seem to know his true identity yet. The locals are very loyal to him. Besides, they have a large military force. But despite this, they live a simple, peaceful life. The sun was already setting behind the horizon. The girl and the main character looked at the scenery. The girl recognized his talent for making people do what he wanted. The young man thinks that he is overestimated. But it's really true. Even on their first meeting, she just couldn't help but follow him. Now she understood that the boy really did not want to harm this world. After a second, the young man's face became more serious. He is different from stupid robbers. Just wants all people to live freely. But the victim of that bloody battle still did not give up revenge. Does he really want to go further? They have been successful so far, so they want to continue in the same spirit. The girl looks at him with eyes full of admiration. It's time to go back, and the guy offers to drink a little at the end. The girl sighs heavily and says that she will not go with him, because now she understands that the boy does not want to harm this world. But if his identity is revealed, the world will plunge into chaos. A second later, she gently touches his hand with hers. She takes his palm with her own hands and says that she must protect him. This is her will. Even if his identity becomes known to everyone, if he is with the daughter of the one who saved the world, then it might make things easier. The black-haired boy was at a loss for words. He just looked at the young lady in shock. She, in turn, looked at him with her eyes full of trust and warmth. The young man thought that she was out of her mind. 2 days passed. Before going to Sando, they need to visit somewhere. Chinmurup asks the blonde oddball to take care of his people. Pek-Sheryun, on the other hand, asks him to take care of their master. He doesn't even eat if you don't follow him.
This guy is one of the stronger warriors, the most dangerous of those she saw here.
After that, the residents wished them a happy journey. They said goodbye and went their separate ways. Suddenly, the girl hears someone's voice in her head. Pek-Sheryun, call her Flower Lady and remind me that if something happens to our hero, the world will face chaos. The girl asked when he called her that, does he really know her true identity? But the young man does not think so. Most likely he was just testing a guess. The girl sighs heavily. The guy asks her not to worry. They want to visit the northern Jeongdomen to solve the debt case. So our hero wants to give them that receipt. But the amount of money they had decreased a little. We had to spend money on military turnover. But even if they don't return the full amount, they will be grateful. Because it is a place with dangerous guilds. Northern Cheondaman is known for its brutal martial arts. And a great chance to make them their debtors. It takes a whole day to get there. Suddenly, the girl asked everyone to stop for a moment. It was already late, so she offered to stay at a guest house and to continue the journey tomorrow. If they come there tomorrow morning, the people of North Cheongdomen will definitely be in a good mood and have more time to talk.
Yudeha and Yeonshu listened to the girl with admiration. There really is logic in this.
The main character said that the girl has a stupid character. It was praise. She's definitely become a part of their squad. The old man was lying in bed and breathing heavily. He is not in the best condition now. A young boy was sitting above him. It was Li Huang, the heir of the northern Jeongdomen. The subordinate talks about the fact that he has returned from the outskirts of Pajun. Sur of the Bloody Sky is destroyed. The head of the family is saved. They say it was all done by the heir of the demonic forest. It's a great luck that people were saved, but they don't even know who the kidnapper is. Now they are in debt to the Union. They owe them 800,000 pieces of silver, but they have collected only 50. If they do not pay the debt, they will end up on the street. Soon you will also have to pay for the union fee. The man had no doubt sold his soul to the devil if it would help solve their problem. It is very difficult for the boy to see the chapter in such a state, but he must pull himself together. The guy can't think about anything else. He feels the walls pressing down on him. The walls that have appeared between small and large plans are pressing. They call themselves a union, although the attitude towards them depends heavily on their origin. The Union has ruled Sichuan for a very long time, so these walls will not fall. He will pray for Li Huan to return home safe and sound. It is difficult for him to leave his father and students to return to the Union again. What's the point of returning to the Iron Blade like this? The subordinate tried to encourage the heir, reminding him that there is always a way out. As long as there is life, there is hope. It seems that these words made him feel better. A smile played on his lips. After some time, someone visited the counselor. He is informed that guests have arrived. These guests came from the demonic forest. It was they who opened the case of the disappearance of the head of the Chan clan. At that moment, hope flashed in the man's eyes. He quickly collected himself and ran out to meet the guests. It was this young man who destroyed the Great Blade and investigated the disappearance of the head of the Chong family. Maybe he has some information about the thief? The advisor explained that the head is not in the best shape right now, so he is replacing it. The main character arrived here after learning information during the investigation of the John family case. After asking how they are doing here, the man immediately became serious. Now the clan is on the verge of complete ruin. The head does not come to his senses, so his obligations are fulfilled by the heir, but he must return to the Iron Blade clan. Listening to this, our hero takes out an envelope from his pocket. The man does not understand what it is, but takes the envelope in his hands. When he opens it, he is shocked to find 2 million inside. The main character is not going to return 1 million. He will not help everyone for free. Unfortunately, this is all the amount they could find. A second later, he hands them an envelope containing another 400,000. After a second, the young man gets up and is about to leave, but the man stops him. Would the heir leave them such a large amount just like that? The main character is not kidding. The head of the forest was deeply saddened by the misfortunes of the northern Cheondamun, so he decided to help them. At the moment of his appearance in the demonic forest, the young man was able to do so many good deeds. It seems that a dragon has indeed appeared in the demonic forest. The man asks not to go so fast. He wants to say thank you. At this time, the heir says goodbye to his father because he has to go back to the clan. With tears in his eyes, he hopes that his father will recover soon. Soon, a happy advisor runs into the room who says that the heir of the demonic forest has arrived. The man talks about the fact that our hero returned the stolen money to them. The young boy at first does not understand what he is talking about. Suddenly, the old man, who had been lying down without strength, suddenly stood up. It was true. The main character returned all their money and more. The boy could not digest what happened before his eyes. Lee Jong-myung headed towards the guests as soon as he got up. He didn't even have time to put himself in order. The money they received from the boy is a new life for what to go home. The man who was near death saw the light in the face of the young heir of the demonic forest. The young boy became a real ray of hope for him. He knelt before him. The boy became embarrassed and asks him to get up. But the old man continues to thank him endlessly. The boy hopes that they can overcome these difficulties. Chin Murip is truly an amazing young man. Thus, the demonic forest gained another ally. Now our heroes were heading to Sichuan. More precisely, they were heading to Sojo. The head asked them to stay at least for a few days to give thanks. But the main character must reject this offer, because it's time for them to go. They say goodbye to each other. Suddenly an idea comes to the young man's head. He tells him about her in his ear. The old man asks to take his son with him on the road, because he is still going the same way. The boy wants to accompany our company to Sondo. The heir notices how this boy's eyes light up. He is very different from his peers. After some time, they go on the road. The boy promised to protect the heir on the way. They got into the cart, and a young boy was their coachman. Yes, a second later, they were off to Sando. The road to Nanzhong province is quite close to Songdo. They wouldn't entrust Li Huan with such a job because he wasn't even a coachman. So Yu Daiha pushed him inside and got behind the horses himself. All the guy dreams about now is to rest. When they arrive a little more, they will switch and Yong Chu will sit behind the horses. The black-haired boy said that he wanted to get a job in Sando. They are planning to reopen a unit that has been vacant for a long time. Li Huang unfolds the paper to see its contents, but Li Huang doesn't seem sure that this is the place. The young man remembers that this is an old, long-abandoned building. If he remembers correctly, that's where the headquarters of the Gang of 10 is. They were stationed there several years ago. This gang is part of the Muramu Alliance, but why were they stationed in Sando? Most likely, they were engaged in foreign intelligence. Tang Ryohua had heard that the gang had their ears and eyes everywhere. But why did they set up their headquarters in the demonic forest subdivision? They seem to have decided that the unit is abandoned. But if the gang has still preserved its honor and dignity, it will be possible to come to an agreement with them. Chin Murip is sure that these bastards have no dignity. What will they do if the gang refuses to leave? This is not important because the building is still old and our hero thought of rebuilding it. There are a lot of people walking on the streets. Traders here offer a wide variety of goods. That's exactly what Sando looks like. Chin Murip sincerely thanks the boy for the support. Li Huang immediately heads to the Sichuan Union to announce his arrival. A second later, the young man turns to the black youth. He asks if the demonic forest wants to join the alliance someday. Chin Murip does not promise anything, because now their main task is to strengthen the units. Li Huang promises that he is ready to come to his aid at any time. Our hero does not like to say goodbye for a long time, so after a second he thanks and leaves. Li Huang also goes about his business. Chin Murip notices that Yudeha is a little tired and offers to sit in the cart himself, but he refuses. First, they need to rest. First, they will check the unit and then find a place to stay. After leaving the central intersection of the city, they went to a quiet street. They immediately saw the headquarters of the gang in front of them. The building really looked very sad, and you could easily think that it was abandoned. The redhead wanted to call the porter, but there was no need. Since they entered the city, they have been watched by two scoundrels. Among such rumors, spread faster than the wind. Therefore, our hero decides to come in without an invitation. At this time, a man runs to the butler and says that they have guests. They were visited by the heir of the demonic forest. The boy himself went in and opened the door. It seems he knew he was being watched. Chok Mu was irritated by such insolence, but said to bring him here. But the young man does not need to be brought anywhere. He has already come himself. He came here to settle the misunderstanding that had arisen between their gang and the demonic forest. The man does not understand what kind of misunderstanding we are talking about. Although the place is empty, it still belongs to the demonic forest, so the gang must vacate the premises. But Chok Moog is not going to leave here. Who said this room belongs to them? The bastard isn't going to go away, even when Chin Murip says in a sterner tone. This is how a master of martial arts and the head of a famous gang communicate. This document confirms that the area belongs to the demonic forest. The man reads the document and realizes that it is real. He does not dispute that once upon a time, this room belonged to a demonic forest. Tan Rihua is shocked that they are not going anywhere even after seeing the document. They've been here for 10 years, they renovated it to live, and now they have to just leave? But there is no repair here. Besides, It's starting to get cold outside, so the gang won't be going anywhere. The gang agrees that the premises belong to the demonic forest, but they want to stay here. The black-haired boy smiles and agrees. The man fell into a stupor when he heard that the young man agreed to this. The bastard screams loudly. It turns out that Chin Murup was still going to demolish the premises in order to rebuild. He can do whatever he wants, because the room belongs to the forest. They will demolish the house, and the gang will decide whether to stay here and die or leave. The bastard realized that this young man is even worse than many poor people, a madman who goes to any lengths for his goal. It is necessary to report him to the center urgently. A second later, Yongchu is already holding a large stone on his shoulder, with which he is going to crush everything here. A guy can tell you how to survive a gang. If they wash every day and report information about the gang, our hero will provide them with food and a roof over their heads. The man grits his teeth in anger. The man agrees, but cannot accept one condition. The young man thinks that this condition is the delivery of information, but it is not at all. He does not agree to wash every day, at least every other day. Parabok did not expect this, but agreed. Thus, he returned the unit to Sondo. Chokmuge accepted the heir's offer. Now that they have to live under the bridge, he sees how hard it will be for his chuns. They use the gang's information networks to find craftsmen and laborers to help with construction. Thus, the reconstruction of the Sondo Demonic Forest Division had finally begun. John Muge smells bad, and our hero advises him to try brushing his teeth. He will do it tomorrow. For vagrants, this is a real benefit, because they are provided with food and a home. The man understands that Chin Murup is very smart. Judging by his ingenuity, the rumor that he killed Sura is most likely true. It is said that those expelled from the organization are sent to branches abroad of the Central Union. The man says that his mentor was an elder of the gang. Why then is he here instead of going to a gang in the Central Union? His mentor participated in the preparation of the rebellion of the 8 Emperor clan, but died along with the other elders. And the man survived only because he knew nothing. The man has no burning desire to return to the center. The main thing is that his people are not starving now. If the man will help our hero, then someday I will be able to return to the Central Union. The man notices that this boy is quite self-confident. Such people usually have 2 paths, either eternal glory or an early death. But unfortunately, the man never met the first option. It will be interesting to see how much this confidence is enough for the guy. The main character asks the man to find him a person with fast feet. The boy needs the fastest messenger. The man gets up and is going to finish his bread. After some time, Don Chogi enters his office. The guy says he can deliver the letter to Chongqing in about 20 days if the route is cut. Almost all craftsmen in Sondo were encouraged to build new buildings for the division. From that day, construction went faster. Our hero has resumed training in the sword technique he studied with the head of Nerim. Yudeha is locked in a vault and continues his training. Tengryowa and Yongchu became his partners in this. The vagabonds from the gang also resumed their studies because now they did not have to worry about food and lodging. The gang received most of its information from passers-by on the streets. They spent several hours a day gathering information, and the rest of the time they spent on training. Yes, completely imperceptibly the moon flashed by. Our hero delivers a message that needs to be delivered to the demonic forest. Also, he gives the guy money for travel expenses. The guy promises to run as fast as he can. And so, after a few minutes, he started on his way. Winter was approaching. Finally, the construction was finished, and soon the first guest visited them. It was Li Huang who came to congratulate them on the completion of construction. The young man wonders how he managed to convince the gang of this. He says he asked politely. Chin Murup has the impression that he knows his friend. His name is Shin Pyong. He is the young heir of the Golden Martial Arts clan. The boy expresses his gratitude to Chin Murup for helping their clan. The boy said that guests from the Tang clan had recently arrived. All they did was apologize and leave. Rumor has it that they were the ones who saved Pyeongchang, but Fame couldn't get their heads around it. This family did not say anything more to them. This is very interesting. If someone asks about it, he asks to say that the rumors do not lie. Li Huang has something else to say. He tells that now it is very restless in Sojin. After a moment, he blurts out and asks Chin Murup to join the Sichuan Union. They say the Blood Clan and the Underworld Palace are preparing for war. This is very secret information that no one knows about yet. The young man heard this information from an acquaintance who works in Bigak. Although there is an opinion that large factions neglect small and medium clans. But this does not apply to all. Sojang and Sichuan are separated by the Tessel mountain range, so carts rarely travel along this route. But there is a chance that they want to go to the center, then they will have to go through Sichuan. If war breaks out now, the major alliance factions will use them as consumables. Therefore, now they need the support of the demonic forest. If he were the head of the Union, then the most rational solution would be to use small factions as consumables in the war. Although the demonic forest has yet to regain its former prestige, after defeating the Great Blade, they have become one of the strongest factions. It is logical that they want to get their support. There's no way that such information would leak out of the council. So it's a trap to draw the demonic forest into war. They must have realized that the demonic forest is trying to win the sympathy of small and medium factions, and they sent them so that the demonic forest could not refuse. He expected that the Alliance would want to win the demonic forest over to its side, but he could not have thought that they would react so quickly. A second later, the heir laughed out loud. If he refuses, he will lose the confidence of small and medium-sized factions, and if he agrees, he will put them at risk of war. In such a situation, he finds only one option: to inflate his price. That is why he refuses to join the Union. The boys try to assure our hero that this is a good deal for the demonic forest. They promise to do their best to support the demonic forest while they cultivate their former authority. He asked if everyone believed that the demonic forest should become a center for the small and medium factions to unite. This is just their opinion for now, but other factions may support them. In a situation where we need to unite, conflicts can only do harm. He does not want to join the Alliance at such great risks. If others really share their opinion, then let them invite them to the negotiating table. Having said this, the main character walks away with a smile. The boys are clearly upset about this and think they were in a hurry. They understood that first it is necessary to discuss everything with others. Then, the boys set out to solve this question. If they believe that war is inevitable, then they definitely want to have strong allies. Their goal is not only to minimize losses for large factions. They won't be happy if the demonic forest is out of the way. Therefore, even if they refuse the offer, the Union will not refuse them. If they don't want to become cannon fodder, they will get together and come to them again. The boy noticed that the family had come to him and ordered him to go back and guard the gate. It is said that the young heir went to reconstruct the subdivision in Sando. Some still do not believe in the rumors that our hero has overcome the Asura of the bloody sky. It is hard to believe that he single-handedly overcame such a strong enemy. A heavenly poison warrior named Tang Mugyong does not believe this. There is no need to raise the authority of the demonic forest now. Han Yung-wol reflects on everything he managed to hear. He thought that everything was long in the past, but they were destined to meet again. Cho Pyeongchon is the only one who was able to defeat him many years ago. They say that now he has become an ordinary grandfather, but it seems that he has a good student. In the morning, the man noticed the two Iron Blade guys fussing. It seems that the small factions have decided to side with the demonic forest. Or maybe the man himself sent them there. The war between the Blood Squad and the Palace will end with the squad winning. Their thirst for majesty will not subside, and they will not calm down. Of course, they will go to Sichuan. Therefore, they need to clip the wings of the demonic forest in order to minimize their losses and win the war. If the demonic forest does not participate, there may be trouble after the war and control of Sichuan will pass to them. Therefore, it is necessary to exhaust the forces of small and medium-sized factions in order to strengthen their positions. They must force the demonic forest to participate in this war. All cards must be in their hands. What to do if it does not come to war? If that happens, they may start a war themselves. There are enough drives. And what if the demonic forest does not join them? At this time, the two boys returned with nothing. They have already sent 2 monks to them. You can't give the demonic forest much time to think. All they have to do is wait for good news from the monks. Ha Jambo, one of the monks, had not dealt with the demonic forest for a long time. The second monk, Kong Yuvul, is not sure what they are doing is right, but they themselves turned away from the forest at a difficult moment. If they are already here, you should talk to them. The men knock and a scary-looking guy, our red-haired big man, opens the door for them. The men immediately tensed up seeing such a scary face. A second later, Young Chu slammed the door with all his stupidity, saying that they were not interested in predictions. The men were tired. Zdroven decided that they were fortune-tellers and had come here for fortune-telling. Men don't seem upset about it at all. They don't try to make another attempt go back. Yangchu told our hero about the fortune-tellers visiting them, but he sent them back. Lately, everything has been very quiet, even unusual. Maybe it's a redhead's destiny to be a gatekeeper. Chin Murip reminded that guests from the Union should come to them soon, and they should be met with dignity. Yangchu is ready to receive guests because politeness is his second name. At this time, the monks had already returned to the Union and told that they had not been let in. They were not even allowed on the threshold. The mustachioed man sits in confusion. It seems that the rumors that our hero is a difficult person turned out to be true. His power is very great, but it is somehow too much. It seems he underestimated him. Then, next time they decide to send an Iron Blade Master to them. Maybe then the middle and small factions will be satisfied. Perhaps the Master will have better luck and bring them good news. The boy introduced himself. His name is Yukkunmyeon. He came from the Iron Blade clan. The red-haired man rudely asks why he came here. The young man came to talk to the heirs, but the heir forbade anyone except guests from the Union to be admitted. After a second, the young man says that he is from the Union. The redhead is surprised. Then Yongchu immediately clears the way for the boy and invites him inside. Chinmurup carefully examines the stranger who has just entered his territory. It seems that they are the same age, although the boy thought that some elder would be sent to him. Rumors about the main character turned out to be true. The young man extends his hand and introduces himself. Yongchu is indignant when they hear that this brat is addressing the heir as you. Rudy even wants to kill him for this, but Chinmurup forbids it. First, you need to see what he will do. The young man says that he came here because he was interested in getting to know our hero. They look at each other. Chinmurup sees that this guy's approach is very different from that of others. The young man heard that the young man rejected the offer of union, but our hero cannot remember this. He tells about the situation when the boy did not let 2 monks in. Then the main character turns to the redhead and asks if no one has come to them. Yukkunmyeon said that 2 old men were supposed to come to them. Yongchu remembered that 2 fortune-tellers had come to them, but he told them to go away. From today, the heir ordered to keep the gate open at all times. It turns out that there was simply a misunderstanding. Well, the guy met our hero, so now he can go. But the young man, it seems, is not going to go. He remembered something important. It turns out he has to take him to the Union. Those grandfathers came here from the face of large factions. And the young man does not know what they would offer him if they entered. But the young man chased them away without even listening. He says that everyone agreed that the demonic forest should become the center of the Union. The guy asks him to think it over. They can give him a lot. The black-haired boy asks what exactly they can give him. The guy promises absolute support from small and medium-sized factions. No matter what he did, if the demonic forest became the center, they would always be on their side. Li Huang and Shin Pyong were saying something very similar. But are they sure they can keep that promise? The young man is sure that they will be able to keep their word. When the war is over, the victors will take up the sword in Sichuan. Will he be able to protect small and medium factions from them? This young man is asking the wrong question. You don't have to ask if he will protect them. You have to ask if he is ready to fight alongside them and not give up. The boy is worried that they might become victims of war because of the major factions. Of course, the boy did not expect to win the hearts and minds of all small and medium-sized factions in one step. The main thing is that at least a few people support him confidently, and the rest can be achieved based on past experience. After a few seconds, the protagonist agrees, but in turn, he asks to fulfill one of his requests. He pulls out the letter he was going to give to the elder young Muwon and us when they arrive. The main character asks to convey this message to the owner. The boy promises to fulfill the request and says goodbye to him. After that, he steps to the exit. Tan Ryohwa came. It's a pity that she wasn't there earlier, because they had an interesting guest. The girl felt something unusual, that's why she came. She thought it might be a warrior from Sonshin. Hearing about this, our hero was surprised. The girl explained that she felt a similar energy from some people in the flower bell. Chinmurup guessed that this guest was hiding something. Now it became clear why he is different from others. Meanwhile, they had already received his message. The mustachioed man is tightly squeezed into a piece of paper. At the same time, the old man laughed loudly. It seems he was so amused by the letter he received from our hero. If they want the demonic forest to join the alliance, they invite him to visit their unit by next month. It is not difficult to guess what they were thinking. After a second, the mustachioed man agrees, confidence in every word and movement. The guy knows his price perfectly. The Lord could hear the disappointment in Tang Mugyong's voice. Now, even though the man is disappointed, Han Jungwol will have to regret later. Everything happened as they thought. The demonic forest is taking its toll. This brat hasn't even become an official head yet, but he talks so rudely to the elders and asks them to come to them personally. Let him continue to disgrace himself. A gang messenger named Dong Choge brought a letter to Cho Magan. The grandfather was very worried about his grandson. Did he eat or sleep? Even after going to Sondo, Chinmurup remains himself. Soon, Moon Kang-yu, the intelligence commander, arrived. The commander of the intelligence service enters the premises and says hello. From today, they will intercept all carrier pigeons. It seems that the heir is up to something again. It will be clear to anyone that this is just a demonstration. And isn't the messenger from the gang a demonstration? The messenger overcame a long, difficult path. He tells him to rest. Cho Mugen is going to be a good uncle to Chinmurip. The grandfather will morally support his son. And so the man goes on the road. A little over a month passed from the moment the gang was absorbed to the arrival of Dongchoge. During this month, the Sichuan Union was shocked by the act of the young heir of the demonic forest, who asked what the price is for self-love and arrogance. The morning of the appointed day came. All the people understood that Vladika himself was going. His cart is very beautiful. It is said that he is going to the demonic forest to speak with Chinmurip in person. Before, the Union had absolutely no business with the demonic forest. They say the forest was recently destroyed by a large blade. Then it is clear why the Union wants to ensure their support. A great day for a visit. The mustachioed man now only cares about the mysterious heir. The old man hopes that the young man will live up to his expectations. Otherwise, his visit will be in vain. This area is quite crowded. It turns out that the boy was waiting for them, but this did not make my soul any easier. Grandpa smiles kindly. It seems that he is never able to understand his subordinate. Since the Alliance is forced to go alone into the demonic forest, it is important to make sure that everyone says that our hero is full of sassiness. The vagabonds were going to make a good impression. Guests are coming soon and they need to get ready. The head of the gang of 10 has changed a lot lately. The messenger cannot even imagine how many times his head was washed during the time he was not here. The messenger had already heard that the head was coming to visit the heir.
Even carrier pigeons are intercepted in Chinsen. The head's visit is a strict secret.
Yu Deha of the Radiant Dragon Squad relayed the signal. The bishop's carriage will arrive in the afternoon. It's time to start preparing. It's time to hit the road. 2 days ago, Cho Mugen and his squad secretly left the city and went to Songdo, but no one in the Union knew about his visit. This was Chinmurip's trick. Cho Mugen even dressed in nice clothes at the request of our hero. He really likes this suit. They wonder what kind of costume Chinmurip will be wearing today. The black-haired boy had already changed his clothes. He looked incredible and attractive. Tang Ryohwa opened her mouth in surprise when she saw how attractive the boy was. A second later, she quickly turned away, embarrassed when she realized she was staring at him. The main character tells the girl to dress nicely too. The Union wants to eat the demonic forest alive, so it is necessary to show them that they are not easy prey. It is important to make a good impression. Having said this, the young man loomed over the girl, maintaining eye contact. She was ashamed. The girl quickly turned around and went away to change her clothes. She didn't want him to see her red cheeks. After some time, the bishop and his subordinate came to the city. People part, letting the Lord pass. Did he really come here in person? The men pass by and head to the unit. The crowd just looked after them in silence. A second later, the gate to the territory of the unit opened. Yongchu and Yudeha stood at the door. Yongchu begins to shout words of welcome to their guests in an incredibly loud voice. Such a cry made people's hair stand on end. The grandfather and the mustachioed man clearly did not expect such a volume. Very soon, our hero and Tan Ryohwa leave the room. They are ready to kindly receive their guests. This is really their way. It was not for nothing that the vagrants from the gang called people. This is a really brilliant appearance. It seems that they want to show that they are not giving in to the Union. The men in the crowd began to discuss Tang Ryohwa. She was simply unsurpassed. All men's eyes were fixed on Tang Ryohwa. She walks with her head held high. The mustachioed man realized that our hero attracts attention to himself with his appearance. And he also took such a beauty with him. Is that all he's capable of? Judging by the reaction of the crowd, it is fashionable to say that this is quite an effective method. Chinmurip telepathically asked the girl if she was feeling normal. If she's uncomfortable, she can wear a veil. Tan Ryohwa wants to help our hero, which is why he attracts so much attention. A second later, the young man still tells her that they covered her face with a veil, because men look at her too much and he starts to get jealous. Chinmurip introduces himself to the man, and Han Jungwol introduces himself to him. The black-haired boy was grateful to him for visiting him. Our hero wants to show who is the boss here, showing that they are the ones who came to visit him. If the demonic forest had shown its will by opening a branch in the capital, how could they not offer cooperation? Besides, if even the Heavenly Blade and Soul Flare came back from the sect with nothing, he had to come in person. They didn't let Masters Ha and Khan in. Everyone laughed at this story. These craftsmen are deeply respected not only in Sichuan but all over the world. But the protagonist pretended not to understand what they were talking about. Chinmurip specially says this out loud so that everyone can hear. No masters came to them. The men are shocked by such impudence of this young man. And he does not care that there are 2 witnesses to the fact that it is a lie. You can't show this in front of everyone. Chin Murip promised that a noble heir like him would never do such a thing. The boy is ready to give in to his pride for the sake of his goal. But this does not change the fact that the heir had every chance to visit the Lord. Their leader is already on his way here. The men looked around to see who was coming towards them. Everyone present looked back. A noise was heard behind them. Cho Mugan and his father were walking towards them. A second later, Cho Mugan himself emerged from the crowd. The mustachioed man gritted his teeth when he saw the uninvited guest.
Chin Murip is like a sly fox struck a sneak attack.
Cho Mugan greets everyone present and introduces himself. There was no news from Chongqing about the head of the forest. Did he even control the agents? Han Jung-wul was even speechless for a moment. This is not some young heir, but the head himself, so you need to show respect. Father talked a lot about Han Jung-wul and asked him to say hello when he arrived in Songdo. Grandfather thanks with a smile on his face. He does not want to detain the bishop, but he must ask him a few questions. Cho Mugan climbs onto the roof and wishes everyone a happy day when the demonic forest will finally join the Sichuan alliance. For everyone who gathered here, they prepared wine and meat. Everyone shouts joyfully and praises the head of the demonic forest. All this annoyed Tan Mugyeon. A black-haired boy invites guests to enter. Soon, everyone scattered around the territory of the unit. The vagabond did his job well. Have they ever thought of going to work in a guest house? But the man lives well, even without a job. Jong-moog just looks at his subordinates in surprise. It is surprising that they gathered so many people just to show off in front of the Lord of the Union. People still don't know much about Tang Mungyong, but he is a cold-blooded and cunning person. He never forgives insults. Should he be challenged? One of the boys asked the head to help him, because they don't have enough hands. This young successor found employment even for the poor. He definitely knows how to get the most out of anyone. And so the men sat down at the table and poured themselves some tea. Can they consider that the bishop's presence here means acceptance of all the conditions mentioned in the letter? But if they refuse, then the question of joining the union has never been and never will be. But they gathered so many people and proudly announced that they were going to join the Sichuan Union. Was it in vain? The demonic forest is trying to regain its former glory at the expense of small and medium factions. It makes no sense for them to create unnecessary inconvenience by trying to hide their true intentions. But everything is not as the advisor says. Instead of avenging past grievances, one should focus on how to use the demonic forest. Isn't this one of the obligations of the Lord of the Union? He is really an unusual person. It seems that the game is not in favor of the advisor today. He seems to have underestimated the heir. He thought that Chin Murip was just an ordinary intelligent fox, but it seems that he is a real young tiger. Everything was decided before their arrival, so the man wants to conduct negotiations as soon as possible. They will accept all the conditions of the demonic forest that are written in the letter. A new final will be created in the Union, the head of which will be Master Uhassan. Under the rule of the Cloud Dragon Pavilion, the Iron Blade and Black Soul units will pass. Since technically Murip has not reached the pinnacle of mastery, he cannot claim a position for himself. The head of Urim can defend his position, especially taking into account the fact that he will have personnel management at his disposal. So it makes more sense to send Murip into battle. Han Junwol would like to make one suggestion. He would like to put the Golden Tiger Squad under the control of the Cloud Dragon Pavilion. Then Murip could use this chance to make friends with his peers. The Golden Tiger wants to use them to secretly conduct intelligence in the Cloud Dragon. In a union, it is difficult to hide from prying eyes. It is better to leave part of the information on the surface. Then our hero will be able to reveal the weak points of the enemy and hit them precisely. If the Cloud Dragon Pavilion is in charge of all personnel matters, no one should interfere with the movement of the squad. Some time passes and the men are going to go back. All this commotion in Sojan seems to have played into their hands quite a bit, so who would have thought that Blood Squad could be useful too? Creating the Cloud Dragon Pavilion is a great success. Cho Mugang had heard that Tang Mugyong was a very cunning and intelligent person. Did they do the right thing by provoking him? Difficult opponents force people to deepen their knowledge and learn from mistakes. Han Jongwol was very indignant because he had never been humiliated like this before in front of other people. For the first time after he became the head of the union, he was put in such a humiliating position. But the man assures him that the worse it is now, the sweeter it will be during victory. The man could not even think that the head of the demonic forest would also come here. He promises to pay Han Jungwol several times more for this disgrace. 3 days passed. Cho Mugan was about to go back to the forest. Cho Mugan says goodbye to them and drives back. The main character warmly looks at him. If the head of Urim becomes difficult, he can always turn to our hero for help. The head is already sitting in the cart. He asked his nephew to come to him. The mustachioed man turned his eyes away with excitement. The man looked at Tang Ryohwa, who did not understand what had happened. The uncle reminded his nephew that the sooner he gets married, the better. A minute later, my uncle went home. The girl asked what her uncle told him, but the boy was not going to answer. The young man tells everyone to pack up, because they are going on a journey. Right now, they are going to the Union. The guy insists that the girl should leave too, because she promised to protect him. A light blush appeared on the pike from such a piercing gaze of the boy. After a second, she says she will follow him anywhere. You, Deha, and Head Warem look after them. Chin Murup knew that the girl would go with him. The guy reminds that Tan Ryohwa has to protect the peace in Marima, right? The girl asks to be called Yuf in front of strangers, but there is no one there. Suddenly, the girl felt someone's presence and immediately began to take out her sword for protection. There are not many people in Marima who are able to sneak up on her unnoticed, but this unknown person is definitely a master of his craft. Chin Murup tells the unknown man not to hide, because the girl has already noticed him anyway. It was Seo Jinhuan who greeted his master. The girl was able to feel the dark soul of the shadow demon at such a distance. The boy could not understand how she managed it. Our hero introduced them. This unknown person is his friend. Now they will see each other quite often. The girl's name was very familiar to the boy. Is this the same beautiful flower girl? Yes, it's her, daughter of the divine dragon. Hearing about this, the fair-haired young man was not jokingly angry. He didn't understand why a girl like her was standing next to him. It's simple. She likes the main character. She even promised to protect him. The girl hit him on the head for such words. Therefore, he asks them to become friends, because they have a long way ahead of them. They greet each other properly. A second later, the blonde young man hands the heir some kind of blue notebook. He finished the investigation. All the events of the world of martial arts and vices of warriors are collected here. During the investigation, the boy noticed something strange and wrote about it on the last page. They have prepared a storage facility in northern Jeongdomen and will take turns guarding there with the master's permission. In this situation, security is not urgently needed, but these people will be able to cross the borders of the Sichuan Union undetected. One person for protection will be quite enough. A second later, Seo Jinhuan disappeared. Tang Ryohwa was naturally frightened by such an unexpected appearance. How could he deceive her perception? It is the dark soul of a shadow demon. It seems that the girl has already heard about it. Chin Murup told her not to worry, because he definitely wouldn't consider her an enemy. The next day, everyone was ready to go to the Union. Right now, they were heading into enemy territory. We must be vigilant. With the information about the arrival of the demonic forest in the Sichuan Union, a commotion began. Chin Murup was in the center of attention. Added to the gossip were unconfirmed words that our hero had destroyed Sura of the bloody sky. It is logical that he immediately attracted attention. Breathing is completely different here. Many tall buildings around. The main character perfectly felt all the eyes on him. He was fed up with it. The young girls nicknamed him the Jade Dragon. Our hero has nothing against it, but the young soldiers of the Union call the boy quite differently. They call him the Mad Dragon. This made the young man laugh. They greet Master Hassan. The iron blade is lined up in front of the guests and welcomes them. The man was embarrassed by such attention. They are going to take him to the Cloud Dragon Pavilion. So they met again. This large structure is called the Main Wooden Estate. This building looks down on the whole of Sichuan. To regain its former grandeur, it needs to be much bigger. It seems that if you stretch out your hand, you will reach the top. But this is not the case at all. The gray-haired man is a little embarrassed when he is called the commander. The Golden Tiger Squad had already gathered in the Cloud Dragon Pavilion. The fact that they do not go to the commander is a demonstrable disregard for Hassan. After a second, they started to laugh when they realized that someone was calling this unit Pride. The warriors look at them strangely as they start laughing. No one understands the reason for laughter. They once had a proud history, a 3-story pavilion and buildings probably for housing. All this time, while they were walking to the pavilion, the squad never once appeared to them. But no provocations of young masters could shake the determination of an experienced man. Golden tigers seem to think too highly of themselves. It will clearly not be easy to cope with these children. Fortunately, the head of the forest gave him something good. The man put him in charge of the staff. Solidarity is clearly not in the first place for the young golden tigers. They are going to start with bloody changes. The deputy looks at them in fear at this time. At this time, the boys from the Golden Tiger are worried that something will happen to them, because they did not go to the meeting with the commander. Some of the young men understood that they were not acting very ethically. Tang Junho said that if anyone wanted to leave, they could do so. He looks very serious. He was in charge here, so all the soldiers immediately closed their mouths. The two boys are going to go and rest in silence. These fools do not even understand that a piece of bread is being taken from them. Suddenly, someone called Hyung. In front of him stood Master Dan Yu himself. He did not understand why the boy had become so kind to him, because only recently he had humiliated him. Once, Dan Wu visited Murima, and already behaves like an important and noble young man. The elder and the deputy are not there, so he offers the boy to lead the squad and go after them. Such impudence made the boy's jaw drop. Dan Wu joined the squad recently, and probably still doesn't know much. Didn't he hear what happened to the bishop in Sondo? Until the situation becomes clearer, they will stay here. What's the point of controlling the demonic forest if they have now joined the Sichuan alliance? Moreover, people here do not know about a person named Chin Murip. Only Dan Wu could see his face. Dan Wu advises not to cross the path of the demonic forest heir. But the stubborn boy was not going to listen to his ally. A second later, the boy heads for the door. In a commanding tone, he told the boy not to call him Hyung anymore. For him, he is the commander. After that, he opens the door and goes away. Dan Wu perfectly understands that this is his karma, and he cannot blame the boy. The young man understands that it is wrong to stay here, but he does not have the courage to leave himself. Now he finally sees that he has not put in anything, and unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't change that. He will not be able to change anything in this city. A mustachioed man, an advisor to the Tang clan, enters the pavilion. The boy explained that some time ago, the warriors of the demonic forest entered the Cloud Dragon pavilion. The man offers the boy to sit down and drink tea. The man admits that it was always unpleasant when new people appear in the family. Comrades from the Golden Tiger are also probably confused. Rumors reached him that the detachment refused to go to the new commander. This is quite a special effect. After a second, the man turns to his subordinate in a serious tone. In order to survive in this brutal world of martial arts, they must hold on to each other. This mustachioed man is a real idol for a young man. If something happens to him, he can always come to the counselor. The process of joining the demonic forest to the Union was quite fast. The Lord Commander quickly looked into the inner workings of the Cloud Dragon Pavilion and allocated temporary quarters. The commander went to collect the seal. There are rumors that he is going to reorganize the troops. He is going to single out 25 people from the Black Soul. Yuk Kun Myung had just recently talked about this with Elder Yuk of the Iron Blade. Unexpectedly, the main character's voice was heard behind him. The black-haired boy had already been told about everything. He is grateful to the boy, but he missed one important point. He needs 25 Golden Tiger men. Does he think these young men will obey him even after ignoring the commander? This is what confuses the main character. Perhaps these bastards should be given a good beating for such disrespect. Kunmian laughed heartily. But when it reached him that Chin Murip was not joking, he fell into a stupor. It was a mistake to entrust the Golden Tiger squad to the Cloud Dragon Pavilion. He doesn't need the best. Parubok wants the weakest people from the Golden Tigers. The boy thinks who fits these criteria. The young man understood what our hero was going to do. He will prepare everything in the best way. A second later, the black boy is about to walk away. Suddenly, Kunmian calls him by name. He thanks him for joining them. The old man sighs and looks away. At this time, Dan Wu, in complete solitude, is standing in front of the door. Having met with the commander, the young man will become a traitor to the Golden Tiger, and everyone will look down on him. He decided to guess on the flower whether he should go to the meeting. But unexpectedly, behind him appeared his greatest fear. Chin Murip. Dan Wu instantly jumped away from him. He was so scared of our hero that he could not stand on his feet and fell to the ground. The young man told him to calm down. He is not going to do anything with him. Dan Wu said that he had recently joined the Golden Tiger. Chin Murip thought that Dan Wu had come to him to ask for money for treatment. But it turns out the young man wanted to join our hero's personal squad. He longs for change.